Lovely Lenzerheide, the setting for stage 1 of the 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. 45 nations, 600 riders, 51 kilometers with 2,000 meters. It's time to conquer the Alps.
To get such a gap on the first day and to take that into the next stages, because then we have a little bit more relaxed there, and also if something happens we have a little bit of a buffer. So yeah, we're looking forward to another 4 stages in the beautiful Swiss mountains. The weather is amazing, we are so lucky to have it this year. So yeah, we're looking forward to the next days.
Welcome to Lenzerheide. It's stage 2 of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic, the 10th edition of the mountain bike stage race held in the Swiss Alps this week. And for 5 days, we will be hosted in the spectacular and iconic Graubünden region. The SPAR Swiss Epic is held over 5 stages and 350 kilometers. 10,850 meters of climbing. The race kicked off yesterday in Lenzerheide. We had a loop course, and this week we will be visiting St. Moritz, and we will be finishing on Saturday in Davos, stage 5, the grand finale. And after that, the riders, the 600 riders, will be able to confidently say they have conquered the Alps. That's the challenge for the 600 riders taking on this race. It's a race where we will witness the top professionals of the sport, and they'll be riding alongside keen amateurs, which is unique in the sport. Olympians, national champions, recent world championship medalists, and also the race is open to any rider who would like to take on the challenge to conquer the Alps. They'll get to share the trails, test themselves on the same course the same day as the top professionals. Rare thing indeed in our sport of mountain biking. Best of all, we'll get to meet them. We heard a little bit from one of the winners yesterday, and they'll be introduced today by Dario and Andreas, who are on the start line in Lenzerheide today. And in fact, all of this week will be following the race throughout the Graubünden region in Lenzerheide, St. Moritz, and of course the grand finale in Davos. They'll be calling the race along with me, Neil Gardner, and bringing you all the exciting live action that is sure to unfold over these 5 days of fierce competition. And we will be treated to a rider's view thanks to the Bulls Media e-bikes, ridden by none other than Thomas Ditch, top mountain bike professional, and having finished 3rd in the Absa Cape Epic, teammate to Carl Platt, a 5-time winner, and also 3-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic, Stefan Sam, will be guiding us through the race. And we might even get a chance to chat to them on the course, seeing things from a rider. But they'll be following the top professionals. They'll be in the front, in the thick of the action. We had an exciting day of racing yesterday. They showed us that exciting day of racing. In the men's category, we had a Swiss and a Czech rider taking the lead, and in the women's, an all-African pairing looking dominant in the women's section. And their rivals today will be looking at the 81-kilometer stage ahead of them on their quest for those coveted Tschividains leaders jerseys. In the men's, the yellow, and the women's, the orange. And we'll be going down to Dario and Andreas just to get a flavor of what's happening down on the ground today.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. We're in, actually we're in St. Moritz now, on the finish line. And in St. Moritz, it's pretty cold at the morning, so it's 11 degrees at the moment. So really freezing, but it's warming up during the morning. And yeah, we're excited as well for this big stage today. So yeah, it's a hard one. I made some of it by car yesterday, and even that one was hard. Good morning, BNG Andreas.
BND Dario, ja, un cordial benvegni e als Romanesque meren teilen prosecutation quella seconda etapa del livestream del Swiss Epic in seconda etapa Walti greva pretensiosa 80 km con 2350 metri di differenza d'altezza nu che fan il viadi da Lej a St. Moritz che va Engadine auto che lo center per dus dis al centro de quei Swiss Epic avon che valo vina von puspai a Tavau oz con una passaggia lanciata forse bulla più pretensiosa ben prems bien 30 km piuttosto plat piuttosto in giù avon che valo sia do varga millimetri di differenza d'altezza tocken sil pass dall'Alva tocken sin 2312 metri sur mar lu ai Albula Trail giodo e la Engadine auto von che vengono in gada in passaggia piuttosto plat osa piuttosto in passaggia da roular forse bu tecnica mai la bulla più pretenziosa d'anton scodetti in etapa relativamente lunga e relativ fresca la Engadine nu sind du terren las jackes gel Dario es ist Walti fresca tocca al moment 8-9 gradi io sai bo d'anton vem pu spendida Balezia la pu spedau di Balezia aura a circa spara a quinta con una grandiosa seconda etapa da quei Swiss Epic.
Danke vielmals, Andreas. Merci beaucoup, Andreas. Yeah, this is Romain. So this is native language spoken only by around 90,000 people here in this part of Switzerland in beautiful Graubünden. We have a cooperation with RTR, the local TV station broadcasting this whole Swiss Epic this year, the SPAR Swiss Epic out into the world. Yeah, we're excited about this stage. We heard some rumors yesterday that the leading team, the Kenyan team, is gonna attack on the first climb today. So at first we thought, yeah, they're taking it easy, but they will go on full attack mode right from the beginning on. And the weather forecast, actually it's pretty good today. So, but there's another issue in the Engadine, and that's the wind. So at the end of today's stage, it's a long, flat road until the finish line after the Albula Pass. And a big issue in the Engadine is always the wind. So the Maloja wind, it changes all the time. So from one side, then it could change to the other side. We check the forecast, so it makes it pretty different. If you know that for road bike riding here up, you always have to check first, not the weather, you have to check the wind forecast. So, the wind is so hard up here. So we will see. They have beautiful trails down from the Albula Pass to St. Moritz. The weather was pretty wet last night, so it's gonna dry up a little bit, and the trails are gonna be really grippy during the whole day. So we're expecting the first riders around 11:30 here in St. Moritz. St. Moritz, well known as probably the first Winter Olympics been here, Andreas. So we have a ski jumping area, we have everything up here, hosting an Olympic winter event.
Exactly.
Okay, good. We're talking about that a bit later on. We have enough time, so we're going back to Neil.
And we had an exciting day of racing yesterday. We saw Ilizator Efficient Infinity Insure in the women's and Canyon Northwave dominate the men's section. It was 2,000 meters of climbing yesterday and compacted into only 51 kilometers. And we say only 51 kilometers, it's still a very long way for anyone. especially when the racing was this hard. It's brought out the best of the competition, the best of the riders, and possibly exposed any weaknesses in the men's and the women's categories, and we'll be hearing from them in just a moment.
Happy about it because the last 3 races are very well, so with the 4th place at the Worlds and winning the Swiss champion jersey, so I'm super proud. So yeah, the pace was really high in the first climb, and Martin tries in the end of the first climb to push a bit more, and there we saw all the other riders are a bit at the limit, and then in the second climb we are together with Pirelli, and Martin goes full gas from the bottom of the climb, and we had really fast a little gap, so in the end we are really happy to winning the first stage.
Yeah, it's quite good. We had not many expectations because Mark had a national championship Saturday, so we had only 2 days for recovery, and we had not a big plan. We were just like talking that we will wait what the other teams will do and how the race will develop today. Maybe save some energy because Mark was also not sure how are his legs. But after half of the first climb, it looked like we are quite strong, and Mark was feeling good. So we tried it immediately in the first climb on the top. And we stayed together with Pirelli, and then we did a downhill. And I tried it again from the bottom of the second climb, and quite fast we get some advantage. And when I saw the chance to get some time on them, then I said, okay, let's go, let's try it. And Mark was still riding very good. So yeah, in the end, it's I think more than 2 minutes. It's nice. Yeah, it feels so good. Actually, I was very tired after World Championship. I don't know why, if it was because of the weather there or because all the stress came off me. I was really not able to train a lot in this week, but I used it like a chance to recover a bit, and I said, okay, there is nothing to hurry about, and I wanted to recover well for the Swiss Epic. So now I think I made a good decisions to take it easy last week, and Mark, he said he was feeling good after World Champs and also Saturday, so he looks like he is in a very good shape.
Was quite a good day for us today. We find each other not bad, I would say. Second place is a nice result on the first day. Kenyan did a really nice job, and they make a gap in the second uphill. There we could not follow, but it's still four more days to go.
Yeah, I'm happy. It's the first race for me with Peter, so a new combination within the team, but we work very well together. We had a solid race, not too many risks, and also we didn't go too fast because it's still the first day with 4 more days to come. So we did a solid race, and I think a smart race. We didn't destroy each other, and looking forward for the next 4.
Yeah, so we started the first stage relatively conservatively behind Adelheid and Bettina. They were the favourites on the climbs especially, and Adelheid was racing really hard on the first climb. And then we saw Bettina had some struggles, and we passed them, and then we did our own pace from there, riding hard on the climbs and taking safe on the downhills. And yeah, it's nice to get such a gap on the first day and to take that into the next stages, because then we have a little bit more relaxed there, and also if something happens, we have a little bit of a buffer. So yeah, we're looking forward to another 4 stages in the beautiful Swiss mountains. The weather is amazing. We are so lucky to have it this year, or this week especially, because past 4 weeks weren't that great. So yeah, we're looking forward to the next days.
Yeah, it's always nice to be here. This is my second Swiss Epic. It's a special one for us this year, especially winning the Cape Epic. So it was a goal to kind of do the double. It's obviously still 4 days to go. It's still a long one. We know that anything can happen in a long stage race. Yeah, I mean, I just came from Worlds. I raced Worlds 2 days ago, so pretty tired. Came in today with not huge hopes, just riding our own race and see how we feel. But legs reacted well. On the first climb, Adelheid put a good pace, and we followed. And we saw that Bettina was struggling a little bit, so Vero and I just jumped. And yeah, from there we just rode away, and we did our own race and kept it super smooth in the downhills, and just did our own pace in the ups. And yeah, the gap just opened.
It's stage 2, a transition stage from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz. And it's a fresh new route every year, and it's always a unique test of endurance, resolve and skill. And the transition day of the 2023 edition sees teams set off from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, and it's no mean feat as the teams are required to race a route of 81 kilometers, 2,300 meters of climbing. It includes a trip to the top of the Albula Pass, and that is the highest point in the race. It's 2,312 meters above sea level. That's the highest point in the race, the Albula Pass. And to get there, they will need to get into a really steady rhythm on the Albula climb, but the reward is waiting for them, the Albula Trail, as they head towards St. Moritz. A remarkable day with some beautiful views, and they'll be passing through UNESCO World Heritage section of the Rhaetian Railway. It runs very close to the, with some beautiful views and some 100-year-plus old artwork and stunning alpine scenery and terrains. Once atop that Albula Pass, that hard work reward, people have been talking about it all week, is that beautiful mountain bike trail with flow, jumps, incredible views, 9 kilometers and 625 vertical meters of descent. It's flat and fast kilometers. It's flowing, and above all, it'll be fun. Just a few minutes to the start, and the riders will be called up, and we'll see resplendent in their Tschividains leaders jerseys, the yellow jerseys. Canyon Northwave, a fantastic day yesterday that they had, where they put some pressure down on the second climb, the second main obstacle of the day, and today they'll be looking ahead, 81 kilometers in front of them today, and all eyes on that 22-kilometer climb up to the top, the highest point in the race, the 2,300 meter point in the race, the Albula Pass. It'll all be about how the riders manage their efforts on that climb. 22 kilometers can be at least an hour and a half plus for the top professionals, and for the dedicated amateurs, possibly even longer. So it'll be a long day for them, not just to get to the bottom of that climb, and of course after that they have that beautiful reward, that flow trail, the Albula Trail, the 9-kilometer section afterwards. And that's not what they're looking at right now. They've still got a few obstacles to climb, a few obstacles to overcome before that. We're just looking ahead at some of those beautiful single track sections, and with 1 minute to go before the start, those nerves will surely be showing. They've got 1 day in their legs already, 4 days to go, and all to play for that coveted GC title. The general classification, once they're in Davos, it'll all be revealed as to who the strongest team, the team with the most resolve, the smartest team, and those will all be revealed in Davos at the grand finale on Saturday afternoon. About to begin. Nice camaraderie between the leaders of the race and the challengers of the race. We see them, Wout Alleman on the left in the European Championships jersey. He's the European Marathon champion. And on his left, Daniel Gersmeyer, the Austrian champion. In the background, Bulls Coordinate. He's the French champion. And lined up today are, as we said, Olympians and national champions, former national champions, and some of the top riders in the sport. They'll be winding their way out of the start-finish area in Lenzerheide for the final time. They'll wave goodbye to Lenzerheide with St. Moritz in their sights, and they are well underway on stage 2. And 81 kilometers to cover. We've said it already, 2,350 meters less climbing per kilometer than yesterday, but all eyes on that 22-kilometer ascent. A little bit less of an urgent pace as they set off today. They know that already there's a bit of a pecking order that's been established, and that is mountain bike racing. First day is always a little bit more frantic, a little bit more tricky, a little bit harder to manage in terms of having lots of fresh legs at the front. Certainly after yesterday, there'll be fewer fresh legs. 51 kilometers certainly brought the best out of the riders, but also just dulled the senses a little bit. And as the top riders start to emerge, as the race starts to take shape, as the general classification starts to take shape, we will see just a little bit more of a sharper end of the a little bit perhaps fewer riders at the sharp end of the field, and riders wanting to ride a little bit more conservatively, knowing that there is still 4 days to go. Challenging 4 days to go in the Alps, in the spectacular Graubünden region, hosted by one of the most iconic destinations of mountain biking in the world. And the SPAR Swiss Epic is part of the Epic series, which is a portfolio of mountain bike events, with the pinnacle being the Absa Cape Epic. And many of the riders today, starting today, are multiple finishers of the Swiss Epic, but not only that, they are multiple finishers of the Epic series. So that would mean they've completed the Absa Cape Epic, the Swiss Epic, and one of the other Epic series races, for instance, the Andorra Epic, which was held a few weeks ago. Won, in fact, by a competitor who's racing today, Hans Becking. And we also had the Four Islands Croatia, which is part of the Epic series. So the Epic legends, those who are lucky enough and who have taken on the challenge of racing the Epic series, racing the world, have finished 3 of those 4 races, including the pinnacle of the Epic series, the Absa Cape Epic. Very soon we'll be crossing down to watch the start of the women's category. Dominant in the women's category yesterday, Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt, and time will tell exactly how their legs are feeling after yesterday's efforts.
In orange is Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt.
And there they are in the orange Tschividains leaders jerseys, Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt, the Mauritian and the Namibian, not in that order. Vera Lorza is Namibian, Kim Lecourt is Mauritian, riding. If she wasn't wearing the Tschividains orange jerseys, they would be resplendent in their national championships jerseys, each respectively. But the leaders' jerseys of the race, of a stage race like the SPAR Swiss Epic, the leaders' jerseys takes precedent over any other jersey, even if the rider is a world champion and would be wearing the rainbow stripes, for example. The leaders' jersey in the race takes precedence, and that's why today we won't be seeing Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt in their national championship jerseys. We will, however, see Adele Marath in her European Championship jersey, which she wore yesterday. As you can see her on the right to the left of her partner in her De Vos Klosters shirt. That is Bettina Janas. But forefront, right in front of us, Vera Lorza on our right, and on Vera Lorza's right is her partner Kim Lecourt. On the left in her Bulls jersey, Irina Lutschel-Schwab, looking good for yesterday. 3rd place yesterday. Satisfied with that. They'll look to go at least one better. And the women's category riders are off now. The UCI, the top professionals in the sport, Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt, winners of the 2023 Absa Cape Epic. Fantastic victory for them, and they're carrying that momentum forward. They had an excellent showing at the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic, in which they won the final stage, the grand finale, and they're carrying that momentum. They carried it through to the Absa Cape Epic, taking over the leaders' jerseys in the second last day, the penultimate day, a dramatic day for them. And Team Elizata, Efficient and Infinity Insure are looking to consolidate that lead. They have an 11 minute and 33 second advantage over Davos Klosters, Bettina Janis and Adele Morath. And in third spot overall on general classification, which is also the results of yesterday's stage, as they've only had one day of racing, Torpedo Bulls. It was Katarzyna Sosna, and we saw Irina Lutschel-Schwab at 16 minutes down, 16 minutes and 16 seconds. In fourth spot, Canadel Vas Arabe, the Colombian Monica Calderon, and Tessa Cortacas, just 28 minutes back. So it looks like the women's category is starting to take shape. Let's just say right now that it has taken shape. With 11 minutes is a very comfortable advantage over Janis and Adele Morath. Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt will look to ride conservatively today. It's unlikely we'll see a big attack from them. They'll most likely ride steadily. At least that's what the advice would be given to them by their team managers. And it would be advice that would be well heeded, because there is still a long way to go. No need to take any risks, as we see we talked about the dedicated amateurs of the sport, and not only that, the other categories in the mountain bike stage race of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and in fact of the Epic Series, there are a great many categories. There's the Masters category, the Grand Masters category, mixed category, and of course newly introduced to the race is the Great Grand Masters category. We'll be seeing some great battles. It's a very competitive field. The Masters and the Grand Masters are now the Great Grand Masters. And of course a new category that's been introduced is the amateur category. Those who are not sponsored by or professional, they will be racing on an open playing field with others who also have full-time jobs. And they're off.
The green jerseys of our mixed leaders on the way. Duarte and Benjamin, alles Gute.
We're going to cross down to Dario, who is waiting for the riders in St. Moritz. It is the transition day today. We're starting in Lenzerheide. The pictures you see today right now are in Lenzerheide, and Dario is in St. Moritz, waiting 81 kilometers away from the riders right now.
Yeah, it's more than a transition stage. It's a real beautiful stage, and it's even a hard one, a real hard one. So I did a few of these trails before. Yeah, sometimes in a different direction, but I know the climb up to the Albula Pass, even if it's on a proper road, yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard, and the downhill afterwards does not make it easier. But first we start in Lenzerheide, then moving over to Zorten, some single trails going down. It's early in the morning, so everybody is not that awake, and the trails are a bit slippery in the morning as always in Lenzerheide, so it was a lot of humidity during the night, and that does not make it easier. First on the way down, and then yeah, the long climbing starts in yeah, let's say Alvaneu Bad. So from Alvaneu, from kilometer 26 on 26 till kilometer 50, it's just climbing. So 25, 26 k's of pure climbing on single trails, on gravel road, everything like that. So it's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll down there. So that's what AC/DC would say, and yeah. It is like it is, but it's so beautiful. The weather here in St. Moritz, it's getting better minute by minute, and we just checked the wind forecast, that it's exactly like we said before. The wind is gonna change its direction around 11:30. The Maloja wind, it's always the same in the Engadine. First a little bit of headwind, then first a little bit of tailwind for the first riders, and then the wind changes, and yeah, it's tailwind after that. So yeah, we will see if it affects the riding of all the riders, but yeah, it's a flat part at the end. We only have a real short climb at the end of this stage. This is around kilometer 75, so yeah, it's not an easy one. Yeah. Which climb is easy after 75 k's? And then it's going down to St. Moritz in the finishing area in this beautiful part of Switzerland, the Engadine. you can't imagine how beautiful it is around here. A lot of trails, a lot of beautiful mountains. We're high Alpine, so a lot of riders, mountain bikers are already up here, coming straight from the World Championship to high altitude training up here. So we know that the Swiss team is up here, especially Vital Albin and Lars Forster. So it's only 2 or 3 days at home, and then straight back up here, up to St. Moritz, because the next cross-country race is going to be in Andorra on high altitude. So the riders are training up here. So they had training up here as well before the World Championships. Then to Glasgow, and now back up. So a real perfect place. So we have a lot of riders training up here, even as the triathletes. Miss Reeve is training all the time up here. It's a perfect thing for sports. Andreas Wieland from RTR. Looks great up here.
It looks great. But it's cold, it's cold. Scordario a detja l'Engadine e si capisce è in center important pel sport da mountain bike pels profis che vengono adina per spaicheu e l'Engadine la viginanza da Soim Murezi per fare camps de treinament. Per esempio Nino Schurter è preparaus che l'Engadine sils campionatis mondials a Glasgow e staus dron da Bieniniamna. La regione del Bernin a trenato Dario Aletti, Vital Albini e Lars Forster vengono per si preparare la prossima corsa della Coppa Mondiale ad Andorra che è l'altezza. Più treinamenti dall'altezza che è l'Engadine in fetch en moda di bumols ciclisti, mountain bikers che vengono che ma vai net fetch di autos sportisti, triatleti, gigatleti. Les 8 punti, les 8 sei lieber con la seconda etapa del Swiss Epic su quelle 80 km se capisce la prima gruppo con circa 30 teams a 2 mitjaga quels da l'UCI, quels d'elite. Dentro auter e Fadri Barandun che auda dentro els meirs e veniu sir ciunavle in quella prima etapa fu frogne pier ci son wieder in Platz da Podege. Dos vai minche 2-3 minuten in una gruppa termessa sin viadi, quel viadi che c'aiva ier nucala in prima etapa ida a fin, con una ronda in tec antuan lai en tocan chivalo direzione Alvaneu Boignoles di quals prems 30 km i boas pipra tensiusi, ja, certas passages no che veniu sin troch, sin trails, d'antona vende Alvaneu Boign, weil lo propi entesets mo si è un'inega 20-30 km tocan sil pas dall'Alvra, tocan sin varga 2300 metri sur mar, d'anton ebbia passages sin via principala. A situenta vegnelo un po' più pretensius no che storvan tot dei cul ciao a fetch concentraus in quei trail dall'Alvra, giodo viers l'Engadine alta. A lu vai direzione Soim Murezi no che la arrivada ai de quella seconda etapa, de me una terza etapa all'ue, partenza ed arrivada che a Soim Murezi Boign spel Kempinski in una grandiosa regione, in una bellezza culissa, a quella da vos, se le dievano 15-20 km e bodo so stazia, 10 per quels che parten lupi tecnica, quels che posso bodel, sci spersi in viade, perché quel ston quinta col vent dal Maloia che vegna a semidada mes di. Also den prems vegna forse un schizzon un tecca senti il vent el dies, denton quels da vos tier vegnan vent encounter, ne venda Bever, Samada, si da in direzione Soim Murezi se lo da feine gada in Ping. In scontro con gli uau da Stazzle, weil lo in gada si in due gada san si den giu in tec un in gada per fala etapa un tec pi pretensiosa che qua calai schon jene delle lungas etapas de quei Swiss Epic 2023. Dels prims ciclisti, dels prims mountain bikers quals vengono quintai che sei circa che la arrivata, non si c'hai so enta las indies also pia 3 ore di quart per absolver quel 80 kilometers.
Genau. That means in around 3.5 hours, the first riders are gonna arrive up here in St. Moritz. So first, they're in the beautiful Lenzerheide, then through Domleschg, and yeah, it's always hard. The second day, so it depends on the riders' preparation. So they're still on high altitude after the first day. Yeah, they know how to handle everything. And now this is the second day. Yeah, legs are already a bit tired from yesterday, coming into the groove. And we see even the fun categories are having real good fun here at the start in Lenzerheide. Lenzerheide, we live in the bike kingdom, moving over to St. Moritz. So we have some interesting parts on this second stage. First, it's the downhill. It's not a downhill, it's just a single trail going down to Alvaneu. And there's a real interesting place for the moment. Everybody was talking about that in Switzerland. It's Brienz, so they're passing by Brienz. And there was a big rock slide going on just a few weeks ago. So yeah, it's probably a bit more than a month. So yeah, everybody had to leave this small village. So nobody was allowed to stay there. So the road was closed. Everything was closed for a few weeks because, yeah, this rock slide was really dangerous. Nobody knows how much, how the rocks are gonna come down here in Brienz. And turned out pretty good. So everybody's back in Brienz now. The tracks, the trails, the roads are open now, and everybody's allowed to pass by there. So beautiful trail around Brienz. We will tell you when the first riders are gonna ride around Brienz, and then they pedal up the Albula Street, and there's another real nice place, the Palpuegna See. So it's better if I say this name than Neil, so he will have some problem with these words. So all these villages. So if you wonder what Andreas what kind of language he's talking, he's Romanish, and Romanian is the language spoken here in this part of Switzerland. So most of the names like Surava and all these names are in Romanish, and sometimes they're a bit hard, like Palpuegna. Palpuegna is it's
Palpuegna.
Palpuegna, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like a, how do you say it in English? It's a tongue breaker, so it's really difficult. Even the Swiss Germans don't know how to pronounce this stuff. They say St. Moritz, but it's different. It's St. Moritz.
St. Moritz.
St. Moritz in Romanish, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all of the villages have two names. So this is a German name and a Romanish name.
If you say like Celerina it's Schlarinia.
Schlarinia, yeah.
Pontresina, Puntraginia.
Yeah.
Similar. But
it's quite similar.
It's quite similar, yeah.
But even in Romanish, there are some idioms, we call it, so dialects. So it's quite different if you're coming from the Romain part, like from around Lax, perhaps, or around Lenzerheide. It's different than the language, the dialect here in St. Moritz.
Exactly, it's different. We have 5 idioms.
Yeah.
5 languages, yeah.
Yeah. But you can understand each other.
Normally, no. Yeah, normally, yeah. But it's it's a big difference. If you are coming from Disentis or from Müsteich.
Yeah, Müsteich is Disentis. It's pretty close, yeah. And Disentis for Müsteich is where Dario Colonia, the cross-country skier, comes. We've been there with Swiss Epic, a few years. No, we've been in the Buschlav.
Yeah.
You have to check the map. So from Graubünden, it's a real nice canton part of Switzerland with so many different valleys, very interesting and everything, and even the language here are different. I come from a German-spoken part of Graubünden, like Flims. So we've been in Flims last year with the Swiss Epic, and in Ilanz, so it's only 10 minutes from Flims. It's Romanish. It's
but the villages around Flims are Romansh, like Trieden, like Lax, like Sagoin.
It's like a German island.
Yeah, exactly.
But it has a long history, this language, and it's really good. That it started again that more and more of the young peoples are coming back to this beautiful language and living in the roots of this. So this is why we are working together with Radio Television Romansh together for this broadcast, bringing some culture in it, some great insights from this canton of Graubünden. Riders are on course, pedaling him up, taking it easy. But we're live on demand now. We're trying to make contact with the following e-bike. Good morning. I don't know if it's Stefan, Sam or Thomas Dietz following the bike. Ah, Thomas. Bonjour Thomas, ça va?
Good go. From the beginning,
is there already...
We are already on the.
Is there already a split up?
It's fast. Around 50 per hour actually. Some crash already in the first the downhill. Yeah.
But who's in the lead at the moment? So we can't figure out. Is this the leading group? You're following the leading team?
Behind, I'm on the position 15. I think around 15. It's
Oh, yeah. Concentration now here. Yep. They're heading into this, yeah, look at this beautiful downhill here. So a lot of single trails around. This is Thomas Dietz, former cross-country French champion, World Cup rider, moved on to marathon cycling, a lot of world... Sorry? We're going back to the ladies, and that means Stefan Sam is on course. Guten Morgen, Stefan, alles gut?
Good morning, everything.
So it looks like they're on a flow trail now at the moment.
I'm at the sharp end of the UCI women's racing, and as expected, like 2 teams already went on the first uphill. We're hitting the flow trail now. Looks like they're enjoying it.
So this is some kind of a wake-up call for the women. So this is the winners from yesterday, Vera Loser, Kim Leclerc, together with the team Tefos Cloches, Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morat. Who did the first attack,
It was not a real attack. Adelheid pulled all the way from the start, and the orange jersey was just following. I mean, they don't have to do anything for the moment. Still a long stage. They can just sit back and watch how the race unfolds. So, you could have...
They look pretty equal on the downhill now.
Yeah, they're absolutely equal. Also working good together in the uphill. But, I mean, you could have expected a slower start because it's a long stage and a lot of flat parts as well towards the end. But, yeah, they're not... no tactics today as well. So, they were pulling hard from the start.
So yeah, it's pretty important to have a real race plan for today's stage because it's that long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Isn't it?
I mean, you also don't want to waste all your energy at the beginning because the big mountain is still coming towards the middle.
Yeah, that's the Albula Pass. You probably know that one.
Yes, I haven't done the downhill on the other side yet, so really excited and looking forward to that. It's going to be nice.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice one. So we are still in Lenzerheide with the 3-time Cape Epic winner Stefan Sam on his Bulls e-bike. Yeah, but with the e-bike, it's not easier on the downhills, huh?
No, it's also some work, but I'm really enjoying it. It's a lot of fun.
Good. You have a lot of... Yeah, you got a bit more suspension than the girls in the front, so you...
More suspension, bigger tires, so I can take the bad lines as well.
Yeah. Good, but you also have a bigger backpack.
Yeah, it's I feel every year I feel it. It's getting heavier and heavier, but maybe I'm getting older.
It's probably dead. It's probably dead. So the backpack is probably lighter every year. No, so you're carrying. Do you know how heavy the backpack
it's around
is?
about 8 kilo in total. Yes.
8.
Yeah.
8 kilo in total. All right. So you went on a special diet before the Swiss epic to keep that under control. Yeah. Okay. Good. So we're going back to the man, Thomas Dietsch. Hey, Thomas. Stefan just told me that his backpack is 8 Ks. Did he put some stones in his backpack or what? Thomas, can you hear me at the moment, or are you fully concentrated on the downhill?
I can hear you, but it's really windy because it's high speed. And, yeah, now I can hear you better.
Okay, good. We just checked your speed, and it's more than 30 now at the moment. So they're going full gas in this real wide open. Yeah, it's not only all the time wide open, this downhill, but it's a nice one. So we're talking about the backpack weight. Does it affect the downhilling as well? So you got a dancing monkey on your back, probably. Yeah, we're in the mountains. We're in the high Alpine into the forest, so it's sometimes possible to lose connections. And we're going back to Neil and to Lenzerheide. Wow, the sun is shining. Beautiful.
Thanks, Dario, and also have to thank you for helping us, or helping me out with some of the pronunciation of some of the sections of the trail. And I was definitely grateful, and I would have struggled myself. So thanks for that, and thanks for bringing us really the most exciting pictures from the race, really from the trails point of view. And thanks to the e-bike riders for bringing us some unprecedented coverage, and really getting into the thick of the action. And from the action up the road and up the trails on the 81 kilometer stage, we have cut back to some of the riders still starting in Lenzerheide. They still have a long day ahead of them as they roll out. Slightly less urgent than we saw the top professionals heading out. The top professionals, of course, competing for their respective categories, the men and the women. And the men and the women, men are competing for the Tschividains yellow jersey, the women for the orange jersey, and there's several other categories that are highly competitive. The mixed, the masters, the grandmasters, and now the great grandmasters, the new great grandmasters jersey. And we've also been talking about the new amateur jersey, which would be riders that are not registered as as professionals. So just a bit of an opportunity for the entire field to compete. It is a race. It's not a tour. It's 100% a fierce competition that we'll see over the next 5 days. And today, of course, we've talked about it. It's a transition day, more than just a transition day, as you said, Dario. It's a lot about. It's about getting from one place to the other, but there are some major obstacles to go, including that Albula Pass, the 22-kilometer climb. They still have to reach that point, but we have got some time checks from the out on the course already at the 9-kilometer mark, 9.5-kilometer mark. The top teams, the top containing teams, Canyon North Wave and Willie Pirelli, look like the two teams competing for overall at the moment. That's how the race is taking shape at the moment. Very early to tell after stage 1 and only 9.5 kilometers of stage 2. But the group seems to be all together. Top 10 teams all in touch with each other. 16 seconds between first and 10th team. That is the Dutch team, the Rhaetian and Railway, but all in touch. We're looking to see further down the list how many teams are in that front group. But it looks like there is some conservative approach taken to the stage before that long 22-kilometer climb begins. It's a big challenge, and it'll certainly expose any weaknesses, any riders that are feeling the altitude, that are feeling the effects of, some of them have come from World Championships performances, fantastic World Championship performance from Martin Stozek, who is in the lead right now, riding with the local Swiss rider, Mark Stutzmann. Stozek was second at the World Championships. Fantastic result. We did see Topata Factory yesterday riding at the front, really in touch with the very, very finest riders in the top, the front group. Topata Factory is Casey South, Doragoni, the Italian, riding together. And we did see images of KC South struggling with a rear puncture. They fell out of the top 10 and had to consolidate their efforts yesterday, and with their hopes on overall general classification perhaps under threat, they'll be looking to win the stage. Now this is the amateur category. We've been speaking about Stoll bikes. The all-Swiss team Spengler and Baumann are look like they're riding more or less in touch with Team Portugal. Team Portugal are leading that category at the moment, but the Spengler and Baumann pairing Stoll Bikes. Stoll Bikes is a local brand, it's a Swiss brand, and appropriate that they're riding their home race on their home bikes. And just a little bit further down the list, let's not forget Thomas Frischknecht, a former professional, let's just say it now, he's a legend of the sport, one of the elder statesmen, and none other than one of the founders of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And back in 2014, one of the three founders, Thomas Frischknecht, legend of the sport and also team manager of the Scott SRAM team. Well known to be the team of Nino Schurter, another Swiss rider, 10-time world champion. Scott Davos mountain bike project. This is the Masters, the hotly contested Masters category. At that time check, the 10-kilometer time check, just before 10-kilometer time check, Florian Vogel, another former professional, in fact rode for Scott SRAM, rode for the team of Thomas Frischknecht and Martin Gujan, and knowing those two top professionals on the World Cup circuit, and they have their work cut out for them. Perhaps a little bit of a gap back to their next place riders, and they look dominant in that category. In the Grandmasters, already at that time check, the 9.5 kilometer mark, still a long way to go, but a good indication that it is a hot competition with the Norwegians, and we will be going live back to the pictures. Some beautiful views of Lenzerheide. It's a region that is open to the world, open to the mountain biking world. There are hundreds of kilometers of trails in the area, in the Graubünden region and also in the Lenzerheide region. As we cut back to the Bulls Media e-bike, getting action footage from where it really is all happening at the moment, out on the course, riding through some of the most spectacular alpine scenery, forests. There'll be flow trails, there'll be rough natural trails created by some of the local animals that'll be wandering the area, and then we'll be back to some of those highly bermed and hand-built trails. Just as much fun and certainly just as rewarding as they head towards St. Moritz today for another well-earned night's rest. One thing that characterizes the SPAR Swiss Epic is the typical Swiss hospitality. The riders get to spend the night in beautiful Swiss hotels and to recover after a hard day's riding. And one of the great appeals of the race for many of the riders is that they get to spend some time in those beautiful hotels enjoying the legendary Swiss hospitality. But that's not what's on their mind right now. That's the thing about stage racing. Keep an eye on the trail ahead. Not let anything interrupt your concentration, because one lapse of concentration, you can see there how narrow that little bridge was. That if you take your eyes off the trail for 1 second and think about that beautiful night stay in the hotel, disaster for one of the teams there. That's one of the things that one has to watch out for, is mechanicals. It's all about not just looking after your body, but also looking after your bike, as the riders will have to deal with that quickly, decisively, and get back on the trail, get racing as soon as possible.
Thank you very much, Neil. So we have to check out which team it was. Probably Thomas knows everything what happens on the course. Thomas, have you seen which team had a mechanical?
For a team didn't have the time to check really the start number, was too fast, but it was a Torpedo bike. I don't know which rider it was. Yeah. But it was easy to make a mistake in this downhill.
Okay, Torpedo bike. All right, all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, you're so fast on the downhills. So fast. So you have to think about downhill mountain biking, Thomas.
No. I prefer to stay in marathon. It's my limit.
Perfect. Yeah, so this is beautiful. They're on the way down from Lenzerheide down to Zorten at the moment. So they had a short lap in the bike park from the Bike Kingdom as well. This was the first uphill, and now the riders are heading towards Zorten, and in the back we see all the beautiful mountain scenery. So this is the whole pack together. We're not seeing the leaders at the moment wearing the yellow leaders jersey. So you're a bit further back,
yeah,
Thomas?
I am in the second group at this moment. I can't catch the first group. It's too fast and too dangerous for other riders for me to pass them. But yeah, I will go ahead. When it will be more easy for everybody. I don't want to make a mistake with riders, you know, going too fast and make a mistake. No, it's not good. But they are not far. They are
perfect.
Only
Thank you very much.
I think the head group is 30 seconds in front of me. I can see the group. But yeah, I will go ahead in a few minutes.
Great. Thank you, Thomas Dietz, not overtaking the riders at this moment. So this is the second group. First group is already a bit behind. And you see the beautiful signs on the right-hand side. So the whole course is marked like that through the whole week. It's easy to find the right way. We have some water stations. We have some mech stations on course. And now they're on another short uphill, but that's a real steep one. So it looks flat at the moment, Thomas, but this one is steep. Oh. Yeah. All right, so we can see the yellow point is the bike of Thomas Dietz. The orange one is the bike of Stefan Sam, following the leading women's. So they're close to Brienz at the moment. This small village was in the media all around in Switzerland for the last few weeks, evacuated a few weeks ago. Now everybody's back in Brienz, work as usual for at the moment, and they're heading towards Brienz at the moment. Wide open here, the view even for the leaders. And now Thomas Dietz is moving towards the leaders, man of the second stage. So we see that the teams are already split it up. And now Thomas is back with the leader, so the gap is not that big at the moment.
Thomas Dietz con la camera, con la GoPro, videl velo, videl mountain bike, pia con batteria, il cagonegno 3 gadas, che pepe nos vasin I ha dau in chinas rossens alle gruppas de test, avon nos viu la prima equipa che giu in defect ai brutal. Cinza in defect ja so paucs kilometres, spiar da schi forse in 5 minutas cum pina la roda pina la cadaina e naturalmente sa esser fatal cinza combattere avantosco quelles equipes che davantir che combattono prim platz sil podest niepla victoria de quei Swiss Epic. Als prims bien 10 kilometers hanno absolviu in bien 20-30 minutos in tempo horrenda lanciata da quella seconda etapa. In sto i kilometers buls pi strenzi va fe bia in giu ja da tonedina pus bei passages fe taises en si ed ihr als biars ciclists, als biars participants, veramente sociaziau in te quella prima etapa ha un enorm bia passages, curtas passages denton tassaia en si con varga 20% pendenza en si, no quins sa stus pli sta sil velo, per cui biars in i giù del velo dan stiu stuscia sia do al velo in quelles passages qui veramente a sci taises, vesino so che els qui van veramente giù Alvaschein lu such casti tocken Alvaneu boin quelles passages no qui san un treflat in ticket no qui ven veramente io fe sper davon chi specialo quella passaggia toccano il pass dall'Alvaro con varga millimeters differenza del Tezia. Davantier als favorits ein davantier io sai Josebo exact no che fadri Brandunai era d'anton suenter bien 10 km donadina la gruppa de testa. Thomas Diege quel che accompagna la gruppa de testa, accompagna als leaders las donnas las pispertes ein pau pi navos quelles can gudignau ir l'etapa vera losera Kim Le Court can gene vantage. Schon die ma in vantage gigantica in quella prima etapa varga 11 minutos nella strada pispertes che las secondes dels davos ein duessen esser parti osa a lai no che nus ven viu son il stream no che dine osa che wieder das malets balets aura ciel blau su lei also in di perfekt che elenge di auto che such so in murezzi so un pau nebliu i fresh al moment del venda in de bufa un pau ton i venie che el de curs del dini incontra mis dilo ciel blau a nus parankels venien prenden il soleil con el sul pass dall'Alvra tocken elengia di nauta che vasinus con tempos che van giù in quelle vias dual van magari con tempos da 30 tocca 40 km l'ora e tecnica mai bo sti pretensius e nus asine che una passaggia sil via principale sin asfalt ort venien di feitbias in vias dad-auto e lu orvantote direzione al pass dall'Alva nus vasin che las gruppas che è un fetch insieme io credo è importante sta ort in tec compact insieme se profitai in dall'auto se vesse su pada vos in l'auto sta si la roda da vos e in tec se fuggi dal vent è più semplice che si sto in tira corsa dort per sul da viadi per cui vinino se vasessi mai sto con Alvaneu boin via gruppas che con via ciclisti insieme.
Exactly, so riders are moving towards the 20k mark at the moment. So big group at the front now, Thomas Dietz, so all the favorites are still together.
Which indicates that the riders, the top riders who will be looking to gain an advantage wherever the selective part of the courses are waiting for that big climb to come. They've still got a bit to go, but there is a 22-kilometer climb up to the highest point in the race. We've been talking about it all morning, the Albula Pass, that's 2,312 meters above sea level. It's not the highest point in the race all week, but certainly of the day. And with 2,350 meters of climbing over 81 kilometers, it's the longest stage in the race. So we could say it was the Queen stage. It's really, it's going to be a big challenge for the riders to get through this in one piece, especially with this climb that is still to come. There is quite a large section of the climb is on a very well paved road, as you can see there. It's not that rough, stony, rocky trail that we've seen in the past, and we will see throughout the week. It's a fairly straightforward climb, but it doesn't make it straightforward if the top riders of the sport are putting maximum power down. And you can see they're going up and down. There's a bit of an undulating course before they get to that point, but we can be sure that when the critical moment of the climb will be around about the last 10 kilometers or so, when the fatigue starts setting in, and when the likes of Canyon Northwave, the on-form Canyon Northwave for sure, and the Austrian and the European champ of Gersmeyer and Allemann, they seem to be the top contending teams. But when they start putting the power down, we should expect to see the field get a lot thinner. Right now, we're around about 10 teams, 10 or 11 teams or so. We did lose the Topado team. Unfortunately, yesterday they had bad luck. Looks like they had today bad luck. We're waiting for confirmation out on the course as to which one of those team members had the puncture, had the mechanical. We saw them at the trail side. They flashed past as Thomas Ditch was trying to get back in touch with this leading group and was unable to identify exactly who had the issues, but we'll get confirmation later. A big shame for KC South and his Italian teammate. Right now we're behind the lead group in the men's category. If you've just joined us, this is the men's category of the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and riders are heading towards the big obstacle of the day, the 22-kilometer climb up to the Albula Pass. And it's the Albula climb. Before they get there, they will reach the first water point quite far into the stage at the 39-kilometer mark. There they'll be refueling, perhaps not too much, because at the very top of the climb we'll be getting, first of all, the most important time check at the Albula Pass at the summit of the climb. But it will be very interesting to see how much fluid they take on at the bottom of the climb, because of course that would mean they have to carry it, and a bottle of water, 750 milliliter bottle of water, adds almost an extra kilogram onto the bike, and maybe they'll want to just take on fluids at the top rather, and hopefully they'll have enough to get them through that climb. It will take some of the riders up to 2 hours to get from the bottom of the climb to the top of the climb. The professionals will be a little bit faster. And talking of the top men professionals, we also have the women's professionals. It's a little bit more compact, the group, you could say, at the moment, with the top two teams, the leaders of the race on general classification in the Tschividains orange leaders jerseys are Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza. And they are today going to be challenged by Adele Morath and Bettina Janis. Winners of the 2022 edition, Bettina Janis and Adele Morath, also winners of 2019 edition. They came into the race as race favorites, had a disappointing day for them yesterday, but they know still 4 days to go. And with 81 kilometers just on today's stage, 2,300 meters of climbing, they are very much in touch, very much in control of the pace. Adele Morath in the front. She is the newly crowned European champion, had an excellent showing at the World Marathon Championships. She was third on the podium. Fantastic result for the German. She's turning her focus more onto mountain bike stage racing and marathon racing. Some great results in 2023 already so far for Adele Morath. And she was a very well recognized feature on the World Cup circuit. That is the cross-country circuit, cross-country Olympic. That is short course riding, an hour and a half, very different from the marathon racing. Today will be a good few hours stage. Hard to predict exactly how long they'll take to finish the stage, but call it certainly a little bit longer than the average World Cup race, which is typically no more than 1.5 hours of maximum effort. Today will be maximum effort on that climb, the 22-kilometer climb up to the Albula Pass. And riding conservatively in orange, that's all they have to do. All Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt have to do is ride conservatively. They just have to follow the wheels of Bettina Janis and Adele Morath and ride defensively. They have over 10 minutes advantage on overall general classification, a very comfortable margin. Great place to be in, great position to be in if you're looking to consolidate that lead and campaign for keeping those jerseys right all the way until they reach Davos on Saturday. We're with Stefan Sam at the moment. He is following the lead women today. Yesterday he was following the lead men. No better person to help us through the course to get the coverage, of course, on the Bulls Media e-bikes. He is a certified expert in mountain biking, considering that he is a 3-time winner of the Absa Cape Epic with his trusty partner Carl Platt, who's a 5-time winner. Stefan Sam knows exactly all about what's required technically to stay with the riders, and also the nuances of racing, not to interfere, not to play any kind of an influence on the racing. He's there to watch, he's there to bring us these pictures to millions of viewers all over the world. We've seen this in the Absa Cape Epic, we see it in the SPAR Swiss Epic, and very skilled, a lot of skill required to do this job, a very special job. Stefan will tell you himself, it's a fun job, but it requires the expert skills of Thomas Ditch and, of course, Stefan Sam. We did see Carl Platt in the past at the SPAR Swiss Epic, also helping out on the Bulls Media e-bike. auspicious having him here as well today. It's Stefan Sam and Thomas Ditch bringing us the pictures all week in unprecedented coverage. We really get a sense of just to see how Kim Lecourt is all over the front of that bike. Very steep climbs. This is characterized by the Swiss Epic. Super steep climbs, sometimes up to 20-25%. And even the e-bikes with a few hundred watts of extra power. Stefan might be able to tell us a little bit more about the technical capabilities of the bike, but even a struggle for one of the most powerful e-bikes on the market. The trails are a big challenge for all of the riders, all of the 600 riders that are competing today and all week in the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, the 10th edition. Auspicious that it is the 10th, founded in 2014, and be excited to see how the race unfolds today.
So Stefan Sam is with the leading women's at the moment. Everything still the same. The Foss Klosters, Adelheid Borat in the lead.
Exactly, yeah. Same situation like from the beginning. Adelheid is pulling all the way from the front. She seems to be the strongest, or actually feel the strongest for now. And yeah, trying to pull her partner Bettina Janas all the way to the big climb, to the beast of the Albula Pass. And yeah, and the leader jersey, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit back and in the slipstream, enjoy the view if they can. So yeah, it's going to be exciting. What will happen on the big climb?
Exactly. So this is the race plan for the leading women, just to sit on the back wheel of the Foss Klosters team. So they probably don't have to attack. Where do you think an attack is gonna? Is the Albula Pass perfect for an attack, or is it a bit too long? What do you think, Stefan?
If you have good legs, you can attack everywhere. So I think if you just keep a steady pace and yeah, maybe wait for a weak moment of the leader jersey, or maybe the other way around. It's just a thing of just going faster a bit, because the Albula Pass is so long, and maybe if you really launch a hard attack, you get full into the lactic acid and kill your muscles and maybe blow yourself. So it's I think you have to keep it steady, and also still remember that it's only the second stage. It's a long stage, but there's a lot of climbing to come in this SPAR Swiss Epic.
Yeah, it's the same as last year. So Adelheid Borat last year, she was always in the lead, always the tractor of the women's. So it seems to be the same procedure as last year, Stefan.
I think she loves to be in wind and loves to ride a bike in the front. But it's also, if you have good legs, and you can always, if you're in the front, you can always pick the line that you want. You can dictate the speed that you're comfortable with. So yeah, why not? If you feel good, why not be in the front?
Yeah, probably somebody has to tell her that she doesn't have to ride always in the wind. No. So not like you. You're always in the back. You're taking it easy.
Just rolling, just cruising.
No, not at all. Even for the e-bikers, yeah. It's a hard one. As Stefan told you before, 8 Ks is his backpack. And even his bike is a bit heavier than the rider's bike. So the rider's bike is probably around 11 Ks at the moment. Stefan Sam's bike is around 23, yeah, I guess, 25. Not?
Because we ride a super solid setup with tires just to don't get punctures. Big suspension, that always a little bit more, but yeah, it's just the perfect setup to ride those trails and to follow the riders, because we are always a little bit under pressure with the fastest guys and the fastest men and women in the world on their light bikes. they accelerate a little bit quicker out of the corners, which is it's normal if you run a heavier bike, but it's a lot of fun, and we try to keep up. I mean, you have to remember those are like I said, the fastest in the world.
Yeah. And then there's a certain Dario coming across the corner and wants to talk to you. And then you have to talk all the time
I have to
and ride
talk
a bike. Wow.
All this stuff.
Stefan.
No, I'm loving it.
All this
I'm
stuff.
loving it.
Ah, good. Otherwise, I buy you a coffee at the finish line.
Thanks so much.
A Kaffee Lutz. You know the Kaffee Lutz. You can drink a Kaffee Lutz. Yeah, that's what we needed here early in the morning. It was only 8-9 degrees here in St. Moritz, so we already had about 2 or 3 Kaffee Lutzes.
Also,
so me and Andreas...
it was also cold. We were looking to the other side of the valley where the sun was already there. And we were riding in the shade where it was cold.
But you have no Kaffee Lutz in your bido?
No, only at the 3rd feed point I get one.
Ah, cool. Wow, that's a perfect solution. Keeps up the mood. Thank you, Mr. Lutz. Sorry, Mr. Sam. We're going over to the men's leaders. Yeah, Google Kaffee Lutz if you want to know what it is. It's a typical Swiss drink. We drink it up here in the mountains, probably after a real nice ski day. We're back at the men's field. Thomas, the edge, everything looks the same.
Yeah, but first of all, can you bring me a coffee too, please? It's a bit more quiet now, more easy. I think.
Yeah, no, but Tom...
All the riders are waiting the long uphill. Now it's big group, around 15 riders together. But the speed is it's easy now. Everybody is looking at each other. Nobody wants to go really fast in front. Yeah, it's good. It's cooler.
But you said 15 riders, so
50
one
teams,
rider is missing.
Teams.
So
15 teams.
15 teams, okay.
Around 30 riders. Sorry for my bad English, but
I thought you already had some Kaffee Lutzes before, and you... No. Now, yeah, but the speed looks pretty easy at the moment, so...
Yeah.
They're not accelerating.
No, it's really easy at this moment. Nobody wants to go really fast. Yeah, like I said, they are waiting, I think, the long uphill now to make some difference.
Yeah, so they're at the moment on the flat parts towards Filisur, and so it's the flat part, and now the real long over 20k climb starts in a few moments. So a little bit of calm down at the front of the leading man. Please, Andreas.
Ja, nos sind che la gruppa da testa in grande gruppa che prende più pacific che e Thomas Dietsch ha detto che accompagna quel school i mountain bike in gruppa da circa 13 teams dentro quels e Conny Loser e Fadri Brandun nies mountain biker Engadines che sa veramente in etapa da casa sains dias so in Murezi elke deriva da Sameden scodetja il tempo in tec 2007 i gin che vol propi fa tempo sin quella passage Filisur no che un plat da vonca I valosiado contro il pass dall'Alva forse han in tec respect volen osa bo da tutte le forze veramente in tec conservare le reserve super quella passage direzione al pass da vostir alla testa delle donnes da vai nus duas gruppas Adelheid Morat e Bettina Jannas, las duas tudestes che vanno del reminent con tricos da Tavau Claustra venien sostenidas dalla regione turistica da Tavau Claustra a jeden duas ciclistas della Tiara Tudestia, Bettina Jannas e Adelheid Morat, a vera losere Kim Le Court che meinen al moment al classement general quels dus teams delle donnes che alla testa von Dario un discuriu con Thomas Dietsch con Stefan Sam de Wartels mountain bikes, els han quels mountain bikes greves velos 21 kilos, aber els porten si dies in saccados de plus minus 8 kilos, also den Trainer hanno da discurer con nus, also in gref pensum e per els vai se sets bo de sets els han d'antone metter magari ai accus in turbo, els hanno un accus de reserva, hanno tercers posts mi dao ai accu d'anton quels mountain bikes 21 kilos. Da pli els profis van os con velos da 12 kilos als velos en del reminent even in tec pi grefs in buppi quels velos da 9 kilos co che svevano von en cinzons con ne pneus pi fin so in tot veniu in tec pi grob pneus pilats les plemes en pli in tec pi grandes e dort van etos con in fulli vuol di con plema da vona da vosa schicals velos in 2 kilos forse che io da pi grefs che qualquiera forse avon si dons che vasino sono in una gruppa da testa che osa ci mai un ingel ci mai in rigel i entscheiven osa se prepara in text in quella lunga passage si adopta il pass dall'Alvaschein scodet meli a 300 metri differenza d'altezza e in plum in Engadine, quella sulletta passage che va proprio lungensi a sciogare mo curtas passages che nos vengiu alla partenza e la regione da Laia da vosa la rivada la regione da Soimurezzi no che ha un industries stotza sia walti tais denton osa scodeccia scoco dario a estu constata vision relativ pacific.
Yeah, pacific, a real important word in Romanisch. We even use it in German. Pacific. Pacific means you can't translate Pacific. You have to feel it. Pacific, it's a bit of taking it easy. So we're still at the men's field, and this group is pretty interesting. So it's a mix-up of different discipline riders. So we have like the marathon guys with Martin Stossek, Mark Stutzmann, Hans Becking, Bertie Bruce. We have a former cross-country rider with Lukas Flückiger from the Infinity Pigs team, together with Timon Rüegg. He's a cyclocross rider, rode on the podium in Val di Sole last year. Then we have Daniel Geismauer, Wout Alemann, some real, with Vadri Barandun, Conny Loser, some real specialists in this marathon discipline. Then we have real young guns with Maxim Lom and Sven Gehrig from the Scott de Vos mountain bike project. This is the team of Florian Vogel from under 23 of age riders in this group. So yeah, it's a real nice mix-up. We even have the arcade team, so a team from riding on Swiss bikes right at the back of the field at the moment. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. The arcade team, the team manager is Nicola Rohrbrach, a former winner of the Cape Epic as well. He's cruising with the guys in the car, looking after these guys, bringing the water, and yeah, always after the stages, he's going on a ride with his archive bike as well. So a big group together, real interesting group. So yeah, that's Swiss Epic as well as the Absa Cape Epic, a mix of all the mountain bike disciplines together, and that makes it even more interesting, even for the riders as well. Nils Landenberger and Timo Müller, the racing community, is the guys we were talking about with the archive bikes, right in the middle with the white helmet and the green jersey. So the climb starts soon, this 20k bikes. Temperatures are pretty good, sun is shining, sun came out here in St. Moritz. Yeah, the clouds are moving. Blue skies coming out, so perfect conditions during the whole day for all the competitors. So it's not too hot. It's fresh in the morning, but that makes it perfect for riding. So Thomas, the speed is still the same in the front?
The speed is the same in front. It's quite easy. I mean, on the e-bike, no, it's quite easy, I think. It's the group is bigger and bigger. because some riders are coming back from behind me. Yeah, but like you say, it's interesting. Will be a big fight when the climb will start. Nice jersey in front of me, yellow jersey, French champion jersey, European champion jersey, Austrian jersey champion. Yeah, some a good level.
An extremely high level at this year's edition of the Swiss Epic at the women's field and at the men's field. So that makes it even more interesting for us to watch this amazing race. And yeah, this thing during 5 days. Perfect job for us, sitting here in St. Moritz, watching this interesting race. And afterwards, we can go as well for a ride. Andreas, wir haben gestern auch noch eine Runde gemacht auf der Lenzerheide. Und ich glaube, das müssen wir auch heute machen. Es ist so schön da. It's so beautiful here. Every day we have to go for a ride afterwards.
It's great. It's fantastic. Balletia trails, nous ein schönes Erlös. Vivin in paradis, the mountain bike.
Yeah. They live in a paradise, yeah.
Fantastic. Con Lei, con Soi Murezzi, con Tavau d'Antonès, ins pren la Surselva, insomma, il canton Grigion. Yeah. In paradis di cum mountain bike. Noi abbiamo quelle tours con Elsass al Swiss Epic d'Anton e per nous rein prendere al temps en conterser de feine pintje ronde de vignen Kaulintek sil mountainbike. Das in Engadine la gruppa de testa che stat insieme veso in tisco del Tour de France, la gruppa principale in Vese che van relativamente giunti, questo che devo dire in quella gruppa è sto di e io che devo dire fa tempo se capisce che forse è esponi un po' o il vend quello di in te che la discrepanza ci fa tempo vol di spät dina esser davantier alla testa in vole che collega ni ci altri in altre gruppa mondi negata davantier a feci tempo scodet a plirs Ramons e che in dalla partita Fadri Baranduna in de quels che alla gruppa de testa nos and tonne Sasha de platzes de Rouet de Musté el che parte e insieme con in del Turgovia e ela mosauire una eccellente corsa il momento in sia categoria si la seconda Platz dort, wenn uns un inauter da Musté Freddy Caminada che parte pel team da SPAR Swiss Epic SPAR els braten d'Antoni Giu e qua els han veniu per il SPAR il sponsor principal a Chanel si mince di dus autos che lavorano del Sparniken involvato che ascian in quella corsa. Capito la gruppa de testa delle donne e che in se nigines midades dus teams davantier vera losere Kim Le Court che davantier en quels tricos orange quels tricos de leader davantier els tricos de Tavau Claustre quels blaus melen quelles tudestias che fan tempo in se schon durante l'intera corsa.
Exactly, so we're back with the ladies, the leading team, Vera Lose, Kim LeCourt, and in the front the team, the Force Cloisters. So Stefan, how many kilometers have you done already with the ladies?
I'm quickly checking. We should be at 23, 25, something like that.
Yeah, we can see your displays. Thank you very much for checking that. So on his sports bike, the display on the left-hand side, you can check that. So the speed is quite high at the moment, and it's always Adelheid Morat. So they just checked Alvaneu Bad at kilometer 24, the Force Cloisters and Elisander Efficient Infinity Insure team, what a name, is in the lead.
Yeah, the speed is...
Stefan, they're not talking with each other.
Not really. but I think everyone's happy at the moment. But Adelheid also is not pulling at full force. Just a good speed to keep the group driving towards the pass. So yeah, it's a little bit the calm before the storm maybe. And then we see what will happen later on. But I think yesterday was also a really hard day. I think everybody's happy now with the speed and also enjoying some flatter sections.
Flatter sections are over in a few cases. The climb starts. But Stefan, do they have every information about the race? So they don't know how much in front they are, how big is the gap or whatever, or do they get some information from managers, teams, or whatever? So there are no radios allowed or anything like that.
There's no communication equipment allowed. And you can only get information from outside, but so far I haven't seen one of the team managers or team staff of both teams. So they are cruising pretty much in the blind, but they know they're in the lead. They also know how strong the other competitors are that are a little bit further back. I don't think they need a lot of information. All they need to know is if they have good legs and that they are in the front.
Okay, so we had the discussion earlier in the year at the cross-country event. So at the first race, just at the short race, the radio's been allowed, but then the UCI changed the rules. We know that UCI can change the rules immediately. That's not a problem. But did you think that the race will totally change if radios been allowed to the riders?
I'm not sure, because it's more or less an all-out race, mountain biking, and not so many team tactics involved. It's always good to know gaps, maybe, but it wouldn't make a big change to the result of the race. It's not like in road racing.
Okay, if you're talking. Yeah, road racing is just everything is around the radio thing. So there's a team manager in the car, attack mode, not attack mode.
Exactly,
it's like chess. Yeah, road racing chess. So it's totally different. But if you're talking about gaps, the team number 3. So on third place at the moment, it's the Topado Bulls team. Katarzyna Sosna and Irina Lötzelschwab, Swiss champion. So they're up, the gap is grown up to 2 minutes. So the first Klosters and Vera Loser and Kim LeCourt are in the lead with a 2-minute gap to Torpedo Bulls at the moment. So the next water station, we just seen Kim LeCourt having a drink. So next water station is around kilometer 38 at the beginning of the Albula climb. The second water station is up at kilometer 53, around that, on the Albula Pass, and then is a third one at the flat part towards the finish line at around kilometer 63. So they probably had to carry a bit more today, because the first 38 kilometers are without a water point and without a tech point. So everybody has to carry a little bit stuff for some short mechanics. So if you have a flat tire, Stefan Sam is the man with the good ideas. So probably most of the riders are riding with a Samurai. Is that right?
If I check the handlebars, I can see the leading team with the Samurai sword, and also a team that was closest. Yep, all 4 are prepared for flat tires. Let's hope they don't have to use it.
Right, that's right. So the Samurai is a tool in the handlebar, so it's a plug into the handlebar with a salami. We call it a salami. How do you call it in English, Stefan?
It's a tubeless plug, yeah.
Plug, yeah.
Exactly.
A tubeless plug in the handlebar. And if you wonder why it's called Samurai with an H, yeah. Stefan, you're the inventor of this tool.
I'm the inventor. The nickname Samurai actually comes from a former teammate, Carsten Bresser, and he came up with the name sometime in a training camp in Mallorca. Since then it's stuck.
Yeah, and it's a pretty nice tool. I'm using it probably every second ride. I have to use
Yeah,
it every
you know
second
it,
ride. Now I
yeah,
changed
you know,
the
if you
tires.
have a flat tire, it's always a rider's mistake.
Yeah, exactly. That's
You
why.
picked the-
Aha!
No,
I thought
you
it's a
picked the wrong
tire.
line.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. I just thought I'd change the tire. Otherwise, you get too rich if I'm using the Samurai all the time. If he comes out with a Rolls-Royce e-bike on the next year, you know it's me.
Thanks for supporting.
Thank you for supporting me. Probably have to go for a ride later on, then I choose the right line. Yeah. At the moment, it's easy to find the proper way, the right line. But later today, on the downhill from Albula through the Albula Trail, yeah, probably they will need a samurai or some technical support 2 times on the climb up and once at the end at the water stations. So they're only allowed to get external help at these certain points. So they carry a lot of, if you're talking about stuff like that, they carry a lot of stuff with them. So what kind of things are hidden in the bikes especially?
All of them have some sort of multi-tool hidden somewhere on the bikes, either with tape or like in a special box or in the steerer tube or somewhere, or even in the jersey. Probably all of them have a spare chain link to fix some chain problems. They have a tubeless repair kit, as we talked about, because running tubeless tires is that's the standard in modern racing. Also should be in modern mountain biking anyway. And then they have all their a spare tube just in case the cut is too big and the tubeless repair tool doesn't work. And they have all their nutrition in the pockets of the jersey.
All right, thank you very much. So then everything, most of the stuff can be fixed. We saw some issues yesterday for Kimble-Court fixing the seat tube because it was too low.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Stefan Sam, with the leading ladies. And we're going back to Neil.
There's great insights there from Stefan Sam and from Dario too. And it's great to see the top women's category races. Certainly that seems to be that Adele Morath is taking the race to the others, already putting in a 2-minute advantage into the next place, the third place team, Topodibles, third place on general classification as well. Sosno and Lucho Schwab, 2 minutes down, but the 2 teams together, Davos Klosters and Elizeta Efficient, Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kimble-Court, the race leaders, with Morath really leading the charge. She hasn't left the front at all, and the climb, the 22-kilometer climb is still to come. And for those who've just joined us, for the second stage of the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2023. We are with the women's category at the moment, the front of the field, riding with the Bulls Media e-bike, Stefan Sam. And we are following the progress of the Adele Morath, the Davos Klosters team, the former winners, the 2-time winners of the race, Bettini Janus, Adele Morath, and they are out of that leader's jersey. An unfamiliar feeling for them, but they are riding aggressively today. And the wearers of that Tschividains orange leaders jersey, Kimble-Court, Vera Loza, and the Namibian and the Mauritian. And when it comes to momentum, this team certainly have got it all. They are fresh off a 2023 Absa Cape Epic victory, which they won in dramatic fashion, taking the lead in the penultimate stage. And that they carried the momentum over from the 2022 SPAR Swiss Epic. Last year's SPAR Swiss Epic, they were 3rd overall, and they won the last stage. So in fact, if you were to look at it that way, they are undefeated for over a year in the SPAR Swiss Epic. They have not lost a stage since that grand finale. They won the first stage. They won it yesterday, the 51-kilometer stage, the loop course around Lenzerheide. And they are certainly buzzing, even from that day on their kind of their breakthrough moment when they won the grand finale at the SPAR Swiss Epic. And get a bit of confidence from a victory like that, and that goes a long way. Not just the firepower. Firepower is one thing, but confidence and morale, that is a very important thing in this longhand sport of mountain bike stage racing. They are certainly, even the finest teams in the sport can see that morale is super important. And talking of morale, we're back with the front of the field. We've already hit that climb. We're hitting the narrow single track sections before we hit the wide open paved section. And Wout Alleman is looking down at his bike, or he's looking down at his legs. Uncertain exactly why. We'll get some more insight from Thomas Ditch. But Wout Alleman looks to be still in touch with the race lead at the moment. But Wout Alleman of Willia Pirelli seems to be not having the best day. They were a little bit disappointed not to keep in touch with Canyon Northwave, who were charging yesterday. And we just see the Bulls rider conceding a position on the trail, letting Wout Alleman go through. So Alleman, let's not get too alarmed about how Alleman's feeling. He seems to be very much in control of the pace, in control of what's going on at the moment at the front of the field. And yes, he needs to overtake as soon as possible. He's overtaken the Estonian national champion, that's a Buff Megamo rider. He needs to get back in touch with his partner, who could well be at the front. He's seen a bit of a move. We are really at the sharp end of the field right now. This is where the action's happening. We predicted it. We knew that this 22-kilometer climb up to the Albula Pass, the 2,300 meter above sea level mark, highest point in the stage, and this is where it's all happening. Quite early on, we expected to see this really play out over the full 22-kilometer climb, but really early on that climb, we're seeing before the water point, we're seeing some real action happening right now in the field. We see Canyon Northwave at the front, driving the pace. Buff Megamo are in touch, and we are expecting some big things from Canyon Northwave again. Some really probably the most on-form team at the moment in the men's category. Back to the women's category, we see Adele Morath. She is resplendent in that European Championships jersey, and followed closely by Bettini Janus, her teammate of Oskloster's team, and riding defensively of the day. That's all they have to do is Kim Lecourt, Vera Lorza, the Mauritian and the Namibian, just following the move, following all of the any possible attack from Janus and from Adele Morath. Adele Morath, a well-known campaigner on the World Cup circuit. We've talked about her already. She is a consummate professional. She's been at the Absa Cape Epic. She's won stages at the Absa Cape Epic. She's won the SPAR Swiss Epic multiple times, and we expect to see great things, but certainly in charge, over 10 minutes advantage on general classification, Kim Lecourt and Vera Lorza. And back with the men right now, we are behind the Estonian national champion, Peter Pruis, the partner of Hans Becking, and the Buff Megamo team are in touch with the lead. They are having a great day out, and we expect to see more things from them. Good to get a little bit of a glimpse up to the very front of the field to see how far and what's actually happening at the moment. We see they are very much in the thick of the climb, in the real action-packed part of the day. This is the most selective part of the route. Once they hit this summit, they have the Albula Trail, the flow trail, on the way down before a plateau. They'll hit the 60-kilometer mark, the flat section, and they will race all the way through to St. Moritz with a couple of blips along the way at the 81-kilometer mark. We will know exactly how this race will start to unfold. It's hard to tell right now. The teams are all together. It has got a bit selective. Before the bottom of the climb, we had Thomas Ditch, who is following the riders on the Bulls Media e-bike. He was saying that there were over 15 teams at the bottom of the climb, and it is certainly thinned out right now. We're on the Albula Pass. This is a UNESCO site, and as you can see from the graphic, it's been a UNESCO World Heritage site since 2008, and it features the iconic 1902 Landwasser Viaduct. But the riders in front of us right now will be looking at the trail in front. They may be having a look at some of the tourist information in the evenings, and perhaps catch a little bit of a glimpse of it, but their task, they are professionals, their task of the day is to stay in touch with this lead and to keep in contact and make sure that they have a chance of winning a prestigious stage win taking a prestigious stage win in St. Moritz at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. It's a good thing for any rider's career to win a stage in a mountain bike stage race, especially an Epic Series stage race, with the pinnacle of the Epic Series being the Absa Cape Epic. SPAR Swiss Epic is one of the Epic Legend races, a 5-day race which tests not only skill but also climbing ability and the resolve and the endurance that is required to succeed. All we hear very quiet in the field right now, no talking, no conversation whatsoever. The riders will be measuring their efforts very carefully, but it's all about keeping their efforts just below the threshold, because on a long climb like this, if they go over the threshold, if they go over the red line, if they start to creep into that anaerobic zone, chances are there'll be some lactic acid buildup and a massive blow up before they hit the top of the pass. And it's all about making sure that maximum power goes down, but also not too much, because there's still a long way to go. And of course, if the lactic acid hits, if they go into the anaerobic zone, it means that they're on borrowed time before the summit. So perhaps a little bit before the top, if there is a bit of a move from Canyon Northwave, who seem to be the dominant team of the race at the moment. They certainly dominated yesterday. If there's a bit of a move from them towards the end, they can afford to go into the red, but certainly not on the earlier parts of the climb. It's really difficult to recover, really difficult to get back out of the red zone and get into recovery. They'll be having to measure their efforts, keep it just below that anaerobic zone. This is what the riders will be covering. We're back to the women's at the moment. These were the rocky sections. We saw some of the pictures earlier of the riders going through these rocky sections over here, and it seems that Adele Morath has still not left the front. She's still putting the pressure down. She knows exactly what she has to do. If she can put Kim Lecourt or Vera Loza under pressure, and if Bettina Janas can stay in touch with her, they've got another chance. Well, they've got a chance at winning today's stage. They've got a over a 10-minute deficit on overall, which is significant. And Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt can afford to lose a little bit of time, but not too much. A bit of a psychological blow if they lost today's stage, if they lost time on today's stage. Adele Morath out front certainly seems to be the stronger rider of the day. And Vera Loza right in front of us, currently riding in the Tschividains orange leaders jerseys as they tackle some of the technical sections. Can cause a bit of a concertina effect, this. Not so significant when it comes to few riders, but like two teams in the race at the moment. There are only two teams currently right at the front, with the Torpedo Bulls team about 2 minutes back, certainly at the last time check at the 24.5 kilometer mark. They are way beyond that section right now. But for these two teams right now, the concertina effect isn't significant, but it does mean that Vera Loza will have to spend a bit of energy closing that gap. So important that the riders stay as close, as in touch as they possibly can, so they don't have to spend that effort catching back up. Adele Morath will know exactly what to do. She's a well-seasoned cross-country rider. She knows about how significant a small gap can be and how easy it is to exploit it. But it's still early days at the moment in the stage. And just remind ourselves, we're back to the men's category at the 24.5 kilometer mark. Buff Megamo, Canyon Northwave, and the all-Swiss team of Flukiger and Ruig, Willia Pirelli, Bulls, Team Larks, Scott DeVos. All 15 teams were all together at that point, and now it is definitely thinned out. Well, it'll be interesting if we can get a chance to cross back to Thomas to see exactly what's happened, who's fallen off the front of that group. And Thomas is the best person to tell us from the thick of the action on the Bulls Media e-bike. If we're able to get hold of Dario, perhaps he's got some more insight as to which teams are left at the very front of the race in the men's category on stage 2 of the SPAR Swiss Epic.
Yeah, so we're back at the front with Thomas Dietsch. We saw around 15 teams in the lead, but that changed completely now, Thomas.
Yeah, that changed completely now. Now the yellow leader jersey is in front with around 30 seconds. And yeah, behind, in 30 seconds behind, it's 5 teams with a Megamo Bulls Bikes team. and we are now in the downhill quite fast to go to the feed zone, and then we will start the long uphill. But actually, the yellow leader jersey is 30 seconds in front alone.
Yeah, we are around kilometer 36 at the moment. There's a small gap opened for the leaders. So, did they make an attack in this last uphill, or what happened? So we lost connection with Stefan for the moment. So probably an attack in this last short uphill. Are you back? So was there an attack in the uphill, or
no,
what happened?
Really an attack, was really high speed in a really steep climb, and they make the difference in the steep uphill, but not really with a really attack.
Okay, so in front of you is Conny Loser at the moment. Conny Loser cancelled his plans. He wanted to ride the Leadville race. Happened last weekend in the States. Andrin Bailey had a crash just a few weeks ago, and then the Team Lux is looking for another rider, and Conny Loser said, okay, I better stay in Switzerland and ride the Swiss Epic instead of the Leadville race. Andrin Bailey, he will be our guest on Saturday on the stage on the finishing stage around Davos. 1 kilometer, okay. So the closer coming to the feed zone at the moment, the sign on the ground, and yeah. So the refill station for the long uphill. I don't know, Thomas, if there's a coffee machine for you there.
No, but with this stage, I'm awake. I don't need a coffee.
You're awake, definitely. You have to be awake. And yeah, such beautiful trains around this
always
river.
Nice trails. We are in the single trail close to a river. The track is not steep. It's really enjoyable, almost flat. Really nice in the forest. I have Conny Loser in front of me. They're riding quite fast and quite nice since the beginning of this SPAR Swiss Epic. And just in front of me also it's Team Bulls with Simon Schneller and Axel Rudil.
So the Alra is the name of the river. We just seen before. So they're on the way up at the moment, moving up around Preda, moving up to and then visiting the Palpuegna Sea. So stop and go at the moment. So that's the problem if you're in a big group. So if you're riding for your own, like the leaders are doing at the moment, you come without a stop through things like that. And if something like this happens, if a stop and go like this happens, already a few seconds are coming on your back. It sounds pretty hard at the moment, Thomas. You have to accelerate as well.
It's just some small steep part, and if you are not on the right gear, you're just stuck on this small climb. No, it's almost flat now.
So it's not the same problem as you had last year with the battery.
That's another problem.
Yeah. You had to pedal all the way up from Tutter Falls last year without wow. So this is the food station at the moment, and Thomas Dietsch is probably changing the battery on his Bulls e-bike, and then he tries to catch up with the leading man. So Andreas, look at this beautiful view.
Thomas Dietz, questo suenter Alvaneu Bogn, el che mi ai os wieder mit la batteria da siu e-bike nos ben viu. Dic avon el quels dus en blau stier blau, quei era la gruppa da Vertrieberen a Coni Loser che hanno spiato in ticket bravo in quella stazione da cui in prima posto entre 38,1 km bien la mezza data da quella etapa da quella seconda etapa più dominata d'anton la greve part su und nous sind Vertrieberen Coni Loser schon konnte 3 secondi retarsi in sto 6 Stutzmann als leaders quels kann ecodinau ir la etapa che in SPAR in una excellente forma in venida attacca in ticket la regione de Alvaneu Boino che va in texi regione che io un po' sur trail de tral su aula tra las regis allora sind naturalmente de grande vantage in sei alla testa sind in una grande gruppa ties da vostira sich fa in zwei die wenn es wurde vergati spiadas immediat 4 secondi a quetila lo da parte relativa tot no zadine Lucas Flügiger scossi savala con in ritardo da 2 minuti del anterior ciclista della Coppa Mondiale. De fet vain s'inviadi per esempio Sasha De Platz, el aveva mossiat minutos retard suenter 21 km ad Alvaneu boin sils meiers dels meiers, also el fet vain de viadi oz el che part insieme con Marcel Führer e la gruppa da Masters. Omens Masters in quella gruppa hanno tanto enorme concorrenza stoins di quels dus can gudignau in quella categoria l'etapa Florian Vogel e el anterior mountain biker della Coppa Mondiale che insieme con Martin Guyan della Partens. Martin Guyan che è al momento trenader nazionale dels mountain bikers da cross country U23 du Geni welche accompagnau quels Juvens e als campionatis mondials a Glasgow in Scozia. Els pispers sans di in quella categoria da Masters. Dallas donas davan se vinavon alla testa quelles duas equipes che vengono combattere più probabile per la vittoria del Swiss Epic 2023. Vera Losera Kim Lecourt insieme con le tudestias. Cavasinus, Florian Vogel, Martin Guyan. Si som in ir irrita in ticket quella rangazione si naturalmente botosca in parti ma dem moment als am prem veni parti veni termes sin via dallas 8 also de meunels da vos per dallas 8:30 Cavasinus al più probabile Thomas Dietz can provare pus per prendere suenter vem hit la batteria stoel naturalmente os da gas per poter suenter alla gruppa da testa d'anton quei vegna la dominia perché suenter vai lo veramente bia anzi direzione al pass dall'Alva all'Eusel naturalmente con siu velo in bienton Pisperz. Hier stau chines passages tecnicas osa la regione de Alvaneu Boign osa selo puspai pipauk tecnic osa vai lo veramente bia an zi direzione Engadine no chi ai bellezza aura e os ciel blau idat sulei perfect.
We're going back to Neil for a short recap.
Just a good time to take stock of the racing and to just go back to 8 o'clock this morning when the riders rolled out of the start. The top professionals rolled out of the start. It was a bit of a slightly subdued affair compared to the fierce start of yesterday's stage. Yesterday's stage was a shorter stage, 51 kilometers. Today, 81 kilometers. And early on, we saw a bit of a big group, you could say, forming around about 30 riders, of course, 15 teams, and all riding together with the foreboding and I guess dreaded big climb, the Albula climb up to the highest point in the race, the summit being at around about the 51-kilometer mark, which coincidentally was the length of yesterday's stage, but most importantly, it's a 22-kilometer climb from the bottom of the climb from Bellaluna all the way to the top of Albula Pass. 22 kilometers, a big effort, and no big moves in terms of the race. Just gave some of the riders a bit of chance to have some fun on the trails, and that's what it's all about. And even though the racing is fierce and the careers can be made or broken in a race like the Swiss Epic, and it's just a bit of light relief just to take away some of the pressure that's on these top professional riders. And fantastic skills there. That was a bit of a fall there. We didn't catch that earlier on, but just some remarkable skills, being able to just bunny hop that bike as the rider went down. These are the top professionals in the sport, so no surprises, but still amazing to see the phenomenal skills. Also, quite a thing to be able to witness the power that gets put out on these super steep sections characterized by this race. It is a mountainous country. It is the Swiss Alps, so steep climbs is the name of the day and name of the week, in fact. And as the big group heads towards the Albula climb, the bottom of the climb, towards the Bellaluna section, there's a bit of a kicker as they approached the major part of the climb, and it was a single track kicker, but the paved roads give the riders a bit of a relief. A big group forming, and that's just taking stock, getting a bit some fuel on board before they hit the tricky sections of trail. As we see in front of us, this is Wout Alleman. He is from the Villiers Pirelli team, and one of the favorites going into the race, riding with Daniel Gesmeyer. Gesmeyer this is really Gesmeyer's home race. He has performed spectacularly well at the SPAR Swiss Epic before, and big hopes on them as he overtakes the French rider from the Bulls. We saw some earlier time checks with all of these teams together. Too many teams even to fit into the top 10. So as Thomas Ditch was saying, around about 15 teams missing significantly. The team of Torpedo Factory, who unfortunately had another mechanical today. Following on from yesterday's disappointing mechanical, the team of KC South and his Italian teammate having a disappointing time of it. But hopefully they'll be able to consolidate their efforts and live to fight another day. Maybe tomorrow will be their day when they are able to keep their bikes in one piece, mechanical free, because they certainly seem to have the firepower to stay with the world's best. And the world's best include the likes of Canyon Northwave, Villiers Pirelli, Buff Megamo, and we saw Team Lark's Connie Lawser. So this is the general classification. It's a virtual classification, so if the race were to have stopped at the 38-kilometer mark, the Canyon Northwave would be in the lead on general classification. So the stage hasn't finished yet. They still have a few kilometers to go. In fact, they still have 81 kilometers in total. So from 38 kilometers, we saw that Canyon Northwave have a significant advantage over Villiers Pirelli, Buff Megamo, Team Larks, all in touch. So Villiers Pirelli, Buff Megamo, Team Larks are riding together as a group, with Canyon Northwave at the moment currently on the trails and at the 38.5 kilometer mark had a 30-second advantage over those three teams. So Canyon Northwave out front, Villiers Pirelli, Buff Megamo, Team Larks riding together. And this is what we've been talking about, the on-form team of the week. Martin Stozek, fresh off a second place at World Championships in Glasgow. Mark Stutzman, fresh off his victory, a national championships win in the marathon discipline. Swiss marathon champion is no mean feat. He is in mountain biking country. He belongs to a nation of mountain bikers, the top mountain bikers in the world, undisputedly. Nino Schurter, Yolanda Neff, the very finest mountain bikers in the World Cup Olympic circuit, the short track circuit, and that, of course, a field of Swiss riders is extremely deep. So a victory at a national championships in Switzerland, if you're a Swiss rider, is almost akin to winning a world championships because of who you'd have to beat. if you were to become and pull on that jersey. He's not wearing the jersey today, the Swiss National Championship jersey, because taking precedence over that jersey, Mark Stutzmann, is the leader's jersey, the yellow Civita leader's jersey that we see in front of us right now. That take precedence over any national champs or even a world championships jersey in a stage race. And he is riding with Martin Stozek. Stozek on the front, setting the pace on the tar section. This is now well and truly into the Albula climb. This is in the thick of the climb, and they will be measuring their efforts very carefully. You can hear the shifting as they're shifting backwards and forwards between the two ratios, making sure they have the perfect cadence, giving the perfect rhythm, just riding as close as they dare to that red limit so they can gain as much time over the leaders. They've smelt blood in the water. They know that Willia Pirelli are the favorites of the race. Daniel Gersmeyer has been, in fact, one of the most successful riders at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Wout Allemans, his partner. They're from a well-practiced team at mountain bike stage racing. Willia Pirelli and Buff Megamo, another fantastic team. In fact, Hans Becking, having won the Andorra Epic recently, he's riding with Peter Proes, his trusty partner of Jose Diaz, not able to ride this week. Peter Proes filling those big shoes. And Team Larks, Connie Lawser, also a well-known campaigner in mountain bike stage racing, former or multiple national champion, riding with Fadri Barendun. These are the teams in contention at the moment. The chasing teams 30 seconds back at that first time check, 38 seconds to be exact at the water point, taking on some fuel and ready to launch their assault. But the team right now, the team of the moment, with Thomas Ditch, who is following them on the Bulls Media e-bike, is Canyon Northwave, Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzmann. We're going to be hearing from Thomas Ditch, no doubt in a few minutes, hearing exactly what's happened out on the trail. He is well aware of how big that gap is. He knows how many kilometers there are to go. He'll be able to tell us how long the riders still have to go before they reach the top. The top is right about at the 51-kilometer mark, and they're well and truly onto the main, the thick of the Albula climb right now, the main selection point, the main obstacle of the day. Dario, how's it looking down there in St. Moritz?
Beautiful, just beautiful. Sun came out, clouds gone, beautiful scenery here, but it's a long way till here. So the gap between Canyon Northwave and Willia Pirelli at the moment is at 40 seconds at the moment, and the gap is growing at the moment. So the leading team with the leader's jersey are really accelerating at the moment. Thomas Ditch, looking good, so a lot of teamwork together. Martin Stozek always in the lead. He's a machine.
Yeah, I just hear that they are now 1 minute 30 seconds in front of the second group. Second group, there are four teams together. Yeah, but yeah, the Canyon Northway team is riding really well. I think they are not over the limit.
We see at the moment. We see at the moment there's a lot of traffic going on this road up to the Albula Pass, but that's easy for the riders. They're used to stuff like that.
Easy. It was some car just before, but now the road is empty. It's just cyclists on the road. No, it's okay. It's not much traffic.
Yeah, that's part of marathon mountain bike racing as well. So riders are informed that they're on an open wide road with other guys and cars and whatever. So they're catching up some tourists on the way up as well. So probably that I'm pretty surprised that they're not on an e-bike, so that the speed is that high.
The speed is around like say 13, 15 kilometers per hour. We are catching actually a road cyclist. A bit surprised. Just now.
Yeah.
With
So
we see pink jersey.
He's probably a bit surprised. So probably he will change discipline. He will be a mountain biker as well
on
now.
top of the climb, he sailed
From
the bike
roadie to mountain biker. Yeah, good, cool. Another Bulls e-bike. So the Kenyan team in the lead. Max Stutzmann is looking down. How big the gap is at the moment on the way up to the beautiful Albula Pass. So Andreas. All right, so that's pretty big. 2 minutes from 38 seconds at Bergün. Up to 2 minutes, so 2 Minuten, Andreas, ist das Gap momentan.
Martin Stossek im marca Stutzmann che els tricos da leader marca Stutzmann al Svizzer culla 2-0-2 also sin via principale direzione pass dall'Alva scoipara nels in avantage da bien 2 minutas già si la concorrenza els dus can già gudignau ir l'etapa dins a viu en zones senels i es per quels da hobby che avanza do con in velo da corsa els pie in bienton pispert cool mountain bike quei che ves in c'è tempo che els che questi profis vanno si e con in mountain bike vai pus bei Tschividains in trail tot vanno si capisce bus in via d'autos se possible Engadine un ciwoden ton quei possible da per tot ton sil pass dall'Alvo Romantolo bus si sommal pass anni da sta pias in via principale ton che dati badine pus bei passages no kisan I 8 via a dis in quels trails che vesin sin e tecnicamente per quels absolut nicht un problem 40 kilometers absolvi co vuol dire in specie on exact la mesadat nos va in 10 dallas 10 in ora a 50 seni sin viadi Martin Stossek e marca Stutzmann ci sa forse dati pus per eine vittoria Svizzer al Swiss Epic Daniel Geismeier quel ca gudignau Jon Vergau quel ca osa in retard ja bien 2 minutas ir hai botun giu de gudigna ot parani ebo de tenisuenter al duo Czech e Svizzer Fadri Brandun con I loser vina von fet bainsin viadi el moment erani sil quart plas con ein retard de bien 2-3 minutas also Fadri Brandun can conosce lo se capisce l'Engadine che a soi Murezzi no che del reminent ballezzi da sulle vignu picaula also proprio ein panorama magnifico nuca l'arrivata se catta spel hotel Kempinski Fadri Branduna de dir e l'Engadine quei miu de casa quei mia patria che un conosce mince trail salvo essere in grande vantaggio per la terza etapa che lu demeun soi Murezzi.
Thank you very much, Andreas. Yeah, he's just talked about Fadri Brandun. He's out from the Engadine, so he knows every trail by heart. So this is probably a big advantage for today's last downhill down the Albula Pass, and especially it's a big advantage for tomorrow's race. Fadri Brandun at the moment, together with his teammate Conny Loser, on 4th place in this year's Swiss Epic. This is the leading group. Kenyan Northwave, Martin Stossek and Mark Stutzmann back on a gravel road. And on the left-hand side, we see the Rhaetische Bahn, the clear road. This part is a UNESCO World Heritage since a long time. So this is the, we call it the clear road, the small little, because all the whole train is in red. So and really interesting thing to watch. A lot of bridges, man built probably more than 100 years ago. Now they're back on a proper road. It's really interesting if you're talking about train stations in this part of Graubünden. If you're doing a bike tour here, you can catch the train, you can catch the Postauto, so always worth a shuttle service. So if you don't want to pedal up to the Albula, you can catch the Postauto and having a shuttle up there and enjoying the downhill there. So this opens a lot of opportunities here in this part of Graubünden. But these guys, they don't need a shuttle. Wow, Martin Stossek is Well, it's accelerating pretty hard. So now they're at kilometer 33.5 at the moment. So more than half of today's stage is done for these two guys. And we're waiting for the gap for the followers, as Thomas did said before. This is probably William Pirelli, Buff, Megano, Team Lax and Scott Racing all together in one group. But it's unbelievable how strong Martin Stossek looks today. So, Thomas, it's always Martin who's leading. So same pictures we had before at the ladies, it's always Adelheid Morat, and at the men's it's Martin at the moment.
Martin is pushing hard in front, making the pace. Not over the limit, but making the good pace. Yeah, to go fast in this long uphill. Yeah, they are looking good. Wow. Powerful.
How high is the speed at the
it's
moment?
Around 17 kilometers per hour.
Wow. Climbing up the Albula Pass in that speed. It's, as we saw before, it's even harder on the road bike, so it's incredible fast.
Yeah, it's around 8% climbing, 8% climbing, and it's quite fast, yes.
Exactly, so they're up on the way. We check how long it's gonna take till they're up. Yeah, they're right at the moment. They're in the middle of the climb, kilometer 44.3, and the highest point is at 51 k's. So it's still 7 k's of climbing. 40 liters at the moment at this year's edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, part of the Epic Series Global Mountain Bike Racing all around the world. Andreas, we're in the beautiful part of Graubünden.
E nu va in pi pacifica. Sven Cesar signies beuna von in visur commentar la corsa a Maracols Autos Pitation si una avantot Stossek e Stutzmann can in avantage de 2 minutos 09 von Fadri Berandune Coni Losa con sil second Platz so enter 43,1 kilometers a Preda Pia ein al moment sin via ad in Platz da podest an bunama in 30 secondi lo avantage sis tiarza sils quarza Peter Bruce Hans Beckling el della Hollandia della Estonia via fet una corsa da Fadriba Randuna con i loser, aber il tempo è enorms che Martin Stossek marca Stutzmann van de quei passi den con dais circa 8% pendenza via bu passages da 20% co che han giu e os den terrens in quels trails e denton con in mountain bike che vesins quels culs velos da vien absolutament nidina chance da tenere so entre els duo che al moment alla testa di dina puspai al Czech Martin Stossek che alla testa also Mark Stutzmann Stadtzielerode da was els Thomas Dietschul e mountain bike EL sto da gas per veramente ne pech per tenere su entre quei duo che fa ein enorm tempo dal passi da.
Ja, das Tempo ist wirklich extrem hoch. So the speed is really high at the moment, and it's always Martin Stossek accelerating. So Martin Stossek, 29 years old, winner of the silver medal at the last edition of the marathon race at the World Championship in Glasgow, just a bit more than a week ago. Coming from the Czechia, 1.76 high and only 67 kilograms. So the riders are really light, and that's why he's probably so fast at the moment and doing really good. So that was the forecast from these guys yesterday after the finish line. So I told them, yeah, you can take it easy tomorrow. They said, no, we go in attack mode. And look at this, they're in full attack mode. That's pretty good, because the SPAR Swiss Epic is a stage race, a mountain bike stage race over 5 days. We're just in the second days, and anything can happen. So yeah, a weekday or yeah, some technical issues, and it's pretty good if you're having yeah, the time on your side. So they're in attack mode at the moment. So Thomas Ditch is cleaning the lens.
You saw just the pretty much empty road, which leads us to believe that that 2-minute gap is that we saw at the time check is a significant one, with Team Larks, that's Lawson Barendon, and Team Buff Megamo, and the Bulls team having a better day today. The Bulls team, they are all riding together. Team Larks, Buff Megamo, Bulls team chasing down Canyon Northwave. Team Larks are a little bit of an advantage over Buff Megamo, around about 30 seconds or so advantage, but also in close proximity to that chasing team is Willia Pirelli. So really all together, the top 5 contending teams, but Canyon Northwave looking fantastic. Stutzman, Dario, you mentioned that Martin Stozek was a silver medalist at the World Championships in Glasgow in the marathon discipline. Stutzman was 4th, so really well synced up in terms of their overall firepower and their ability. Stutzman also having taken the national championships, building on that form, and they have been carrying that form all the way through to stage 1. Yesterday we saw them blitz the opposition and gain an advantage. We did expect them, you alluded to it earlier, Dario, we expected to see them just riding a little bit more conservatively, and that is absolutely not the case today. They are looking to put more time into their rivals. They are not satisfied with the 2-minute 43 advantage they have over Willia Pirelli and the almost 4-minute advantage they have over Buff Megamo. They know that in mountain bike stage racing, anything can happen, and a 2-minute 40-second advantage, however big it may seem, that can be wiped out in an instant with a mechanical, a puncture, or even a crash. We saw a crash earlier on one of the groomed sections of trails, one of the less tricky sections of trails. The rider just slid out, and it could have ended so much worse in terms of mechanicals and even from an injury point of view from a rider. 2 minutes 43 can be wiped out quickly. So any advantage that these two can get, they're going to take. It's not the stage, not the point in a stage race to ride conservatively, especially over a risk-free. In terms of mechanicals, there's very little risk on a section like this, on a tar section like this. Tar section not necessarily characterized by the mountain bike in the region, but it is a necessary section to link up some of the most spectacular trails in the world, and also to get to a nice high point so that they can enjoy that drop, that all famous Albula trail drop, the flow trail, as they head down onto the plateau and launch their final assault on the race into St. Moritz on stage 2. 81 kilometers to cover in full, 2,300 meters of climbing. They will have almost, when they get to the top of this climb, they will have almost completed that 2,350 meters of climbing. And when they drop down the Albula trail, they'll be dropping down 600 meters as they head on the plateau to St. Moritz. Martin Stozek just taking a bit of time to enjoy the slipstream, and we say the slipstream is not that prevalent at this speed, but considering how fast they're riding, there is just a slight relief letting Mark Stutzman set the pace for Martin Stozek. Just content. Also maybe taking a bit of a chance to look back. And now we're with Stefan Sam, who is on the Bulls Media e-bike following the women's category leaders. And we can see it's pretty much the status quo. We've seen this all morning since the start, just after 8 o'clock in the morning. These two teams have emerged. The leading team of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt, and the challenging team in 2023 is Bettini Yannis and Adelmaroth. Adelmaroth on the front, riding aggressively, and Bettini Yannis just happy to sit behind Kim Lecourt in the hitting the major obstacle of the day, the main section of the day, the Albula climb, as they head up towards that 2,300 meters above sea level mark, one of the highest point in the stage. not the highest point in the race, all said and done. There will be, tomorrow's stage, they will be climbing to a higher point. But as far as today's stage goes, this is the main obstacle of the day, the 22-kilometer pass. All in all, 22 kilometers. They have a bit of a rise that we'll see right now, then they drop down briefly, and then they hit the main section of the climb. We saw in the men's category, the Mark Stutzman and Martin Stozek on the tar section that links them to the summit. Shortly before the summit, they'll hit another single track section, but then that will take them into the trail, and we'll see in the women's category just how the race takes shape as they hit that tar section. It's all about physical effort on a tar section like this, and we saw Vera Loza just on the back a little bit. Time will tell whether she has been struggling, but it's all about riding with Bettina Jannes. All that the duo of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt have to do is they just have to stay with Bettina Jannes. Bettina Jannes is obliged by the rules of the race to stay within 2 minutes of her partner. It doesn't matter how hard Adele Morath rides, she still has to be in touch within 2 minutes of her partner, Bettina Jannes. Bettina Jannes will be looking to really stay as much in touch with her partner as possible. But we can tell that Adele Morath is rearing to go. Bettina Jannes must ride within herself, not go too deep into the red, because with that she might risk blowing up, and then we'll be absolutely certain that Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt will take full advantage of that. They are riding conservatively at the moment, they're riding defensively, but if they spot any weakness in Jannes, they will attack 100%. Who knows, time will tell. We'll be waiting to see what happens over this next 10 kilometers as they head up to the high section of the high point of the race, the Albula Pass. See, just up ahead, the race organizers clearing the road, but I'm sure they'll have greater obstacles to overcome than just a patch of grass on the tar section. We've got a split screen now with the men on the left, the women. This is the front of the field in both categories. Bettina Jannes just taking a bit of a look back to perhaps let Kim Lecourt, Vera Loza do a little bit more work, but Bettina Jannes just taking a bit of a drink. She knows exactly how long this pass. She knows the area. She knows all about the Swiss Epic and all about the efforts required. She's won twice, 2019, 2022. Bettina Jannes just happy to sit behind the duo of Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. Direct contrast to the fierce pace set by Mark Stutzman, identifiable by the purple bike. Stutzman's on the purple bike. Stozek, race number 2.1. He is on the silver bike. Stozek and Stutzman, the on-form team of the week. We expect to see great things. Form can be quite a nebulous thing. Form, it's quite difficult to ascertain exactly or to identify and to ride yourself into perfect form. But certainly when these two arrived at the race in the men's category, they were absolutely firing. Still a little bit of an unknown as to where Daniel Gersmeyer and Wout Alleman are. They may be riding themselves into form. But if they're on the back foot, if they're in the chase group right now, which they are, they're in fact the third group on the trails today, on the road today, on the climb. They are a little bit behind, 30 seconds behind Team Larks, but they are in good company with Buff Megamo and the Bulls. So at the moment we're able to get a really great view with the Bulls Media e-bikes exactly what it's like to be riding with the world's best. It's a bit of a living vicariously situation, but it's unlikely any of us mortals will be able to get a view like this riding with the world's best, but certainly with the likes of Stefan Sam, it's a little bit easier for him to follow on the tar section, but the skills of Sam and Thomas Ditch are going to come in handy when they hit that Albula trail. Don't miss it. Stay tuned, because that Albula trail is something to behold, and we'll be witnessing it firsthand from the Bulls Media e-bikes. Spectacular scenery at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Circuit. No different from any other edition of the SPAR Swiss Circuit. Riders who want to come and enjoy the Alpine scenery, the iconic Alpine scenery in the Graubünden region. The entries are open to all. It's a pro-am event, so amateurs can enter just as much as the top professionals. We've seen only the top professionals really up until now, apart from at the start. But the keen amateurs, experienced amateurs, are able to enter 600 riders. That is the unique thing about mountain bike stage racing, is that they share the trails with the top professionals. They can enjoy a meal in the evening, enjoy a post-ride drink, and share some war stories. And that's the great thing about our sport of mountain biking, is that it's quite unique. It's very rare that we're able to share the same course, the same trails, the same stadium. You could say this is a stadium. Graubünden is a gigantic stadium that the amateurs can share with the top professionals of the sport on the same day, on the same course. Stozek still following the rhythm of Mark Stutzman. We saw them swapping over, changing turns as they are nearing the front of the very top of the pass. Very shortly before the top of the pass, they'll hit a single track section, and that then when they get to that section, they'll know that only a few kilometers to go before they can drop down into the plateau as they head the last 20 kilometers to St. Moritz. See, Stutzman is a 31-year-old, and he has actually completed the SPAR Swiss Epic before. As you would expect, he's a Swiss national, and he was third in 2019, and 2015, the second edition, he was fourth in the SPAR Swiss Epic. And in Cape Epic, he's only finished one Cape Epic. He was 7th in 2022, riding for the Canyon Northwave team. Mark Stutzman had a bit of an awakening in 2021, 2022, when he started really rising to the top, and he went from ranking in the hundreds to ranking pretty highly on the overall marathon series ranking. So 2021 saw him ranking in 14th. He went to rank number 20 in 2022, and certainly in 2023 he has absolutely rocketed up those rankings. Now he is ranked 12th. But that ranking will no doubt change when they take into account his national championships win, and of course his 4th place at the UCI World Cycling Championships in Glasgow, where he outshone some of the big names in the sport. Also had some good results earlier on. We talked about his result at the Absa Cape Epic in 2022. He's placed on the podium in many mountain bike marathon events, and his career will no doubt be made just that much more illustrious with a victory. Another stage win at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and well on his way to, if things were to go as they are today, he'd be well on his way to a general classification win at his home race. One of the most important mountain bike stage races on the calendar, and looking good for Mark Stutzman. Martin Stozek also having had an excellent campaign recently. He's placed 2nd at the Absa Cape Epic, so no doubt up for the task. He knows what it takes to win. His normal partner, his usual partner, is Andreas Seewald. He has gone to the US to race, and he has a worthy partner now of Mark Stutzman to fill those very big shoes. The former world champion is Andreas Seewald, and now he gets to ride with a local and the Swiss national champion. Well, we're back with the live action in the men's category of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. Stage 2, 81 kilometers to cover all day with 2,350 meters of climbing. The riders at the front right now, Canyon Northwave, the favorites of the day in their yellow jerseys, the leaders of overall general classification and leaders on the stage, Canyon Northwave, Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzman, as they start to forge their campaign for the overall general classification win as they head towards Davos. Through St. Moritz, they're heading towards St. Moritz today. They left Lenzerheide at 8 o'clock this morning and are about to breach the biggest obstacle of the day, the 22-kilometer climb up to the Albula Pass, the 2,300 meter mark above sea level, and looking very much in charge of today's stage. We saw moments earlier some highlights from their victory on stage 1, the 51-kilometer stage, as they did a loop around the Lenzerheide arena. Lenzerheide, the bike kingdom, and well known for hosting the World Cups both in downhill and also in the cross-country discipline. We have had some tremendous moments in Lenzerheide and no less today at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Stage 2 well underway, and they are past the halfway mark already in the 81-kilometer stage. They are almost at the top of the Albula climb, and at that 43-kilometer mark we did have a time check. Canyon Northwave's Stozek and Stutzman 2 minutes ahead of Bergün and Preda, the all-Swiss pair. Team Larks 2 minutes and 9 seconds back at the 43-kilometer mark. They're about to hit the 51-kilometer mark. But at 43 kilometers, 7 Ks back, we had Team Larks shortly, about 2 minutes behind, call it 2 minutes, 9 minutes, 2 minutes and 9 seconds behind. Buff Megamo, 2 minutes and 40. In a group with Bulls and William Pirelli, Gersmeyer and Allemann came into the race as race favorites, but at 2 minutes 42 back at that time check. Looks like that favorite status is slipping away, and the strongest team in the race by the admittance of the other teams, Canyon Northwave. We see them on the front right now. Team number 2, team 2.2 is Mark Stutzman, the all-Swiss rider, having just won the national championships just a few days ago, in fact. And Martin Stozek also fresh off a podium spot in the World Championships in Glasgow. See some beautiful aerial shots, the views that the riders will be treated to throughout the day, and followed closely by Thomas Ditch. That's what the SPAR Swiss Epic is all about, and that's what the Epic Series is all about, is visiting the iconic regions with iconic scenery and also the local flavor of the day, and welcoming the riders. The Swiss Horns, a very special and auspicious moment for any rider, whether they're a top professional or a dedicated amateur. They will be enjoying this moment, this special Swiss moment, as they hit that water point at the very top of the highest point of the stage, the 2,300 meters above sea level, the Albula Pass, and very soon we'll be seeing them hurtle down the trails. That's the Albula Trail as they head towards the third water point and the plateau that takes them into St. Moritz. Canyon Northwave have breached the top. 2 hours, 18 minutes and 53 seconds of racing. We will wait to look back at the clock to see where the next team is. We saw Bergün and Preda, fantastic performance from the all-Swiss pair. Preda, a last-minute decision to join us at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and it's certainly paying off. A good decision as he's enjoying himself, certainly enjoying the efforts. And if he's managed to measure his efforts with his partner perfectly on that climb, on the Albula climb, it's a very good measure of the rider's form, and it bodes well for the rest of the week if they're looking to hunt for that podium spot. Top of that podium spot looks certainly belonging to, barring incident, and dare we say it so as not to jinx it, but barring incident, this team here, firepower, watt for watt, and with firepower, they are the dominant team at the moment. They just have to ride conservatively. They won't take too many risks on this section. They'll know that their efforts on the climb will put their rivals under pressure. It's a well-known tactic in mountain bike stage racing. Put pressure on the climbs when the risks are low, and that means that if they can ride conservatively, That means their rivals, who are on the back foot, will take just a few extra risks on the downhill to try and catch up. And of course, with a bit of extra risk comes possible consequences. And that's why it's so important to, if you have an advantage on the climb, is to maximize it as soon as possible. Not necessarily because the advantage will be kept all the way through to the finish. Long way to go to the finish. From 51 kilometers to 81 kilometers, it doesn't take a mathematician to work out that 30 kilometers is a long way to hold an advantage of 2 minutes. But it means that their rivals will need to put just a little bit of extra effort, take a few extra risks. And with risks, as we've talked about so many times in mountain bike stage racing, a rider's effort can be scuppered. All of that effort, all of that training, all of that build-up can be scuppered by one flat tire. And just pushing a little bit too hard on the downhill, bit of extra risk. There's a risk of crashing, a risk of a mechanical, and of course a risk of a puncture. The trails are littered with rocks, sharp objects that could put a tiny hole into the tire. We've seen it many times before, and it's all about measuring your efforts and measuring the risk and keeping life and limb together so that to survive another day. If they're having trouble today, perhaps tomorrow they'll feel a bit better. They never know. It's a long week ahead. Fantastic view there of the traditional Swiss horns, and they'll be listening out for the riders coming up the climb. And the Swiss horn blowers will also be saving their efforts a little bit because they have a long day ahead of them too, welcoming the 600 riders as they will ascend this Albula Pass, 22 kilometers. And the beautiful sound of the Swiss horns will be music to the ears of the riders, and even right down to the very last riders to breach the top of the Albula Pass. And here they are, the chasing group. We'll be able to see them and get an accurate time check over those timing mats. The Buff Megamo team, we just saw them pass through there. The Bulls team, we can see them pass there, the National Championship jersey of France. And Team Larks, Bergün and Connie Lawser, all in touch. So it looks like Connie Lawser and Bergün have been caught by the contending teams. So it's 3 teams chasing down the Canyon Northwave team. 3 minutes and 43 seconds down are the 3 chasing teams. From the last time check, we noticed that there was quite a big deficit to the next place team, but we've got a long way to go to the finish. In fact, it's 4 teams, my mistake. 4 teams, Willia Pirelli, Bulls, Buff Megamo, and Team Larks. Willia Pirelli's Gersmeyer and Alvaschein, the favorites before we went into the stage 1, but clear that Canyon Northwave are the dominant team. Alvaschein, Gersmeyer looking good in that chase group. Bulls, a better day for the Bulls. Simon Schneller and Axel Rodil. We have his fellow countrymen following them down the trail, and that is Thomas Ditch. Hans Becking, Peter Pruss, another great day for them. The Buff Megamo team, experienced campaigners, and Team Larks Lawser also into the mountain bike scene. We may all remember him from his debut at the Absa Cape Epic, riding with Swiss fellow countryman Urs Huber. Fantastic performance from a young Connie Lawser there, and he's certainly enjoyed a great mountain biking career. And making it count today in that chase group, the 4 riders, the 4 teams, 8 riders chasing down Canyon Northwave. 4 minutes back, it's quite, or 3 minutes 41 back, quite a big deficit to make up. And they'll know to be a little bit more sensible on the downhill. It's possible, it's tempting to take a few risks on that downhill to try and eat into that deficit, but Canyon Northwave will be no doubt highly aware of that. Looking forward to seeing what the time check is at that final water point. It's around about the 64 kilometer mark, and that'll be after the flow trail. We hope to get some great footage, some fantastic footage from the Bulls Media e-bike of Thomas Ditch, of just how the Canyon Northwave team are tackling that Albula trail. And here we are, live pictures from the Bulls Media e-bike. Thomas Ditch is following Canyon Northwave's Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzman. They have done just around about 2 minutes and 20, so 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing. 2 hours and 25 minutes to be exact. They started at 8 o'clock this morning, and they are tearing down this beautiful natural trail, the Albula Trail. Famous in the area, St. Moritz is famous for mountain biking. It's an iconic region for mountain biking, an iconic town, and not just for skiing, but also for mountain biking. And there are hundreds of kilometers of trails to explore, just like this one. Natural, and of course so natural that we can see some of the local wildlife. One of the cows is occupying the front of the trail, and very polite of Martin Stozek just to shift a little bit louder and just to create a little bit of awareness among the cows that there is a race going down. The SPAR Swiss Epic is happening right now. This cow is getting a bit of airtime there, a bit of TV time, and some media. I'm not sure if they have a social media account, but certainly they've moved off the trail. Let the race continue to carry on. The riders of Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman are well on their way down the Albula Pass. They've passed the 51-kilometer mark, the highest point in the race. The rest is downhill, except for one last little kicker before they head into St. Moritz. But Dario is sitting right now in St. Moritz, awaiting the riders. He'll be excited to see these pictures, and he'll know these trails very well. Dario, are you you're in touch with Thomas Ditch, the lead media e-bike? Is there have we had any word from Thomas as to what's going on down on the ground?
Thank you very much, Neil. So we're back with Thomas Ditch in the leading group. Yeah, it's not a group, it's just a team. And it was really hard for Mark Stutzman to stay together with Martin Stozek on the last few meters in the uphill up to the Albula Pass. Is that right, Thomas?
Sorry, I don't hear you now. I was hearing you, but too much wind. I'm back.
All right. I'm talking about...
Yeah, sorry. I'm with the leading yellow jersey now. We're riding the downhill. Nice single trail. Some cow on the track. Then we have to stop. But it's okay, it's part of the game.
Perfect. So did you hear the Alp horns on top? That probably gives you some extra motivation. Yeah, Thomas Ditch is in the downhill with the leaders at the moment. This beautiful Albula trail. Yeah, it's some kind of a flow trail, a real natural trail, and it's really beautiful to come down to the Engadine on this trail. So they're only probably 1 hour away, 1 hour of riding for the leading guys, and as we saw before, it's Team Ville Pirelli, Team Bulls, Team Buff Megano, and Team Lax, which are the following teams of the leaders of Canyon Northwave. And it will be interesting to see if Fadri Barandun can overtake all the other teams, because he knows these trails by heart. So he grown up in the Engadine, and probably this is a big advantage for him to race in front of all the other riders. Sometimes it's hard if you know the trails by heart to be the second or the third riders. You lose concentration, make some silly mistakes on the downhill. But this one, at the moment, the trails are really nice. They're really flat, no sharp stones at the moment. And this is the last part of the uphill. So stunning views up here at the Albula Pass. The Alphorns, they're having a break at the moment. They're staying up here for the whole day. I even tried it once to blow an Alphorn, and I can tell you it's really hard. So sound came out, but not a melody, and it's all about the melodies. It's really hard. Typical Swiss instrument, and used as a communication tool between the Alps, and just over 100 years, well, a few hundred years ago, and now, yeah, it's a typical Swiss instrument. This is the restaurant on top of the Albula Pass. A lot of hikers No traffic at the moment, that's really good. So we have a look at the moment, UCI men. Canyon Northwave still in the lead at the ladies. Wait, a big surprise. Stefan Sam. Adelheid Morad is not in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, we had a couple of changes just now, and Kim Lecourt took over the lead a little bit on the tarmac, but still the same. They are all equally strong and all together.
Yeah, so Adelheid Morad, Bettina Janas, the team Davos Klosters. Adelheid Morad in the white-blue jersey of the European champion, and Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza in the yellow leaders jersey.
Sorry to interrupt you. It's a little bit like a mind game. So Adelheid pushed in the front, but Kim just like directly sprinted up to the same level as Adelheid's handlebars. So quite interesting to see the dynamics.
So the thing is that the team with Vera Loser and Kim Lecourt, they don't have to attack, so they are the leader after yesterday's first stage. So everything is in the legs of Bettina Janas and Adelheid Morad, the team at the Falls Klosters.
Like the leading team, the orange jersey, they have it, and they have just to sit and wait, and the Falls Klosters, they have to do the attack and try to make a gap and try to jump away. But for the leaders jersey, looks like everything is under control for sure. Adelheid is the strongest on the uphills in this group. But yeah, you always it's a two-person team, so you have to have two strong riders. But Bettina is doing a really good job hanging on to the group.
Yep, this is Bettina Janas at the end of the group at the moment, wearing the yellow-blue jersey of the Falls Klosters. What do you think, Stefan? The downhill is really long from the Albula down into the Engadine Valley. So who's the best downhiller?
It depends who gets first into the downhill, and if one team alone can be like in the first position. So if it's gonna stay mixed up like this, then yeah, it's pretty much controlled by the rider in the front. But if there will probably be a sprint just before the entry to the trail.
Yeah, so this last part of the trail, as we've seen before, at the men's competition, at the men's race. So it's a pretty steep, and probably some attacks there. We've seen at the men's before, so it was really hard for Mark Stutzmann to follow his team partner Martin Stossek on these last few meters on the uphill. So, as Stefan Sam told us, it's a mind game at the moment. Yeah.
Dus teams das donas che vende la partenza di insieme Bettina Janas ed Adelheid Morad insieme con quelles duas che el tricot da leader Vera Loser Kim Lecourt van insieme nos dal passi ed ci sa forse vengono da in attacca ni l'altra o von tutta Bettina Janas ed Adelheid Morad che sto naturalmente fa bien temps en contro Kim Lecourt da Vera Loser Jan si dir la chance da fa quella attacca si somma il pass dall'Alva vai naturalmente vai lu oder via weil unter din in trail si dotto che si somma il pass che ai un pulita tais a di forsueda vantaggio da di suentra in quei Albula trail direzione la punt che most ci savesi in quei trail alla testa ni sco un prima gruppa dels omens wenn es viu a vonle Martin Stosse gemacht Stutzmann alla testa, quei souverän, wenn man si pass dall'Albra, buonamente 4 minuti avantage in una gruppa con 4 teams dentro quels e Fadriber Andun e con i Loser scodei 4 minuti ratarsi ils dus leaders che san pi probabilmente franaiots mo con Ruclaco che non sprense capisce boni con un defect tecnic che sa adine capitato Antonio credo buchi spiaden 4 minuti giù di quel pass dall'Alvra toccano la ponte che most perché se intervengono mopli e se sets plat toccano a soi murezzi con indus stotzlo anche tra i wall da stats en bien neanche in ore credo les indische Trenta venien quels emprems ciclists, quels emprems gruppas contonger l'arrivata di Vesors coschen us vessen e os puspels modems victurs scoir suletta les donas sei os bia pistreit ihre kimle curda vera loser che nos vesin che stadas in a classe per se sets oz parli de venti de pli concorrenza de les duas studesties che parten pel team de Tavaua Claustra che vesinus als Suna Tibas. Sil pas dall'Alvra pils mountainbikers venien accompagnai de tuns suns locals in tipic instrument pel grigiun. Nos vasinec el vent venien vent el dies giu de quei pas dall'Alvra che vesinus quels dusken alla testa. Martin Stossek a Marc Stutzmann che vengono osa con un tempo horrendo di la ponta che muost che del raminente conoscente per Tour de Suisse che è giù arrivata che la ponta che muost che ha dato un quei accident tragic giù dal pas della Alvra dels ein osa giù dem an entsetzt da di Sedon contro Bever osa vai lo in direzione Puntragigna von che venno a vosa Soin Murezzi Pia alla testa scodet vesinus che accompagnai da Thomas Dietsch al duo Martin Stossek e Marc Stutzmann che fan binavon in tempo horrend.
Yeah, the speed is pretty high at the moment. So that was revealed from RTR speaking Romansh. So probably it's time for to learn some Romansh. What do you think, Andreas?
Tomorrow we do a crash course.
Tomorrow we do a crash course, not today.
Not today.
Not today.
Tomorrow. Today?
Yeah, just a little thing. So what means...
Cecapurla you learned last year.
Cecapurla is Hoover. Yeah, so Staubsauger is Cecapurla.
Alpine, Tiba.
Alpine, Tiba. Yeah, La Tiba. I heard that. Alpine is Tiba. But yeah, take an easy one. What does, if you meet someone, so like hello, ciao, or whatever, what do you say in Red Romain?
I say hello, ciao, 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 ciao.
And guten Tag, good day, so hello, good morning means...
good day in BND. Good morning, BND.
BND, good day. So bien
in
is good, D is day.
In Bundi.
Bundi, have a good day.
Have a good day.
Yeah, we're having definitely a good day. And these guys are having a Bundi as well. So this is the leading team together with Thomas Dietsch. Wow, it's still the same. Martin Stossek all the time in the lead. Did you enjoy the downhill, Thomas?
The downhill was quite fast, but not so much. They were not taking risk. They have enough out to not taking risk. Now we are to the end of the downhill and we hit another uphill. It's hard because the legs are cold and we go back in the uphill. Always difficult.
All right. Did the riders, the leading group, get some information on top of the Albula Pass about the gap? So did they get
we
informed?
were around 2 minutes 30 in front of the second group on the top of the climb.
So that looks pretty good at the moment for this leading team. This is Martin Stossek and Marc Stutzmann, the leaders of this race. They're already in the Engadine. And yeah, but it's still a long way to go. We're still on single trams. This beautiful region in this part of Graubünden has a lot of trails to offer. And it's really nice to bike in there. Yeah. You can enjoy yourself as well,
Sure,
Thomas.
Yes. Oh, full of mud now. some water. Yo.
So in the deep forest at the moment, it's getting pretty steep. Marc Stutzmann has to come off the bike. Yeah. But as you see, the weather is really good at the moment in Engadine. Early in the morning, it was a bit fresh. It was cloudy, but the sky is blue at the moment. Wind, yeah, as we saw, they're having tailwind at the moment, so the wind did not change at the moment. Forecast, this is, yeah, that in the afternoon there's a headwind instead of tailwind. That's always happening here in the Engadine. So the wind changes during the day, his direction. The Malaya wind comes in, and then there's headwind for the riders. So we're back on the Albula at the water station. This looks like Martin Guyan and Florian Vogel at the food station, the leaders at the Masters category. They know these trails by heart, been up here a few times before, so they were training with the Swiss national team, ex-members of the national team. So yeah, Martin Guyan is still part of the Swiss national team because he's the under-19 national trainer. Together, they're running a company called velocoach.ch, having their own podcast. These two guys together. So the Velo Coach podcast on Spotify and all other platforms, talking about preparation for the Swiss Epic, talking about preparation for other riders, for hobby riders. So it's all in Swiss German if you want to hear insights from these two guys. So check out the podcast of Florian Vogel and Martin Guyan.
Dario oggi steggia Florian Vogel, Martin Guyan, che hanno contro giù il pass dall'Alva, els che meinen souverän nella categoria da Masters del Reminende, quella categoria no che Sasha de plazzas da Musté, in quella categoria è il momento silza con plazza dels an in podcast insieme che siamo raccomanda da la Martin Guyan, Florian Vogel no che discorren sur da bike, sur da un po' del tot. Che vediamo als omens alla testa, Martin Stossek e Marc Stutzmann, vai relativ bien plat puspar. Ja, in etapa no che ha giù lanciata, bien 20-30 km plat piuttosto in giù, das ist auch quella lunga ascensione, tocken sil pass dall'Alva con buon che hanno giù da absolver varga media 13 metri differenza dal Tezia en in doc luquei Albula Trail direzione Pont Chiamostia, das vai luqueu direzione Beverter dalla Engadine Alta sia do con in due rondette nel UAU da Stazza che vengono l'arrivata spel Kempinski Sogn Murezzi Bogna dels fan vina von tempo dan spiars nuot gudignau nuot da di do quei Albula Trail wenn del pass tocken giù la pont vina von in vantaggio bien 30 minuti 34 minuti sin in gruppo con 4 teams dentro quel se verdriberen und con il Loser, Simon Schneller, Axel Rudel Cortino, al Franzos, Daniel Geismeier, Austriaca Gudignau, avon in al Swiss Epic 2022, un part al cul belgies Wout Alemann, to quels alla caccia da Stossek Stutzmann in una gruppa da 4. Che malez è un dal pass dall'Alva, no che in Cins staten eri fan in pausa, no che vengono in un planiu als bidons, forse in miau in gel, miau in Riegel, avon che valo vieden in quei trail dall'Alva, bo in trail tecnica mein fet grev, in trail natural, dann in trail con carattere da flow trail signs praticamente also in trail kinseloe fet sperta a Lapon. Un 20 kilometers an tocken l'arrivata.
Exactly, that means 20, Wayne is 20 kilometers on arrivada till the finish line. Thank you very much, Andreas Wieland. We're still with the leading group of the men, so they're coming pretty close here. So it's 10:44 here in Switzerland at the moment. So not far away is the leading team at the moment. Sun is burning down here in St. Moritz. So this is the plan. Only 20 k's to go for the man, the yellow point of the Bulls e-bike. You can see in this part here, it's also famous in winter because it's part of the Engadine Ski Marathon, but different direction. Yeah, it's a real famous cross-country skiing event here in the Engadine. Engadine, well known also for winter sports, like we said before, some skiing World Cup events, cross-country skiing. There's a natural bobsleigh run here up There's a ski jumping area closed at the moment. Yeah, closed. Not because it's summertime, so because they're not using it at the moment. So, but there's some plans to renovate this thing and to run it again. And these guys are pushing really, really hard at the moment. Thomas Stossek in the aero position at the moment, and probably Thomas Dietz for you. On the e-bike, it's hard to follow. You have to accelerate as well.
Good. It's not hard to follow, but it's fast. It's around 45 to 50 km per hour on the flat section. Not bad. We just arrived now to the third speed zone. The last one. I will change my battery for the last time.
Yep. Okay, riders are looking back. What happens last water station, last tech station for the riders here?
Battery.
Thomas Dietz is asking for batteries. Riders are grabbing some drinks, some food. So Martin Stossek is grabbing a fresh bottle. Probably he grabbed 2 bottles to give one to his team partner Marc Stutzmann. So at the moment Martin Stossek is a bit stronger. We're back at the women's field. So Stefan Sam, what happened?
Meters ago, a couple of minutes ago, the elastic had snapped, and I think it was Bettina who really blew up. She was digging deep. You could see for a couple of minutes she was starting to get goosebumps, and that's actually not a good sign. When you're riding full up the hill, you're normally really hot and breathing very, very hard. And at one point, yeah, it was just too fast, and Kim launched an attack. Vera followed, and now they have quite a huge gap already within maybe 1 kilometer. So yeah, it has happened now, and the leader's jersey is on the way to the top of the pass.
It's a team event. You always have to stay together, so the gap between the team members has to be inside 2 minutes. But it's even special if you're suffering. You don't have to show that. So she can't, Bettina Janas can't say to Adelheid Morad, hey, go a bit slower, go a bit slower. Otherwise, the others, they exactly know when to launch an attack.
In this situation, when both teams are still so close together and you can hear everyone and you can hear all the tactics, so it's like, yeah, like playing the mind games and keeping it down. And yeah, so also because Vera speaks perfectly German or Swiss German, she can also understand everything, which is quite an advantage for the leader's jersey.
Exactly. So you talked about these goosebumps before from Bettina Janas. So these are the small signs that somebody is suffering really hard. Yeah. So it's really important to read a rider, the other rider's body language.
Absolutely, it's like it's the small signs. It's a heavy breathing that goes with it. It's more movement in the upper body, not just the legs, just fighting to be and stay on the wheel.
So there are special signs, you know, from other riders, like when they start to suffer.
Yeah, I know some signs from the men's field, of course. When I was racing, we had people like when they were always racing seated. So like the moment they were getting out of the saddle, you knew, okay, now too many matches are burned. And it's time for an attack.
Yeah, it's time for the attack now. Did you study your team partner a bit better than the other ones, just to know how good he is in shape? So the time you were riding with Karl Plath, so
Of course. We were racing before together or against each other, and we knew each other's strengths and weaknesses already. So we are still like brothers. So we could ride each other like books. So, and there was actually not much talking when we were racing.
All right. So the ladies are in the lead at the moment. Thank you very much, Stefan Sam, for these insights. about reading the body language of the team partner and of the other competitors. So the ladies are still in the uphill of the Albula Pass. Leading the women's field at the moment. The women's leader is Kim Lecourt and Vera Loser. And yeah, speed is high at the moment at the women's field.
No, it's straight. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
So all right, we're back with the ladies. We've just seen the small group of the chasers of the men's field. So, Thomas Dietsch went back to the following teams, the chasers, 3 or 4 team group. And these are the leading ladies. Once again, back at Stefan Sam on his Bull e-bike. And we're back with Thomas Dietsch, with the chasers. Who's left in this chasing group, Thomas?
In front of this leading second group, with the Megabot team. Just behind it, the 3 teams together.
So only 3 teams left at the moment.
Yeah.
We see the European champion, yeah. Some riders are dropping back now at the moment. The race leaders.
The Dinosaurs, Wolf team, and Megabot team. Spartacus team, 3 teams together. And on the 3 to 4 minutes behind the yellow jersey.
Are the chasers working together at the moment to close the gap or to shorten the gap a little bit?
I think they try, but nobody looks like nobody wants to really push hard. They know that it's still 3 days coming, and no, they are not really pushing hard for this moment.
All right, so they know that the leading team, Mark Stutzmann and Martin Stossek, is yeah, the strongest, even on the second day of this year's edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Won the stage yesterday in Lenzerheide, the opening stage, and yeah, these 2 guys are even the strongest one on the second day of this edition. So only, yeah, about 15 Ks, something like that, to go for the rider. Is that right, Thomas?
Didn't hear you now. We are now on the cycling piste, not cycling piste. See some tourists. You have to be careful.
Exactly, riders have to be really careful because, as you've seen before, there are a lot of mountain bikers and bikers on course at the moment, so they just have to follow this. And oi, there was a mistake in the following group, so riders went on the left-hand side a bit too early. So things like this happen in mountain bike stage races, but don't the riders speak? They don't not have a GPS track on their Garmin or something like that, so they just follow the signs.
Yeah, the corner was just like 5 meters after the sign, and sometimes you make a mistake. Not big problems for this rider to come back. He's already now with me. I kept coming, I said, move in front of me.
So they don't know exact route, so they just have to follow the signs, and yeah, sometimes it's yeah, you have to look forward. And these are the chases of the men's field. In the lead is still Mark Stutzmann, Martin Stossig. Unbelievable performance from these two guys. Today, on the second day, Martin Stossig always in the lead, just won the silver medal at the Marathon World Championship last week in Glasgow. Winner there was Enrique Avancini. He's not at the start here. He used to ride the Cape Epic before. So we're back at the women's, back at Stefan Sam, right? Yeah, only a few meters to go for you on the uphill to the Albula Pass.
Yeah, we're on a super steep little single trail, hot trail, just making the last bit up to the pass. And it's just stunning up here.
You're breathing very hard. Is your battery running out of power?
Yeah, it's just because I have to multitask, pedal and film and talk to you. Also, it's not a lot of oxygen up here.
Yeah, you're pretty high at the moment. So, yeah. Even the riders have to get used to stuff like that. So did they train especially things like that before? So a high altitude training is really important before the Swiss Epic.
It's for sure an advantage, but more the bigger advantage is to train the long uphills and the long downhills, because that's what a lot of riders are not used to.
Yeah. So they're even longer in the Swiss Epic than on normal mountain races.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, these are huge mountains, it's huge uphills, and also long descents, and you get tired, the arms get tired, everything gets tired, and a lot of people, the braking and everything. So it's very, very, very challenging.
So they're on top of today's stage on the Albula Pass, and we're dropping back to Neil.
Verloes and Kemmercourt just took advantage of that and put a gap into Team De Vos Klosters. They've reached the top. We'll be getting a time check from the top at the 51-kilometer mark. They have passed through there after 2 hours and 20 minutes of racing at the top. That is the Albula Pass, 51 kilometers and sorry, 2 hours and 53 minutes of racing. 2 hours 53 minutes, almost 3 hours of racing. Elisato, Efficiency, Infinity, Insure, Verloes, Kemmercourt, and they are looking, they already had a bit of an advantage as before they hit that rough section of trail. We saw them ascending on the tar, the very smooth and possibly even welcome the smooth surface of the tar, and before they'd in fact hit the rough section where it was just a little bit harder to breach the top, a little bit of a cruel section of the trail before they were able to summit the highest point in the stage. They had to navigate some rough trails, and we will be hearing exactly how much damage they've done on Bettini Janus. And right now we're live on board with none other than Thomas Frischknecht. Thomas Frischknecht, a founder of the SPAR Swiss Epic back in 2014, the inaugural race. And many have said he is the elder statesman of mountain biking. He was initially a cyclocross rider following in the footsteps of his father, and born in 1970. He is, yes, he isn't an older statesman, he's certainly the elder statesman though. He's had an extraordinary long career at the top level of the sport. Professional since 1990, and currently manages the ScotSram team with none other than Nino Schurter and also former world champion Kate Courtney. And Frishy, as he's often called, He was second, in fact, at the World Cross Country Mountain Bike Championships. He's a silver medal in the Olympics. He's been a former world champion, and as the Atlanta Olympic Games, in fact, where he got his silver, he was also able to compete in the road race and instrumental in the Swiss team getting the gold medal. So illustrious history as a cyclist, and in fact making the history. He is the history of mountain biking. Closely linked to Tom Ritchie, a major bike components manufacturer, and no doubt making that contact when he traveled to America to compete in the so-called new genre of mountain biking. Came from cyclocross, the perfect background of intense efforts, moved into mountain biking, another off-road discipline, and forging the sport as we know it today. Thomas Frischneck knows these trails very well. Still instrumental in the race, and is very much involved in the sport. He knows the sport inside and out, being the team manager at the very highest level, managing 10-time world champion Nino Schurter. So he knows what it's like to ride at the front of the field himself, and also to manage at the front of the field, and certainly knows a thing or two about mountain biking and about stage racing. He's also been he's a former winner of the mixed category at the Absa Cape Epic, wearing the green jerseys and winning the category, riding with Jenny Risvets, also an Olympic champion, Olympic gold medal in Rio, and taking that coveted mixed jersey win. And we are back with Stefan Sam at the moment with the women's category leaders. The women's category are about to catch some of the men's category riders. Those are not that's not Davos Klosters up ahead. Some of the men, one of the men's teams, not to be confused. But this team are dominant again. They are riding out front. We're waiting to hear what that time gap is. We haven't seen Davos Klosters come through the time check. In fact, we've just had news now that at the 51-kilometer mark, that is the top of the highest point in the race, the Albula Pass. They've summited the pass. Davos Klosters have summited as well. They are 2 minutes back. Bettini Janus and Adele Morath have measured their efforts well. 2 minutes is not a great deficit, but it means that they'll have to put in a bit of effort on this downhill section to get back in touch with Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt. Kim Lecourt and Vera Loza characterized their day yesterday with some hard efforts on the climbs, but also tempered that with very conservative style descending, and today is no exception. They're taking no risks on the trails, and Stefan Sam will attest that. We'll hear from Stefan Sam in a moment, just to the style of riding. He'll have a much greater sense of how fast these two riders are heading down the descent. But safe to say that we can predict that they will not be taking any risks. They've made their effort on the climb, and they know that their rivals will be on the back foot. Part of the tactics of mountain biking. We saw it in the men's category with Canyon Northwave, putting in a big effort on the climb, certainly on the last half of the climb, and that means that the rivals will be on the back foot, taking a couple of extra risks. It's always just a slightly different mindset having to chase than just to lead, and this will play into the hands again of Elizator Infinity Insure, Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, the Namibian and the Mauritian. And there we have it, the graphic up on the front. The other teams still have yet to pass through that section, and we will be waiting quite a while, because at the previous time check we saw that Torpedo Bulls was almost 9 minutes back, so quite a while to wait for the next team to come through. But it seems to be that the race is taking shape between these two top teams, Bettini Janus and Adele Morath, 2 times winners of the SPAR Swiss Epic, and they are looks like that that favorite status that they had before they got into the race is starting to slip between their fingers, with Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt dominating the stage, dominating the race so far in those orange Chivita leaders jerseys. Just a bit of an anecdote about Kim Lecourt. Kim Lecourt raced in Glasgow in the World Championships on the road. The road race was a particularly brutal course in Glasgow, in the streets of Glasgow, and it gave for a fascinating display of racing. She finished in the group. She finished the race in the main group, in the main field, and wasn't right there at the very front of the racing, but she finished in the main field, and she was in pretty good company in that main field. She was with the likes of Name Fisher Black, a well-known figure in the new figure in the on the road at the moment, and none other than the legend of the sport, Marianne Vos, finishing in the same group. So big effort from Kim Lecourt on Sunday, and then arriving at the race the day before the stage 1. So on Monday she arrived at the race. She said her legs are a bit sore, a bit tricky starting with sore legs, and also with the altitude very different from Glasgow. The weather very different from Glasgow, but certainly has taken it in her stride. She's taken it conservatively. Day 1 was a day of exploring for her, seeing what her body could do, and today she's riding herself into the stage race. Perfect form builder, obviously. In retrospect, she's had a great time building up to this race, and they look quite likely to repeat their stage win, barring incident, and we hate to say it, but barring incident on this section of downhill, this flow trail, as they head down towards the plateau that leads them into St. Moritz, they have all to play for right now with a 2-minute advantage over De Vos Klosters. Now today is a transition day. If you've just joined us or recently joined us, an 81-kilometer stage lay ahead of the riders before the start, 8 o'clock this morning, and 2,350 kilometers of climbing. And it was a transition day, and starting in Lenzerheide, finishing in the iconic town of St. Moritz, both iconic mountain biking regions, iconic ski regions, mountain bike regions. Lenzerheide being famous for hosting the World Cup mountain biking, both the downhill and of course the cross country, and St. Moritz, the famous ski town, and will be rewarding the riders with some spectacular trails just like this, natural trails as well as flow trails, hand-built flow trails. It's mountain biking heaven, as they call it, and when the riders reach St. Moritz, any of the 600 riders starting today, they will have certainly earned their respect of each other and of the mountain biking community around the world. They will have conquered the Alps. That's what the SPAR Swiss Epic is all about. It's demanding yet rewarding. It's all about reward for those hard efforts, those climbs on this 5-day stage race. Just losing a bit of picture at the moment, but we'll be back. We're back now with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike covering the race. An unprecedented coverage where we get really into the thick of the action. And we are behind the chasing team. This is the chasers. And there are 3 teams in the chase group right now. At the feed zone at the 64-kilometer mark, we saw the team of Canyon Northway, the dominant team, Martin Stozek and Mark Stutzman, passed through the 64-kilometer mark, 4 minutes ahead of Buff Megamo, the Bulls, and Team Larks. Those are the 3 chasing teams. A little bit further back, Willie Pirelli, about 20 seconds back, Daniel Gesma and Wout Alleman. We haven't seen them in this group. We can't see them on the images from the camera of Thomas Ditch. We'll have to ask Thomas Ditch exactly what has happened to Daniel Gesmeyer and Wout Alleman, the favorites of the day. As they started, we really expected them to be really in contention right at the front of the field. Canyon Northwave has proved otherwise. They've certainly proved their form is absolutely on peak. Stozek, we've talked about it many times. Shortly, he's just come back from Glasgow, having won a silver medal at the World Championships. Stutzman took 4th. Stutzman also taking a recent national title, Swiss national title, an auspicious title. Buff Megamo, Peter Pruss, Hans-Becking in hot pursuit, 4 minutes back. The Bulls having a better day. Simon Schneller, well-known campaigners at the Absa Cape Epic, in fact, really made the race at the Absa Cape Epic, professionalizing the mountain bike stage racing team support outfit, coming with some really professionalizing the sport in terms of support, providing the riders with a great recovery routine, all the mechanical requirements they need. And Schneller and Radiel, another exponent of that, pioneered by the likes of Karl Platt, Stefan Sam, as they came into the race, having taken 3 victories together, Karl Platt having won 5 times. And the Bulls having a much better day of it today, looking for a podium spot today. Another fantastic showing from the Bulls and also from Team Larks, Connie Lawser and with Bergün, his trusty partner Connie Lawser, a new addition, a new signing for the race, you could say. Only decided shortly before the race that he was going to join the race, and showing that his form for whatever he was preparing for has certainly carried over. He's well prepared for the efforts required of this 81-kilometer stage and a 350-kilometer stage race over 5 days. Just looking at Axel Rodiel catching up with the front of the field, and there's Connie Lawser just getting on his wheel, perhaps struggling a little bit, Connie Lawser, with the efforts of that climb, but he'll rely on the slipstream, the draft of the French national champion, in fact, Axel Rodiel from Team Bulls. Now with Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike. My mistake, we're on board with USA Cycling Athlete Development Pathway, and the Kajan Olshov is partner of another Absa Cape Epic participant, one of the youngest participants in the Epic Series, 18-year-old Noah Warren, and fantastic to see the youngsters of the sport here in the race. An excellent showing by the pairing. Great to have USA represented. In fact, the race is represented by 45 nations. In fact, 45 nations will be competing, or are competing currently, at the 2023 edition, the 10th edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And of course, you would expect that Switzerland are the larger contingent of the makeup of the field. And just another fascinating fact is that South Africa are the second most prevalent nation, with 78 riders at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Just taking a look at Warren here on the front now, and having had some excellent experience at the Absa Cape Epic, he's now carrying that through at the next Epic Series event, that is the second Epic Series event, and perhaps next year he'll be competing at the Four Islands or the Andorra Epic, looking to get that Epic Legend medal and also add to the experience that is necessary for him to race at the front of the field. So young rider, 18 years old, number 18, and he will be looking to gain the experience necessary to compete at the very front end of the field. So who knows, in maybe a few years we'll see him at the front of the end of the field being filmed by none other than Stefan Sam, Thomas Ditch, and exciting to see the youngsters at the race. We saw earlier the likes of Connie Lawser. We talked about him having decided to race the SPAR Swiss Epic at the last minute, and he is struggling a little bit with the pace set by the charging Buff Megamo and the Bulls team. Bulls also, Simon Schneller has to wait for his partner Axel Rodiel, but this plays into the hands of Buff Megamo. Hans Becking, Peter Pruis are looking very strong, but Team Larks and Bulls are struggling with a little bit of an imbalance in the team firepower. Schneller looks to be the stronger partner, as does Bergün. They'll need to wait for their partners to come back to them. The rules of the race, 2 minutes. The riders are not allowed to be separated by more than 2 minutes, so they are obliged by the rules to wait, to not be tempted to stay with the very front of the chase group. They'll need to drop back for Connie Lawser, and Schneller will need to drop back for Axel Rodiel. Now, if you look at the profile, the main obstacle of the day has been already conquered. It's already been breached. That is the top of the Albula Pass. So today we'll see Connie Lawser struggling just on one of the very small rises just before they reach the town of St. Moritz. He knows that it's not a big obstacle to climb. He can afford to go into the red. He can afford to just stay in touch, because he knows on that descent it's a short single track section. He can take a few risks, get back in touch with that chasing group, and have a chance at a podium spot. If this group stays together, if Axel Rudiel and Connie Lauser get back on, there will be a sprint finish out of 3 teams for those last 2 spots on the podium. Canyon Northwave are way up the road. They have a 4-minute advantage. They certainly did at the 64-kilometer mark. Who knows, we'll hear out on the course if they have extended that gap or if they've ridden conservatively. Buff, Megamo, Bulls, Team Locks in contention. 3 teams in contention for the last 2 spots on the podium at the end of the day. Connie Lauser right in front of us now, turning himself inside out. He knows he just has to put in that little bit of extra effort, and we can see just up the road, that could well easily be, just from glancing up ahead, that could easily be Peter Proes, which is a good sign for the Bulls and for Team Larks, because if Peter Proes is struggling, it means that the Bulls team and Team Larks have a chance of gaining contact with that chase group. So it looks likely that they will be able to come into the finish together and sprint it out. Peter Proes, part of the duo of Hans Becking and Peter Proes, and he knows that Hans Becking knows that he has to wait for Peter Proes. So all part of the tactics of mountain bike stage racing. It's about the stronger partner waiting for the weaker partner, helping the weaker partner, and of course that role, weaker partner, stronger partner, can switch from time to time, can switch during the week, can switch even during the stage. Every rider in mountain bike stage racing goes through a dark moment. It's about how they manage those dark moments. And Connie Lauser right now having a tough time staying in touch. Well, race status as it stands, we are with the chasing group. In fact, we were with Axel Rudiel, one half of the Bulls outfit, Simon Schneller up the road, and he can see just tantalizingly close is the front group, the chasing group up ahead. He'll know that just on these downhill sections, he's breached one of the last climbs, one of the last rises of the day. Not a complicated rise, not a tricky rise, but still enough to put distance between him and the chasing group. The chasing group made up of Buff Megamo, Bulls, Team Larks, and they are in pursuit, hot pursuit of Canyon Northwave. Canyon Northwave dominating the stage, dominating yesterday's stage and today's stage on the major climb. The duo of Stozek and Stutzman 4 minutes ahead, still all to play for, but Canyon Northwave look likely for yet another stage win. Back-to-back stages with the women's category also heading straight towards that back-to-back stage win. In fact, it will be 3 stages in a row for this pairing now. The pairing of Vera Lauser, Kim Lecourt. They won the grand finale in 2022 at the SPAR Swiss Epic. They won the opening stage in 2023, the 51-kilometer stage. Today, 81 kilometers. They breached the top of the Albula Pass, and on the last 3/4 of the climb, they put in a bit of extra effort and distance Bettini Janis and Adele Morath, and now they are well on their way on the downhill. We'll be able to get a time check from them at the 51-kilometer mark. We did see they were 2 minutes ahead of Davos Kloster. Topado Bulls way out of the mix, 15 minutes back with Sosna and Lutschel Schwab. They are out of contention for a stage win, but still in contention for a podium spot today. But the 51-kilometer mark was the last time we had a time check with these 2 riders, Kim Lecourt, Vera Lauser, the Mauritian and the Namibian. They have completed over 3 hours of racing. They have reached the 58-kilometer mark. We'll wait to see what the gap is back to the Davos Klosters team. Fantastic performance from the Namibian and the Mauritian, and they'll be earning that rest. They'll be, as soon as they reach the town of St. Moritz, they'll allow themselves a few moments to celebrate, congratulate each other, and be welcomed by their team, and then they will go into full recovery mode. That's what it's all about with mountain bike stage racing, is celebrate, short celebration, and then start getting in the fluids and the food and the fuel to refuel themselves for the following 3 days. Still 3 days to go, 2 days down once they've finished the stage. Let's not talk too soon. There's still a few obstacles to overcome. There is still 20 kilometers to go for the duo of Lohse and Lecourt. We're still waiting to hear at that 58-kilometer mark just what the deficit is back to De Vos Klosters. But right now, Vera Lohse on the front, so behind, that's Kim Lecourt on the front. Behind her is Vera Lohse driving the pace, looking to put more time into Bettini Janis and Adele Morath. And as we saw earlier, the massive attack, the huge efforts that the team of Canyon Northwave made have paid off, and they have just come into the finish, having won the stage. It's stage 2 at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Canyon Northwave, Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing. Congratulations to Canyon Northwave, another great victory, a back-to-back victory, their second, and putting more time into their rivals. And on form Martin Stozek, and also on form Mark Stutzman, a perfectly matched partnership, matching each other pedal stroke for pedal stroke. Just a replay of them coming in, having a bit of a celebration, smiles all round. Another fantastic day for the Czech rider and the Swiss. Now we can see there on the left-hand side, that is Christian Heineck. Christian Heineck, another experienced mountain bike racer, having won the Absa Cape Epic. He is their team manager now. He's taken on a new role, and who better to advise and to guide the two riders, Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, than Christian Heineck, another Czech rider, and coming from a nation, you could say a nation of mountain bikers. Let's not forget that Jaroslav Kulhavy, one of the winningest riders in mountain biking history, probably the most complete rider, having won Marathon Worlds and cross-country World Championships, several World Cups, and also an Olympic gold medal, and of course the Absa Cape Epic. Jaroslav Kulhavy has not won the SPAR Swiss Epic, so that's one more title that the Czech nation would love to have on their palmares. Martin Stozek, fantastic performance with Mark Stutzman. We'll have to keep an eye on the clock. They're not too concerned about the clock. They're perhaps reporting back a few, little bit of feedback on their bikes back to their mechanic, telling them what's gone wrong, if there's anything particular they need to change for tomorrow. These are finely tuned machines, and they'll get a full service, almost a full breakdown. There'll be many parts being replaced, perhaps the brake pads, the tires certainly, and any other niggles that the riders have noticed. You can see there some descriptive ways of saying exactly what the feedback is about the machine. These highly tuned machines are full suspension mountain bikes, 29-inch wheels, and the suspension is set to absolute perfection before the start. Anything can happen during the stage. Of course, there is altitude change, there is temperature change, and this is all part of the feedback that the riders will be giving to their team mechanics. The riders in the background will be preparing for themselves for the podium. They'll need to put on some clean clothes, wipe their faces down so they can make themselves look presentable on the podium after a hard day of mountain biking. And we're back with the chasers. This is the chase group, the chasing group of Canyon Northwave. Canyon Northwave have finished already. They will not know exactly how far ahead they are, but this is a group of 3 teams, and of course they'll be sprinting for that prestigious spot on the podium. 3 teams, 2 spots on the podium. It's all about the tactics now of how they go into the finish chute. They can hear the announcer calling their names, calling them in, and we will have to wait and see when they hit the finishing chute. So the tactic, the general tactic remains this: if you hit that finishing chute in first or second or third position, you have the best possible chance at winning that sprint. The result is taken when the second placed rider in the team crosses the line. So it's all about beating the second place rider, and we will be cutting to the finishing line camera very shortly to see who will be filling those final 2 spots on the podium. And here they come, Buff Megamo on the front, and Peter Proos a little bit further back. He needs to put in a big effort to get ahead of team. And yes, it looks like Peter Proos has done it. All he needed to do was go ahead of the Team Lark's rider, Fabian Baron. That was Bergün and Connie Lawser coming in. All Peter Proos had to do was beat one of those Team Lark's riders and secure that spot on the podium. The Bulls had a fantastic race. They managed to come in second. Simon Schneller, Axel Rodiel, fantastic performance from them. Team Lark's a little bit disappointed to lose out on that podium spot, but one thing they can console themselves with is that they are very much in touch for a podium spot overall. Fantastic performance from these three teams. A little bit disappointed will be the Wout Alleman pairing. Wout Alleman and Daniel Gesmeyer pairing, not quite matching up to the expectations of them on the race. About a half a minute down or so. We'll wait for the final time check, but all is not lost for them. They lost a bit of touch on the earlier parts of the race, just before the summit of the climb. They lost touch. So William Pirelli, Gesmeyer and Alleman, the favorites going into the race, have a 5-minute deficit to the leaders, the leaders on general classification, Canyon Northwave. Another day down for Canyon Northwave under the belt, and fewer and fewer days to go for the Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Larks and William Pirelli to unseat them. Now, very shortly, we'll be able to hear from the racers exactly what it was like out there on the trails, how they made it all happen. We'll be crossing to the winners, Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, and also be hearing from those on the line in St. Moritz. Can't wait to see exactly what happened out there on the course today. Dario's with the riders on the finish. He's in St. Moritz right now, and he's been waiting patiently all morning for the top riders to come through. Canyon Northway first through the gate at 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing. The most recent finishes, the last finishes of the day so far, William Pirelli, Daniel Gesmeyer and Wout Alleman a little bit out of touch with that chasing group, and they'll be a little bit disappointed, but it depends on how they approach it from a mental point of view. It's all about the mental game. They might not see it as a disappointment, they might see it as a win, but they are very much in touch with the Bulls, Buff Megamo, Team Larks. Going into this day's stage, they were in a great position. They were 2 minutes and 43 down before the start of today on general classification, and Buff Megamo in third spot, 3 minutes and 52 seconds down. The Bulls and Team Larks 8:39 down. So with those two teams together, it's we'll just have to look at exactly what the official results are, but with everyone being in touch, it's likely that William Pirelli will hold on to that second spot on overall general classification, with Buff Megamo likely to hold on to third. Perfect weather in Switzerland, in St. Moritz, and much to the relief of the riders, and that the weather is not playing a major role in the state of affairs. Canyon Northwave, Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, 3 hours, 20 minutes of racing, 4 minutes and 24 seconds back. The Bulls won that sprint finish of the chasing teams into the finishing chute and taking a spot on the podium. And Buff Megamo, Peter Proos doing just enough to outdo Bergün and Connie Lawser for that final spot on the podium. Those are the results. Those are the top three teams of the day. Team Larks are in, William Pirelli are in. These are the 5 teams in contention for the overall podium. The overall podium will be decided by the grand finale stage on Saturday. We look forward to seeing the battle unfold over the next 2 days. Next 3 days, in fact. We've got 3 stages to go. Stage 3, 4 and 5. Stage 3 is a loop course around St. Moritz. We'll hear a little bit more about that later. Today's transition stage from Lenzerheide, the Bike Kingdom, all the way to the iconic town of St. Moritz, and crossing some of the most iconic mountain biking terrain all week we are in the Graubünden region of Switzerland. Hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of spectacular trails, iconic in mountain biking and world mountain biking. And there's no surprise that Swiss mountain bikers are among the very best in the world. Three Swiss riders in the top 5 today on the results on stage 2. Stutzmann, Bergün, Lohse, the all-Swiss team. Lohse, a new addition to the, or a new sign-up for the race. Only decided really at the last minute to join, and rounding out the top 5, Gersmar and Allemann. We'll be keeping an eye on Gersmar and Allemann. It's suspected that they'll be coming good throughout the week. Gersmar on good form, Allemann on good form, but no one as on form as Stozek and Stutzmann, both off fantastic performances at the World Championships at the very, very highest level of the sport. And now they're racing at the highest level of mountain bike stage racing. They've done a one-day race, they've done great performance at a one-day race, and now they're proving their abilities as multi-day stage racers. Other experts in multi-day stage racing? The Bulls. Schneller and Rudil are experts in stage racing, and they will be looking to bide their time. Any mistakes, any mishaps that befall the Canyon North Wave team, we can be sure that the Bulls will be in close pursuit and will be just ready to pounce. Some beautiful views of the region that the riders will be enjoying. Some of the spectacular scenery around the Graubünden region, the spectacular trails, and we are back with the women's category leaders. We saw the surge of Kim Lecourt and Vera Lohse distancing the Davos Klosters team and looking to dominate yet another day. We've talked about it already. They came fresh, some momentum from the 2022 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic, winning the grand finale. Took them to 2023 at the Absa Cape Epic, a spectacular win at the Absa Cape Epic, and taking the overall title, taking over the lead in the penultimate day, pulling on the orange Tschividains leaders jerseys then, and today they look solidly in, those jerseys look solidly in place on their shoulders, the orange Tschividains leaders jerseys of the SPAR Swiss Epic. 2023 edition, they came into the race as, you could say, not quite favorites, because you'd have to favor the two-time winners, Bettini Janis and Adel Maratha, proven partnership. But we can confirm right now that the partnership of Kim Lecourt and Vera Lohse is a well-established one. Elisator, Efficient, Infinity, Insure is a team to be reckoned with, and Davos Klosters have their work cut out for them. They started the day 11 minutes down, and they are losing more time to the Mauritian and the Namibian. Get a view from the graphic just where they are along the course. Stefan Sam following the lead woman. Stefan Sam, a former winner of the Absa Cape Epic, a 3-time winner in fact, and he'll be able to tell us a little bit more about the kind of efforts that we've been seeing from this pairing, the Namibian and the Mauritian, and Dario will be able to get in touch with them quite soon. He is down, Dario is down on the finish line with the winners of the day, winners in the men's category, and he'll be waiting with bated breath just to see when the women's category will come in. And the leaders of that category right now, the leaders on the day of the stage, Vera Lohse and Kim Lecourt. Dario, we'll wait to hear if he's from him on the finishing line, and he will be there to interview the riders as they cross the line. And hopefully he'll get a chance to chat to Canyon North Wave after their spectacular victory. Now we're here with the live on the Bulls Media e-bike live coverage of the race as the top the leaders in fact in the women's category and the leaders on the stage today. Vera Loza, Kim Lacourt. We're with him now with Stefan Sam, who's riding the Bulls Media e-bike, and we've just heard that at the 64-kilometer mark at the service station, the Bever service station, the final water point of the day, that Davos Klosters, Bettini Janis and Adele Morath are 1 minute and 52 seconds off the pace. So they're holding that gap. They haven't gained any more time. Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt haven't gained any more time on Bettini Janis and Adele Morath, so they're holding it well. We saw Bettini Janis, by the description of Stefan Sam, she blew up on the climb, but she's managed to consolidate her efforts and recover on that downhill, on that beautiful flow trail that we saw, the natural flow trail off the highest point in the race. Bettini Janis living to fight another day, being nursed home by Adele Morath, one of the veterans of the sport, and having come also off the World Cup circuit now, focusing on marathon racing. The superb and consummate professional Adele Morath making sure her partner gets home safely and not having lost too much time. 2 minutes, not a great deficit on such a long stage, not a huge deficit rather. It's 81 kilometers and not as much damage as was done yesterday. Yesterday was a 51-kilometer stage and far more damage was done, over 11 minutes on the that they lost to Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt today. A better day for them, and looks like momentum is swinging in their favor, although we did see Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt taking things very conservatively. They were riding, you could say, defensively in the first part of the course. They only really made their move in the last 3/4 of the major climb of the day. That was, we were led to believe that that was really the selective point in the race, and it was true. The riders all predicted it, the pundits all predicted it, that this was going to be the selective point in the race, the major climb, the 22-kilometer climb up to the Albula Pass, and that is exactly where the pairing of Loza and Lacourt made their move. Just having a look, some pictures back at the start of stage 2. This was in Lenzerheide. Today was a transition stage into St. Moritz. We saw earlier the sunny skies of St. Moritz. This morning they left early in the morning, 8 o'clock, left Lenzerheide. A little bit less urgent than the pace than we saw on the first day. More or less the pecking order had been established with the leaders' jerseys well and firmly on the shoulders of Team Canyon Northwave. Still, quite a big group heading towards the bottom of that climb. Some of the undulating trails, narrow trails, and very varied paths. We saw some really well-paved roads and some rough single track. But a big group forming. Predicted to be around about 16 or 17 teams, so 30-odd riders. A couple of bit of fun on the trails, and hopefully the riders didn't take too great a risk on this. We did see a little bit of a mishap on the trails, but perhaps we'll get a replay of that moment. But certainly all to have some fun on these beautiful flow trails. Well, that was the moment we saw earlier, and the tremendous skills to just avert disaster and bunny hop over that fallen rider's bike. And now with Thomas Dietsch on the Bulls Media e-bike, just witness to how steep some of the sections are at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Some of the gradients rising up to 20-25%, making it tricky for all of the riders competing, all of the 600 riders competing in the 2023 edition. Group still compact, still plenty of teams in the mix before the big obstacle of the day, before the climb started. The Bellaluna section of trails enjoyed by all of the riders, but not before some difficulty from the likes of Wout Alleman, not quite in touch with the very front of the field. As the road tilted upwards, the pace electrified, and Canyon Northwave put huge pressure on the front. The rest of the riders were only left to follow, and that made the field thin out considerably. Those struggling, we saw the Bulls struggling with the early pace, and the group thinned down to around about 4 or 5 teams in contention. As the race started to unfold, we saw the 5 teams, the 5 emerging teams on overall general classification, as they as the race started to tilt upwards. A bit of a lull in the terrain as the Canyon Northwave riders surged up ahead. They already had a 2-minute advantage at this point, and really forging that advantage on the well-paved roads leading up to the climb, because they know that still to come is that famous flow trail, that beautiful trail down from the top of the Albula Pass. And Stutzman, Stozek putting maximum effort, making it really count, because they knew that they were putting time into the Bulls team, Buff Megamo, Team Larks, and the favorites going into the 2023 edition of the race, Daniel Gersmeyer and Wout Alleman, Team Willier Pirelli. An on-form Stutzman proving that he's a worthy partner to Martin Stozek. 2nd place at the World Marathon Championship, Stozek. A 4th place, Mark Stutzman. And Mark Stutzman also newly crowned Swiss Marathon Champion. And he was on the front. They were trading terms equally, an equal match for each other. Perfect synergy, great partnership, and one that we'll see no doubt in the sport in the years to come. Getting very close to the top of that climb, that 2,300 meters above sea level, that peak, and the riders really making it count. Just around about a kilometer to the top. They might at this point have been hearing those iconic Swiss Alpine horns welcoming all of the riders. All of the 600 riders will be welcomed by those horns, but the focus for this pairing would well and truly be on the trails ahead. Bit of wildlife up ahead. These are natural farmlands, you could say, and with some of the cows up ahead, perhaps interrupting the racing's proceedings, but it's all part of a mountain bike in these remote locations. And following the race is Thomas Ditch on the Bulls Media e-bike, giving us a rider's eye view of what it's like to ride these trails at as fast as the top professionals are. And top professionals they certainly are. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman heading into the finish. Another victory, 4 minutes advantage over the Bulls. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, victorious, back-to-back victories for the Swiss and the Czech rider.
Snap it up, boom, boom.
To all the fabulous families and friends, to all our spectators, lovely to have you join us.
So, we're right after second stage together with Mark Stutzman and Martin Stozek. You just compared the watts on your Garmin. So who was the winner, Mark?
Yeah, Martin was the winner. So he pushed a bit more in the flat. So, but maybe his weight is also a bit higher than me.
Who was the winning margin, or what was the winning margin? The maximum watt.
The maximum he won. Yeah, but average power I had bigger. Yeah. But I'm fat, so it's obvious.
Did he have the bigger engine today on this second stage?
Yeah. So I tried I pushed from the bottom of the climb to Albula, and he pushed a lot when we pass or when we are on the tarmac. So yeah, it was hard.
It was hard for you, but it was even hard for you. But you said yesterday, the game plan is to attack right from the beginning, and you made that.
Yeah, but in the end it was Mark who decided to go, and I just followed, so I was a bit surprised. I'm not surprised about his power, but I really like how he is riding here. And I think with the legs like this, if we can keep the pace, now we have some more gap, so we can also have some rest in some stages. And I think we are on a good way to make this race really successful. Yeah.
Did you say rest in some stages? He never rests in some stages, huh?
No, maybe a bit, or maybe no attack. So this is maybe a bit of rest.
Yeah, so tomorrow a bit easier with the whole thing, or which day is the rest day for you guys?
I think we take stage by stage, and yeah, we will see.
Yeah, but in the overall classification it looks quite comfortable at the moment, as you said before.
Yeah, but enough joking. I mean, it's not easy to do stage race, especially in the mountain bike, because there is so much which can happen during the race, like mechanical problems and so on. So the big gap doesn't mean that you win the race, especially when you are at the stage 2. So we have to stay concentrated. We have to, as Mark said, go day by day, and we will see how it will develop. But for now, it looks like we have a good start of the race, and really, can be good.
Did you train before that you knew the level of your partner, or was it just a coming together on Monday?
No, we were together in a training camp in Livigno for 2 weeks, so we know us, so I think this was also good.
Yeah, this is probably a big thing to know your partner pretty good, so not overshooting everything.
Yeah, I mean, we are in a team since the beginning of the year, so we are together already since February. We did the races together, not the team race, but we were racing the same races, and we were at the same training camps. So we spent quite a lot of kilometers together riding, and I think we know a bit the style of each other, so it helps a lot. Yeah.
Thank you very much. The best kilometers you had today and yesterday. Mark Stutzman, Martin Stossek. We're heading over to Andreas Wieland and Fadri Barandun.
Hey, thank you, Dario. Fadri Barandun, al meilleur Ramonge, quarto in quella seconda etapa da Lej a Soi Murezzi. Muncantau al podest, el sprint final per centimeters, mudregia coi fetch.
Oh, un po' schon, ma nos vevens già circa 30 secondes sull'Alpstart e potevens anche una volta ni in avos e hai esche ok, ma un po' in ciò esche schon.
Demaun la prossima chance, io stau in etapa de tot in auter caracteroz e bias in vias d'asfalt, in via ascensiun, liungs dos il pas dall'Alvra, cosa stau? Ne vende Bergün and Preda tocca il pass.
Ma è facciamo perfetto se der Fitchbun e Conny ha fatto un buon lavoro. Per me der geht in Beldi per schon un po' duro,
Conny Losera in tec pitiu es is de vos kilometers cosa questa portai quasi us Tschividains con el ni sostenere.
Prof de sostenere in un cepos e che for un buon team.
Demaun la terza etapa che è la regione en tia patria Soi Murezzi la chance da fal pass il podest co che ti conosces mince troch mince trail.
Claro, in questa etapa conosci proprio mince trail e ecco schon che potesse essere un vantaggio per noi e godanza.
Bien klitsch, toi, grazie al feit Fadri Barandun.
Wonderful finish line in St. Moritz, 81 kilometers. At the end of 81 kilometers, taking third place today in the sprint, your team both Megamar, Ansbecking and Peter Bruce.
Making good on yesterday, Buff Megamo, a fantastic day to take third spot on the podium. Clever move by Peter Proust to be well positioned at that finish. Second place, Simon Schneller, Axel Rudil Cortinat, A fantastic performance by the Bulls, coming good in on stage 2 after a slightly disappointing stage 1, 81-kilometer stage. The winners of today, Canyon North Wave, yet another fantastic victory. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman, 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing, holding on to those yellow jerseys. In fact, building on that lead overall, and we'll see from the official times exactly how far ahead they are of their nearest rivals, Buff Megamo.
One more time, congratulations, Buff Megamo. Superb third place, Hans Becking, Peter Prus. Second to the young Bulls, Simon Schnell and Axel Rodil-Cotina. Stage winners, Canyon North Wave, Martin Stosik and Mark Stutzman.
Unsere Top 3 Männer auf dem Podium, UCI Man und gerade ins Ziel eingefahren. Colibri Cycling, Aimantas Kudiskis und Justinas Bixas aus Litauen und dann die IC Yankees, United States and Iceland.
And we are back live with the women's race, the women's category race on stage 2 at the SPAR Swiss Epic, the 2023 edition, the 10th edition of the race, and still very much in control, very much in command of the pace and command of the stage is the pairing of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. At the 69-kilometer mark, they had almost a 1 minute and 58 second advantage over De Vos Kloster's team, Bettini Janis and Adele Morath. And it doesn't look like they are charging particularly hard. Kim Lecourt and Vera Lorza happy just to consolidate that lead. They have over an 11-minute lead before they went into today's stage, and with 2 minutes advantage on today's stage over De Vos Klosters at that 69-kilometer mark, still with around about 12 kilometers to race from that point. At that point, they're quite far advanced from that. They're under 10 Ks to go right now on the trails, but just looking back at that 69-kilometer mark, they had almost a 2-minute advantage. So even if they were to back off a little bit now, and Janis and Morath were to put in a bit of extra effort to catch up or to eat into that deficit, they would still be dominating the overall GC at the SPAR Swiss Epic in 2023. It looks all to play for Lorza and Lecourt, but as every experienced mountain bike professional knows, in mountain bike stage racing, when you can be conservative, it's worth being conservative, because you know that some of the big efforts made earlier on can really count. And what those big efforts do earlier on is they put their rivals on the back foot, perhaps forces an error. And not that anyone would, no mountain biker wants to win a race from another one's error, but it does all form part of the tactics of mountain bike stage racing. Vera Lorza and Lecourt definitely dominant on that climb, with Bettini Janis struggling a little bit. Adele Morath leading the way most of the early part of the stage, but the move certainly happening on the major obstacle of the day. And we can see them as they're heading towards the finish in St. Moritz. The men's category winners have already passed through. They've been on the podium already, and now we wait for the women's category leaders, and that is Team Elizator Efficient Infinity Insure. Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt, Namibian, and the Mauritian, all African pairing heading towards the finish.
Absolutely, they are managing everything and super in control of the race, pushing hard, like taking turns on the flat part, up the valley to Pontresina as well, and now we're on the way back and closing into St. Moritz. So yeah,
everything under control, no signs of weakness. Just what you have to do as a racer. Just what you have to do as a racer.
As we saw before at the men's competition with Mark Stutzmann and Martin Stossek, and here with Kim Lecord and Vera Loser, the two ladies in the lead. So just lost control at the moment. No, he's back. Stefan Sam is back. So everything is under control. We see here the last finishers was Casey Youth South and Jacob Torrigoni. Then the Scott, the Force mountain bike project, Maxim Lom and Sven Gehrig. We had a chat about that before, and right at this moment, the Masters with Martin Gouyan and Florian Vogel, they just arrived here, the leaders at the Masters category of this year's Swiss Epic 2023. So not a lot of training, mountain bike training for Florian Vogel. He made a few marathons, but yeah, running, not on the mountain bike, and his times are pretty good. So I have to check out. So he was really, really good in running marathons, and now he's back on the bike, riding a big marathon here on this second stage from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz. Right behind these two guys been the Stoll Bikes team first, and we are back with the women's leader on the last few Ks, Stefan. So no issues at the women's leaders. I just want to check your battery.
I'm actually fine. Thanks for asking. All good.
Good. Oh, good. Perfect. Perfect. Good. So enough battery.
Management works really good. The organization is helping us, so that everything works fine.
All right. So do they change in the lead? So or is it always?
No, it's like a road team race, or like it should be in a team race, like taking turns in the front in flat part, also on the ups and the downs. So this team is really equal strength in all of the parts of the mountain biking.
So they're working pretty good together.
Yeah.
On the uphills and on the downhills, yep. So we try to check the gap. Do you have any information about the gap to the second team? So Adelheid, Morat, and
no, I have.
Bettina and Janas. The gap is around 2 minutes, I guess.
Oh, that's good. I expected a little bit more because Bettina was really suffering.
That was at Samada. Yeah. That was at kilometer 69.
Okay. Oh yeah.
So the latest was that 2 minutes.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Keeps it interesting.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Especially the last part of today's stage. It's an uphill as well. One more time, and then a downhill to the finish line.
It's actually a very cruel uphill. It starts slowly, and it gets steeper and steeper.
Okay. Yeah, the upper part is whipping a bit, and both of the ladies, so that's always a sign that that's really, really hard. Yeah. From our view, it looks relatively flat, but if you check Stefan Sam's speed, it's only 5K, so it must be pretty
we're
steep.
about at 15%.
So we're going to. Wow. Okay, 15% is pretty steep. Andreas.
Ja, nos sind las duas donnas alla testa, kurz, paus kilometers von l'arrivada. Elas vienen gudignar quella seconda etapa vera Losere Kim Le Court können venidas da scapas direcziun pas dall'Alvra. Als omens quals han ja contongiu l'arrivada las empremas 21 equipas Martin Stossek insieme con Marca Stutzman han gudignau e quella seconda etapa in avantage da 4 minuti 24 avon la concorrenza avon in una gruppa e con Fadriber Andun e con il Loser il duo Svizzer il matador local per Andun che mucantau in plazza da podest per centimeters per millimeters al sprint final al Anibo Domignau da fa quei passi il podest tutin in una grandiosa prestazione da Fadriber Andun che top motivaus al Degenzon per la etapa da meun che sia patria in etapa che giova a finescia che a Sogna Murrezzi durant che nos spicciain e un si las donas las victures scodec e elas sco quellas da dir pials madem victures ir sco e os in quella seconda etapa e l'auter Ramonge fe bain sin viadi Sascha de platzas insieme con Marcel Führer Sascha de platzas da Muste el a contongiu von in brav moment ja Samada e oses in quels da vos siat 8 kilometres el che ven e os pus per sil podest e la categoria da Masters men leu alla testa in clarament Florian Vogel, Martin Guyan e Ingrid Jun del Partens. Martin Guyan e els dus han ja contongiu. L'arrivada del reminent Pierre Zotz, 32 minutos in Martin Stossek e Marc Stutzmann. 32 minutos ai tutina è un impau che avesins con gioi non de tempo che quels profis proprio quels d'elite han absolviu quels 100 km con 2350 meters sur mar da Lej a Sogna Murrezzi in etapa un po' spaziale in carattere un po' spaziale se io principalmente in agada fece anzi a quest'au navenda Alvaneu Boign tochen sil pas dall'Alvra lo è per parsi la via principale durant che nos vesin che è un mountain bike si da vos kilometers no chi va è un'inagada in 2-3 gadas in si per part relativ taise tras ai wow da stazza von kins venu juden so in Murrezzi Boign no che la arrivada ad in quel moment dainza Dario che credo che sbaglio proms per un'intervista.
The final 500 meters for our next team of two. Remember, they're not allowed to be separated by more than 2 minutes. And I know the South African spectators are hoping that their riders take.
We're here with the second place team, Team Bulls. That was a bit of a surprise because I saw you suffering on the last uphill.
Yeah, the uphill was really long for me. I suffered a lot. I struggled all the climb, but I push, and I tried to follow the chasing group. And at the bottom, it was okay. So I have an idea to sprint in finish, and we made it.
So it's always a tactical game in the sprint as well. So the second rider counts, and yeah, then you have to figure out which is the best position.
Yeah, for me it's clear I have to go from the front, and then I know that Axel is super fast, so he can pass from the back. And yeah, then it's easy. If I have enough power to pull from the front, Axel will make it, I'm pretty sure.
Did you realize that he was suffering a bit at the last uphill?
Yeah, sure, but he comes back always, so he's super strong in his mind, yeah.
So that's key, so you're the comeback guy from today. But how does it feel to ride up the Albula? This is a real long uphill.
Yeah, for me it's too long, too much. I don't really like a long climb. I prefer up and down like a cross country because I ride on the cross country last year, so I prefer.
So tomorrow will be a better stage for you guys?
Yeah, I hope. And I attack at the beginning.
But you liked it probably, the long uphill to the Albula?
Yeah, I had a good feeling today, so I like it always when it's hard in the second part of the stage. And yeah, today it was like this, so for me it was quite good, yeah. But I think tomorrow will be again an awesome stage, super nice trails here in the Engadine, so yeah, we will enjoy it.
So something probably changed because the leading group has a real nice gap now at the moment. So that's probably the way to go for a stage win tomorrow. So
I think he's not waiting. He attacked at the beginning because he wants to extend the gap.
You think so as well?
Yeah, I think they are so strong in the climbs, so they will do what they can and then do their own speed in the downhills. Maybe Martin is a bit slower than Mark, and so they can go safe down if they have a gap at the top. So yeah, I think they will not wait if they can pull away.
I'm just looking for money in my pocket to bet on you for tomorrow's stage win. Hey, thank you very much. See you tomorrow. Have a good. I'm waiting here. Yeah. Okay, $5. Thank you. So back to you, Neil. Thank you. Danke vielmals. Merci beaucoup.
And there's some great insights from the course, and hearing it from the riders who were in the thick of the action. The Bulls, fantastic performance from the Bulls to take that second place. We talked about the tactics, about the sprinting for a stage podium, and Axel Rodil and Simon Schneller had their tactics dialed for sure. As we heard from them, we would love to hear what Hans Becking and Peter Prus has to say. Peter Prus did exactly what he needed to do to keep Parendun and Connie Loza at bay for that final spot on the podium. But the order was decided by Canyon Northwave as to who was going to be at the top of that podium. Martin Stozek, Mark Stutzman earning their position, gaining 4 minutes and 24 over their rivals, more than yesterday, as was expected in a long stage like today. But slight contrast to that in the women's category. The women's category winners yesterday are this team in front of us, the team that earned those Tschividains orange jerseys. And that is Vera Loza and Kim Lacourt. Fantastic performance from them yesterday, gaining several minutes, in fact over 11 minutes, but today only managing to gain 2 minutes at that final time check. We saw at that final time check, the 69-kilometer mark is the last timing check we got, which is quite a few minutes ago, but they only had 2 minutes over them. But they're riding conservatively today, the Namibian and the Mauritian, and we'll be getting back to them in a few minutes. But down on the line, we have some more conversations with some of the riders who've just finished the race.
So, we're live at the moment with two newbies at the Swiss Epic. You've never done that before, but did you enjoy the trails?
Yes, the trails here are amazing. Way better than back home, at least.
Really? So you have to move over?
Yeah, I'm actually moving to Europe for a year this year, but yeah, we've really enjoyed the single track and the double track. The views are just beautiful. I mean, if you get the chance to do this race, you really should.
Yeah, we had some insights from you, because you had a camera on board, some real nice shoots. So, yeah, is it so different to the American trails riding up here?
Yeah, it's really nice. I mean, just the terrain and the environment is just really good for cycling, and there's trails everywhere. So we had a blast. The views were amazing, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
What about the high altitude?
We both come from like sea level, so this is very different. Yeah. But we are enjoying it.
Okay. So no problem with the lunk, always enough air?
Yeah, it was okay. I mean, there was definitely some points where we had to take it back a notch, but just knowing how to pace that elevation is really the key, I feel like, to this stage and probably the next couple stages.
So, 2 pretty good days for you. So you're looking forward for the next stages?
Yeah, we're trying to start slow and hopefully move our way up as the week progresses. So only more to come.
There's a lot more to come, especially tomorrow. The trail is here around St. Moritz, I can tell you. They're pretty good.
I'm excited.
Yeah. Hey, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you.
Have a good day tomorrow, and after tomorrow, and on Saturday.
Thank you.
Cheers! Thank you very much.
Thank you. And it was great to hear from one of the youngest riders in the sport, in the elite level of the sport today. We saw him at the Apsa Cape Epic, and we're seeing him at the SPAR Swiss Epic, is Noah Warren, the American rider, part of the American development program. and as one of the youngest. In fact, he is the youngest rider at the SPAR Swiss Epic, and great to see the future of the sport. And talked a little bit about the altitude and how that affects the performance and affects the riders. Just heard from his friend and to an extent his mentor that it's all about just dialing it back a click or two if you're feeling the effects of the altitude so as not to blow up. And one of the riders who in theory should have been feeling the effects of the altitude, Kim Lecourt, and she was on Sunday she was competing in Glasgow at the World Road Championships, and we've talked about it earlier. She finished in the bunch in the thick of the action, and she immediately got onto a plane and traveled to Switzerland to meet her partner Vera Loza at the start. And as we said, she didn't seem to, that altitude didn't seem to affect her at all. She was happy to climb up to over 2,000 meters, which was the highest point in yesterday's stage, and in the process gained over 11 minutes on their rivals. So showing no signs of the lack of altitude training. Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt riding themselves into the stage, and it doesn't bode well for the local riders, or the German riders, the European riders, Bettini Janus and Adelmarath, racing against the all-African pairing who have been traveling. But we have to remember, and to be fair, Vera Loza is effectively a local. You've heard the surname before, Connie Loza. It's her husband, who was fourth in the men's category today. Vera Loza looking set for a win in the women's category. From Namibia originally, lives in Switzerland with Swiss national Connie Loza. So she knows these trails. She knows the area very well, loves the area, of course, and certainly putting that local knowledge to good use. And they are just a few, around about a kilometer away from the finish. They'll be hearing the announcer, and they are well on their way to cementing yet another day in history at the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's 3 in a row for them. Their first stage victory at the Swiss Epic was in 2022. They won the SPAR Swiss Epic, the grand finale in 2022. They won the first stage of the 2023 edition, and that was yesterday. It was 51 kilometers. Today, 81 kilometers, and they are close to the finish. As they enter the finish chute, they will be celebrating in no time at all. They've ridden conservatively, although they still have gained over 2 minutes on their rivals, De Vos Klosters. Another fantastic performance from the Namibian and the Mauritian rider. Kim Lecourt, Vera Loza, versatile in their own right, road races, mountain bike races, and today mountain biking belongs to them. Mountain bike stage racing, they are the de facto experts in longhand mountain bike racing. Winners of the 2023 Absa Cape Epic, winners of stage 5 2022, the grand finale, and yesterday, and capping it off today, another fantastic performance. Elizator, Efficient, Infinity Insure come into the finish. Vera Loza, Kim Lecourt, back-to-back victories.
National champion, the Namibian national champion, the Absa Cape Epic champions. And in orange for day number 2, another fantastic stage win. Despite getting a little bit lost yesterday in some mechanicals, they still took the stage win. And looking very, very comfortable on stage 2 till Schenk. It's a big, big, dominant lead they have now.
Was für ein fantastischer Tag für unser Elite-Duo bei den Frauen im Trikot der Führenden. Gestern die Stage hier dominant gewonnen, trotz kleiner Probleme draußen auf der Strecke, kurz verloren gegangen. Technische Probleme, sich trotzdem den Sieg geholt. Sie haben sich in diesem Jahr auch schon den Sieg beim Absa Cape Epic geholt. Tragen die Nationaltrikots ihrer Länder Namibia und Mauritius. Und jetzt im Ziel und wieder eine dominante Etappe für das Duo von Elizator Efficient, Infinity Insure.
And just reliving that moment, that special bond between the two riders, the Mauritian and the Namibian, they have definitely got that partnership absolutely dialed. It's all about that communication. It's about that bond in two-person team mountain bike stage racing. That is one of the super important aspects of the sport, and just that ability to communicate, and also the bond that we spoke about, and the trust, and all of those things that comes with the two-person team partnership. The best in the world at it are clearly Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt. Get a beautiful view of St. Moritz in the Graubünden region of Switzerland, the iconic town known as a ski town and very much a mountain biking town as well. We have hundreds of kilometers still awaiting the riders. We've got stage 3 to go tomorrow out of the 5 stages of the SPAR Swiss Epic. And as we have seen some of the spectacular trails today, we can expect more of the same tomorrow. And just finishing right now, Davos Klosters, that's Bettini Jannes and Adele Morath. Adele Morath in the European Championships jersey. They have finished, and officially we can say the time check was around about 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 36. But we still have to wait for the official results. But Bettini Jannes and Adele Morath haven't lost as much time as they lost yesterday. They live to fight another day. They are still very much in touch and very much in contention for a podium. Their nearest rivals behind them, in fact, are well over 15 minutes back at the previous time check. But they know that anything can happen in mountain bike stage racing. It can be a mechanical, and even when we watch the 2023 Absa Cape Epic, 10 minutes can be wiped out very quickly. So it's guessed that it'll be around about 14 minutes or so advantage that Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt have over Jannes and Morath. But as we've seen many times in the past, that can be wiped out quickly. Just one small error, one small mechanical, one small mishap, and we will be hearing exactly what it was like on the course out there on the tough climb of the day, the tough single tracks of the day, from Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt down on the line right now.
Second stage win, attack mode in the Albula Pass. It was you, Kim, who did the real strong attack.
I think I wanted to go from the bottom, and then I looked at Vera and I was like, let's go, and then she said, no, wait a little bit. And then towards the middle, we could see Bettina was struggling, and as soon as we heard her ask Adelaide to ease up, Vera and I just stood up at the same time, and then I went to the front and I just gunned it, and I never looked back.
So, Samurai told me about something about the goosebumps. So from Bettina, did you see that? And you straight away, now we have to attack?
No, she was behind me. I didn't see her. Kim apparently saw it. It's not a good sign to have that on the bike, because then your body is completely shutting down. Yeah, I feel for her. I mean, it's really hard to be the weaker link in a team, but that's team racing, and that's what also makes it exciting.
So the work in your team, that's pretty perfect at this year's edition of this Swiss Epic.
Yeah, I think we're a pretty good team. We don't leave each other behind like other teams do, and I think that can really hit you mentally, and I think that's what's happening with the other team. Luckily, we look after each other, and we stick with each other the whole time.
Did you enjoy the view and the trails? So the Albula Trail is amazing.
Yeah, I was here for 4 weeks for altitude training a few weeks ago, so this feels like home almost to me. I love the Engadine. I've done the trail before. The weather's amazing. We couldn't have asked for better.
So you know the trail from tomorrow as well, so that's probably a bit of an advantage.
Yes, tomorrow we do all the flow trails from St. Moritz. I know all of them, obviously, and yes, I'm really excited for that.
So you have to follow tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're not good in that, huh?
No, I don't really like it. I like going uphill, but yeah, I'll just follow Vera's wheel.
Hey, have a good one tomorrow. Thank you very much. Congratulations, second stage, second win.
Thank you.
Wearing this jersey for one more time. Yoo-hoo!
Well, we heard it from the best in the world at the moment in mountain bike stage racing, Vera Lorza, Kim Lecourt, a tried and tested and highly successful partnership, and really almost unbeaten at the moment, you could say. and the victory off the back of the momentum taken off the back of the victory at the 2023 Absa Cape Epic has buoyed them with enthusiasm and confidence, taking back-to-back stages at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Fantastic performance from them. 4 hours of racing, 4 hours and 7 minutes to be exact, and taking another 2 minutes and 36 seconds out of Bettina Janus and Dalmarath. Considering they've been talking a little bit about how Bettina Janus was suffering on that climb. That was a very long climb, the 22-kilometer climb. And the way they were talking about Bettina Janus' suffering, all credit to Bettina Janus for holding it together, because 2 minutes of time loss is not a lot of time, considering the condition that that they're describing her, that the way she was riding with the goosebumps, and having to ask Dalmarath to slow down. So fantastic teamwork from Dalmarath and Bettina Janus Marath nursing her partner home. As Vera Lorza said, it's not a great feeling being the weaker link, but understandable since Marath is a consummate professional. She's done many years on the UCI World Cup cross-country circuit, so she knows what it's like to be at the very front of the sharp end of the field and looking after Janus. A great performance from Dalmarath. Davos Klosters second on the day, and we wait to see where Torpedo Bulls are. We saw them over 15 minutes back at the previous time check, and we'll have a keen eye on exactly where they cross the line. I'm going to look at the time checks in the previous time checks, just to sort of make a prediction as to when we expect to see them at the finish. And in the meantime, we will be enjoying the sights and sounds of St. Moritz, one of the most iconic towns in Switzerland, in the iconic region of Graubünden, where we have hundreds of kilometers of mountain bike trails, and we will be watching all of them. We've been enjoying the last 2 days of watching the riders tackling them. Another 3 days to go, tackling some of the greatest trails in the world, and fantastic to witness it from the Bulls Media e-bikes, from the rider's point of view, and also from the drone point of view. We are enjoying an aerial view of the race village, of the start-finish area in St. Moritz. Looking forward to what tomorrow holds. Tomorrow is a difficult stage. It's 68 kilometers, 2,400 meters of climbing. We'll be hearing a little bit more about that. And St. Moritz has hosted the SPAR Swiss Epic before on 2 previous occasions, and with several hundred kilometers of dedicated mountain bike trails, there's plenty to choose from. The course designer, Stefan, he has designed something spectacular once again. 10th edition, and Stage 3 explores those trails that we've talked about like never before, and includes the flow trails of Corviglia. And in 68 kilometers, 2,400 meters of climbing, that's quite a lot of climbing per kilometer. More or less the same kind of ratio that we've experienced over the last couple of days, but certainly a hard day out with 3 or 4 major obstacles on the day. And we're going to take a look back at what we saw from the racing today. Just a bit of a recap on those beautiful trails that we saw, and the competitive racing in the women's category. some of the spectacular images from earlier today on stage 2 of the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. Stage 2, 81 kilometers, and the tough day out for the riders as they headed towards the highest point in the race, 2,300 meters above sea level, Albula Trail, and the climb that leading up to it, the 22-kilometer climb. The race was very much all together with Bettina Janis and Adele Morath racing alongside with Kim Lecourt, Vera Lorza, the lone figure up ahead of Adele Morath, setting the pace most of the morning. And the European champion in the marathon discipline certainly looked rearing to go, but she did have to wait for her partner Bettina Janis. And with the 22-kilometer ascent from the bottom of the really the lowest point in the race, which is just near to the Bellaluna trail, they had a sharp rise before they hit the paved section of the Albula climb, and that is where the pairing of Kim Lecourt, Vera Lorza just bided their time. They waited. They wanted to just see how things went. They could afford to ride conservatively with over an 11-minute advantage over their rivals. They could just take it easy and see how things panned out with Adele Morath on the front and just setting a very steady rhythm. Adele Morath just having a good look at just getting an idea of what her partner, what kind of a state her partner Bettina Janis is in. Bettina Janis really riding absolutely to her maximum, and credit to Janis, the German, for really not wanting to let her partner down. But of course, as they saw weakness, the partnership of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt almost simultaneously sensed weakness as Bettina Janis asked Adele Morath just to back off the pace a bit, and that's when the acceleration happened and the elastic was snapped, leaving the Namibian and the Mauritian free to fly to the top, to the summit, the highest point in the race at 2,312 meters, the Albula Pass section, and that second water point was the goal. And by this stage, the team of Vera Lorza and Kim Lecourt will be hearing those Alpine horns, those famous iconic Alpine horns, welcoming them to the top, the highest point in the race on the 81-kilometer stage. Heading down the Albula Trail, fantastic natural flow trail, a real treat, a privilege in fact for the 600 riders competing at the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. A fantastic opportunity to explore one of the most iconic regions and iconic trails of the sport, but not without their little obstacles, and all about taking no risks for the team of Vera Lorza and Lecourt as they navigated their way down. No risks means that they could afford just to take it a bit easy and recover a bit, whereas their rivals, De Vos Klosters, would have been under a bit of pressure, over 2 minutes down at that time check at the very top. And coming into the finish, they were able to celebrate their second stage victory this year, their third stage victory at the SPAR Swiss Epic. Fantastic performance from a well-earned effort today over 81 kilometers. And we're in St. Moritz, and Dario is down on the line with the riders.
All right. Dirty and Benjamin with me, leader at the mixed category at the SPAR Swiss Epic. It's your first time at the Swiss Epic, and it's your first time riding together with Benjamin.
Yes, right. It's my first time at the Swiss Epic, and it's the first time we ride together in a team, and it's like an experience. Yeah.
That was a different plan for you. So you're not supposed to ride together at this edition.
Yes, exactly. My teammate told me 4 weeks ago that she is not able to ride with me because she's ill. Then I asked Dirte if he can join. And yeah, I think we are a pretty good team. We're really working together pretty much and pretty good. And yeah, it's a really good experience with us.
Yeah, but it makes it really hard if you don't know each other that well.
Yeah, I think we are like open-minded and yes, positive people like that. It works really, really good. Yes, And this is the reason why we are like a good team, because we are open-minded. We just try to feel the other person. Yes, yeah.
So that's a different part of mountain bike speed dating for you now, because yeah, you have to know each other really fast.
Exactly, and we exactly know where we are weak and where we are strong, and then we are using our strength and the climbs, and we have a pretty good strategy for the stages. And I think today was a perfect day for us. We went clear at the first meters of climbing, and then we could ride a steady pace, and we never saw some of the mixed teams again. Yeah. It was a perfect day for us out there.
And you're wearing green. Yeah. Green looks good on you. Thank you very much. Have a green week.
Thanks.
Wann macht der Sieger her?
Girona.
Well, we're back at the start-finish in St. Moritz. Tomorrow it'll be the start-finish because it's a loop course. Today it was only the finish, as today was a transition day from Lenzerheide, and on the 81-kilometer course from Lenzerheide, third place on the day in the women's category, Katarzyna Sosna and Irina Lutschel-Schwab. Fantastic performance from the pairing, the Topada Bulls pairing. They finished around about 18 minutes and 30 seconds off the fierce pace set by Kim Lecourt, Vera Lorza, and we saw second place coming in around about 2 minutes 36 behind the leaders. Topada Bulls, another day on the podium, and a fantastic performance from those two. We expect to see more from them as they consolidate that podium position in a very prestigious spot to be standing on at the end of stage 2. And also on the overall general classification, that'll solidify their position. As they'll be looking down that leaderboard to the third and fourth and the fifth spot to see how they've been progressing throughout the week. But they can be sure that challengers from Canadel Vas Arabe haven't come in yet. They haven't shown much sign of their form that we saw at the Absa Cape Epic. We expect them to come good in the latter half of the race. Calderon was competing in the Absa Cape Epic, won the grand finale, prestigious grand finale into Lawrenceford, no, I beg your pardon, into Val de Vie Estate. Monica Calderon taking victory on that auspicious day. And we expect to see more from Calderon, the Colombian. She's partnered with Tessa Cortacas. Waiting for her to come in today, but we will be shortly going down to see the podium of the UCI women's category at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic Stage 2. Here at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. St. Moritz is the host town of today and tomorrow, and it's one of the most famous holiday destinations in the world. Twice host city for the Winter Olympics. Today we are very much in summer, midsummer, as we enjoy this location as UNESCO's World Heritage Site, and St. Moritz owes its name to the Alpine landscape, giving it a unique atmosphere. It's located about 1,800 meters above sea level and appropriate for the Alpine jagged peaks that set the scene for today's race. The general classification on stage 2 at the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. Canyon North Wave top that leaderboard with 7 minutes and 52 seconds advantage over Willier Pirelli in second place. Daniel Gesmeyer, Wout Alleman, the favorites of the week, are going to need to pull something out of the bag to unseat the dominant Canyon Northwave team. Third spot on the podium, Buff Megamos, Hans Becking and Peter Proes. Not the usual pairing we've seen from Buff Megamo. The pairing of Hans Becking and Jose Diaz is a more common sighting, but Peter Proes more than up to the task and had a great stage today. Very tactical, very clever tactically, positioning himself perfectly in that sprint finish for the third spot on the podium for the stage, and also holding on to that group just in the last climb of the day, managing to stay in contact with the chasing group. Chasing after Canyon Northwave, the Bulls, fourth spot, coming better today. They were very much in touch with the very front end of the field. 13 minutes and 3 seconds off the pace, exactly the same time as Team Larks' Barendon and Connie Lawser. A little bit more out of contention, Vlukkiger and Ruig, and just going down that leaderboard down to 10th place. We're seeing a slew of world-class riders. In the women's section, Vera Lawser, Kim LaCourt owned the day yet again. Back-to-back stages means that they solidified their lead on overall 14 minutes and 9 seconds over De Vos Clusters. Elizator, Efficient, Infinity and Sure have a huge advantage, and they will be comfortable going into stage 3 with that lead. Topada Bulls, Sosna and Lucho Schwab. Another great day for them, solidifying that third spot. We're still waiting to hear who will come in third, but really great performance from the Swiss and the Lithuanian rider, who we have been watching closely, but all belongs to Vera Lawser and Kim LaCourt on the general classification. Amateur men, this is a category that's newly introduced to the race. Stoll Bikes own that top spot, 7 minutes advantage over Team Portugal, and Hinrot, the local team, Hinrot and Puetti, in third spot. One more spot down the list, Thomas Frischknecht. It's unfair to call Thomas Frischknecht an amateur, considering he is one of the elder statesmen of mountain biking, and he is also, incidentally, a founder of the SPAR Swiss Epic. In 2014 he started it, and he is no doubt proud to see how the race has grown. In the Masters, one of the most hotly contested categories that we've seen, Scott DeVos Mountain Bike Project 2, Florian Vogel, Martin Gujan, former professionals on the World Cup mountain biking circuit, in the cross-country circuit, and they have been putting that experience to good use. Florian Vogel, a marathon runner now, since he's retiring from the high end of the sport, and now enjoying his new life as a team manager. Martin Gujan as well. Evok Finland, great performance from them, considering who they're racing against, top professionals of the sport not that long ago. And another all-Swiss pairing, Sasha and Führer, in position 3. 29 minutes off the pace. And the Grandmasters team, the Norwegian team, Knudsen and Schnöthammer, have a 5-minute advantage over Bucher and Gerber. Bucher, a well-known exponent of mountain bike stage racing. He is a multiple finisher of the Absa Cape Epic, a well-known feature with Gerber at the Absa Cape Epic and also at the Swiss Epic. He has finished all of the 9 editions of the Swiss Epic, and look forward to seeing if he's going to be adding a 10th to that. This is the 10th edition. We haven't finished it yet. He still has an opportunity to be one of the last 2 Ibexes, and Danny Schneider is another one of those. And we see him down in 5th spot on overall general classification in the Grandmasters category, riding for his own, the eponymous team name. It's a bike shop, and riding on Stoll Bikes, another Swiss brand to be tested to the limit on home terrain. So a little bit of a look at tomorrow. We've got stage 3, St. Moritz to St. Moritz. It's a loop course, 68 kilometers, 2,400 meters of climbing. We're sure to see more iconic scenery, more iconic Swiss horns, and with 2,400 meters of descending. Start and finish in the same time to be expected. Stage 3 is hosted by St. Moritz. Hosted the SPAR Pacific on 2 separate occasions previously, and with over 400 kilometers of dedicated mountain bike trails, we will be selecting the very finest. In the latter half of the race, we've got 3 major flow trail sections. That is the WM Flow Trail, Olympia Flow Trail, and the Forpetus Flow Trail. Iconic trails in their own right in world mountain biking. We expect to see the action happen there. Some few selection points. First of all, that first climb going up to the 10-kilometer mark, and again at the 45-kilometer mark at that water point. That's the highest point in the race. In fact, not just in the stage, but in the whole race. 2,680 meters is where the race tops out at. So any riders who would be struggling with the altitude might have a difficult time on that section. Leading up to that section is a single track section, a beautiful trail, so no doubt that will be a highly selective point in the race, and we can't wait to see the action unfold on that section there. At around about the 38-kilometer mark, we should see things really blow apart, and the work of Canyon Northwave, and of course the pairing of Vera Lorza and Kim Lacourt will have their work cut out for them. They have targets on their backs, and not only targets, they've got the leaders jersey, the Tschividains leaders jerseys, and the men the yellow, and in the women the orange jerseys, and that'll be all to play for as they go into stage 3, the third stage out of 5 of the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic. The Alpine peaks towering over the town of St. Moritz, one of the most famous holiday destinations in the world. 2-time host city of the Winter Olympics, but today and tomorrow it belongs to mountain biking. It's a former, or it is a current UNESCO World Heritage Site, and we've talked about the Alpine landscape enough already, but St. Moritz originally rose to prominence, to a bit of history, due to its mineral springs. They've been attracting visitors for more than 3,000 years, and nestled in the awe-inspiring elevated valleys of the Engadine, St. Moritz originally became a popular tourist destination over 3,000 years ago, and it is no different now, attracting tourists from all over the world, this iconic destination. Famous for its grand hotels, international events, high-class boutiques, and those galleries and museums, upmarket cuisine. There's everything you could hope for in St. Moritz. In a short while, we'll be checking out, we'll be looking at the podium of the women's category, and we'll be seeing the top riders in the world standing with their name in lights on the podium after stage 2 of the 2023 edition of the SPAR Swiss Epic.
At the end of stage 2, Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, our UCI women. In third position, it is the team Torpedo Bulls, Katarzyna Zojna and Irina Lutzenschwab. Your second position at the end of stage 2, our team Davos Klosters, Bettina Janas and Adelaide Morat. Your winners of stage 2, also your winners of stage number 1, and they're already in the Tschividains sponsored category leaders jerseys for our UCI women. The team Elisator, Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kim Lecor. They've received their prizes and the bubbles, which will be shared at the end of the race, I'm sure. One of the Torpedo Bulls, Katarzyna Zojna, Irina Lichtenberger, third. Davos Klosters, Bettina Janas, Adelaide Morat in second. And the winners of the stage and your overall leaders, Elisator, Efficient Infinity Insure, Vera Loza and Kim Lecourt.
Another exciting day of racing today at the stage 2 of 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. Again, fantastic day of racing and double back wins for Elisator, Efficient Infinity Insure and Canyon Northwave. Again, dominant in their categories, in the men's and women's and the UCI categories, and they'll be thinking they're another day closer to overall general classification victory. They also know they need to take one day at a time. Their rivals, of course, will be looking for any weakness, ready to pounce on those weaknesses. If anything happens, they'll be right there waiting in the wings to take over those leaders' jerseys. And all in all, looking forward to tomorrow's stage. It's stage 3 is a loop course around St. Moritz, around the hand-picked trails of the hundreds of kilometers of trails. It's shorter, 68 kilometers. It's sure to be another huge day out and a decisive day. And the winners, they have celebrated now. They'll start their recovery routine. And as the rest of the field arrive at the finish in St. Moritz, it'll be a big thank you from us, all of us in fact, myself, Dario, Andreas, Paul on the line. And please tune in tomorrow. Don't miss the action. We'll see you then.
Hier kommen die nächsten beiden Teams ins Ziel. Die Etappe hier geschafft bei doch wesentlich wärmeren Temperaturen als erwartet. Die Zunge raus im Ziel. Man sieht die Erschöpfung, während unser nächstes Damenduo ins Ziel gefahren kommt. What a spectacular day of racing here in all across the different categories. A splendid day for Kenya North Wave once again in the UCI men's category. And now all the stellar performances by our amateur riders in the amateurs, men, women, the masters and the grandmasters. 300 teams on the start line this morning, or close to 300 teams making their way to St. Moritz. Fifth in the UCI women racing for St. Moritz. From Mauritius, Aurelie Halbachs, and South Africa, Sarah Hill. And one of our individual finishers, Matador Racing from France, Thomas Ablar. Fistbump an der Finishline für die nächsten beiden. Auch hier gratulieren wir. In the Masters man, Sweden Uzuka. From Sweden, Christopher Grunberg, and Denmark, Mark Warren. Und jetzt geht's Schlag auf Schlag hier vorne an der Finishline. Die nächsten drei Teams, the Racing Rhinos from South Africa, Darren Ryan and Ryan Clatworthy. Well done, gentlemen. Another stage finished, and from the United States, the QQQQ race team, Matt Crowley, Andrew Judkins. Und unsere beiden Swiss Epic Legends aus der Schweiz, Markus Fuchs und Christian Fuchs, the Fox Brothers.
We pay to the team 162, L and Va, Valerie Henrot and Alessio Buetti. Please come to the podium presentations. Team number 162, Team 162, Al und Va, Valerie Henrot and Alessio Buetti, bitte Richtung Protest. Wir wollen gerne jetzt die Siegerin machen.
Irgendwie schauen sie heute alle entspannt aus, wenn sie reingeht ins Ziel. From the Netherlands, Michael de Ruita and Bart de Vos, Epic Eclipse. Ja, fast entspannte Gesichter heute im Ziel, trotz der 81 Kilometer. Das auch dank dieser traumhaften Kulisse, durch die es hier heute durchging, über den Albula Pass. Dann dieses wunderschöne Setting, frische Luft unten am Fluss entlang, mit dem Bergpanorama außenrum. und dann zum Schluss genießen durch den Wald hier nach St. Moritz. Und die nächsten Teams haben es geschafft. From Spain, Ricard Borrera Garcia und Paul Gorriba-Albeda, DTT La Pola Larga. Und das Schweizer Duo Deborah Inaun und Kilian Badruth, Engadine St. Moritz Mixed. And here we go with the next team, straight behind in the mix from Costa Rica. The team Cape Healthcare CBZ with Natalia Navarro and Heina Mora.
All right, we are ready on the finish line for the podium presentations for the amateur men, our mixed teams, our masters men, and our grandmasters men. We start with the amateur men. Stunning St. Moritz, Graubünden, surrounded by the Engadine Mountains. Stage 2, the transfer stage from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, over 81 kilometers with 2,350 meters of climbing, and here we go with the amateur men. Your third position today, Team Al Unva, Valerie Henroth and Alessio Buetti. Wonderful racing in these categories. And for the first time yet, the SPAR was epic. The amateur men in second position. Team Portugal. From Peru, Christopher Portugal and Renato Tapialanda. And your team taking the stage win today with enough of a margin that they're in the white jerseys of our amateur category leaders. Stoll Bikes, Lukas Spengler, Jonas Baumann. So good that our amateur men have jerseys that they can race for. Alan Vine third, Team Portugal second, and your overall leaders starting stage 3 tomorrow, Stoll Bikes, Lukas Spengler, Jonas Baumann. And that concludes the amateur men. We now move to our mixed category. A lot of mixed teams are racing our SPAR Swiss Epic 2023. And a wonderful battle happening here. Stage 1 and Stage 2 at the end of Stage 2. Your third place, Team R2Bike.com MTN crew, Andrea Böttger and Mark Böttger. Second position, CPZ Asfaltos, Alejandro Blanco and Cristel Espinoza. A lot of the CBZ team from Costa Rica taking second in the mixed category. And now your winners of the stage, and in the green, Tschividains category leaders jersey, Bike Store Brunox Racing, Benjamin Michael and Dörte Matyrievski. Two days done, getting ready for day 3, stage 3 tomorrow. Well done R2Bike.com MTN crew. Well done CBC Asfaltos. And your winners, Bike Store Brunox Racing, Benjamin Michael and Dörte Matyrievski. Well done to our mixed category, the green jerseys. We now move to the blue Tschividains jerseys, our Masters men. Third place at the end of stage 2. And representing one of the beautiful locations that host Epic Series racing for 4 islands in Croatia, it is the team Visit Kvarner, Marin Dekovic and Marko Vjop. Another stunning country that will be a wonderful location for an Epic Series mountain bike race. We'll be there for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship next week. It is Ivak, Finland, Mikko Kupiainen and Samuli Visturi. Second place at Havuja Perkele. Your stage winners and also your overall leaders in our Masters Men blue Tschividains jerseys. Our team, Scott Davos, MTB Project 2, Florian Vogel and Martin Gruyan. A massive congratulations to Visit Kvarner, third, Ivak, Finland, second. Stage winners and overall leaders, Scott Davos, MTB Project 2, Florian Vogel and Martin Guyan. We are ready now for the category Grand Masters Men. Third place on stage 2, the team Fairvelos.ca1, Markus Beer and Christian Sonderegger. Und der zweite Platz, die Legende, Team BXS Bike Holiday, Berti Bucher, Hans-Jörg Gerber. Taking the victory for the Grand Masters at the end of stage 2 and keeping on the purple jerseys for the overall leaders from Norway, Heia Norge, Team Stika Mertenene, Thomas Morgan Knudsen and Ort Snerthammer. Fantastic racing in all our categories, and thank you Tschividains for providing the incredible overall leaders jerseys. Fairvelos.ca1 Dritte, BXS Bike Holiday Zweiter, and your team winners at the Grandmaster team Stika Mertene, Thomas Knudsen, and Snerthammer. And well done to Thomas and Aldo, the See You Later Alligators. And to the Schenk, the finish line, the microphone is yours.
The Hawksons just across the line from Iceland with Christine Hauksson and Elma Hauksson in our Masters Man category. Plenty of finishes during the celebrations just now. Fantastic racing here today from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz on the second stage of this year's SPAR Swiss Epic.
two more teams, 4 more riders to the finish line. Another one of our team clarities are going to be joining us from Brazil, Time to Samba. And our Club Store Cour team, all women's team from Switzerland. Congratulations.
Andre and Marcius from Brazil, and Daniela Hartmann, Rainer Hartmann in the mix from Chur. The two legends across the line aus der Schweiz, die Swiss Epic-Legende Philipp Imdorf und die Epic-Legende Cornelia Hug, das Team Remax Rotkreuz, Crazy Velo Shop. Und schaut raus auf die Strecke, die letzten Meter in Richtung Ziel. Es wird gleich voll hier unten an der Finishline in St. Moritz. Die nächsten 5, 6 Teams unterwegs auf den letzten Metern. From Poland and the United States, Martin Pibrich and Dylan Jones call to EU. Und dann geht's direkt weiter, Schlag auf Schlag mit den nächsten 3 Teams. From South Africa, Graham McCollum, Stefan Viva, Auto MTB, Trophy Bike Aufdringen mit Franz Blaser und Toni Übelhardt.
Lekker jullie twee. Nice to have the strong Super Chaffers on the finish line. It is our second biggest nation of 45 nations racing. And your next 2 rock stars, here they are dancing down the finish.
First across the line, twinning it here today, Lea and Petra Turing, the Swiss duo for the Stall Spike Twins. And from Poland, Epic Project Pavel Kolotchik and Marcin Kudlak.
Gratulacje! Welcome to the finish line, Polska. And Lea and her sister, I mean, they really are identical twins. It's quite something. Double trouble if I ever saw it.
From Israel, our all-women's duo in the UCI women, the Serpentine women, Julia Polevaya and Ekaterina Gurenkova.
Mazel tov to the Israeli duo as they come down the finish line. Quite a few Israeli riders doing our Epic Series races around the world, so we welcome them. Here we go. We've got a long line of teams racing their way towards a lovely lunch, an ice cold beer, a vertical coffee. Herzlich willkommen. 81 Kilometer später. Ja, ihr habt es geschafft.
Zwei Swiss Epic Legenden, Hans-Peter Abeck und Beat Dus. Und hinten dran
another one of our mixed teams.
Legenden in the making. Sie haben die Chance hier mit dem Finish. Sebastian Kellermeier und Stefan Wagner auf dem Weg, Epic Legends zu werden.
And looks like an individual finisher with another team.
Tommy Kajersoja, finska companion. And from South Africa, Robert Jankelson, Philip Jankelson. Team SPAR.
In the colours of SPAR. And your next smiling mixed team. Huge smiles on the finish line.
Team First Descent from Belgium, Bastian Asselman and Karen Stuyers.
Oh, I'm glad that they're from Belgium because they called First Descent. Because in South Africa, First Descent is a competing brand to Tschividains. But here's an interesting story, which I'll tell you after the next two teams join us on the finish line. Bright orange and some original olive.
Team Matsus mit der Swiss Legende Susanne Tanner und Margrit Abercheli. Und die beiden Epic Legends Specialized Velo-Empfänger Markus Giesler und André Fedier.
So Andrew Gold, who owns and started Tschividains, First Descent was their family business. So Andrew and his sister Carmen worked for their dad, known as Mr. Gold, first name Mr., last name Gold. And they sold the business First Descent to a big sports chain in South Africa, very similar to Intersport here in Europe. And then they had to work out the contract, the buyout, and then they had a restraint of trade. So Andrew Gold had this restraint of trade, so he went and toured the world with his family for a while. And he came back and he thought, you know, I can do better. And then he started Tschividains, and look at him now. Official sponsor of the Epic Series globally, providing all our category jerseys. We've got the Tschividains Special, happy with official merchandise. If I'm not mistaken, if you buy some core bike gear, you get a free trucker cap. So you need to buy 2 pieces of core bike gear, and you get a free Epic or Epic Series trucker cap to the value of 25 euros.
So now that's the deal. And hey, the good news, die guten Nachrichten, nicht nur für unsere Rider.
Für alle.
Für alle.
Yeah. And look at the lunch tent is packed with all our riders enjoying lunch. 2 more are on the way to the finish line. And we're going to be able to say Anguette, which is Swiss for guten Appetit, or a bon appetit, Anguette. So how about that interesting story about Tschividains? He did such a good job that they tried to, enact certain legal clauses, but he went, sorry guys, I stayed away for 5 years, and now he's absolutely the biggest brand in South Africa, and he's growing massively globally. A wonderful South African success story, not just DJ Dane Lee, South African success story. Here's your next team.
GKB Epikologen Kur mit Tobias Blätz und Oliver Friedrich. Und das Team Big Sis Bike, Team supported by Performance Enjoy. Mit dem Schweizer Duo Patrick Niklaus und Fabian Huber. Und 2 Swiss Epic Legends an der Finishline aus Dornbirn. Philipp Schneider und Martin Salzmann. The Netherlands duo, Harm and Bram, Wouters, the Brave.
Look at those smiles as they come over the finish line. That's what you want to see. Shows you how much they enjoyed those last kilometers. Team Brave fighting their way towards the B group they are. Heel gefeliciteerd Harm en Bram. Goed gedaan, mannen. Goed gedaan.
Das nächste Duo from Denmark. Heja Denmark. Tilke Nikolaj Mortensen and Erik Corneliussen. The Zana Velofit Racing Team. Das nächste Duo ist auf dem Weg. 10 Stunden 10 heute. Die maximale Stage Time auf dem Weg in Richtung Ziel der zweiten Etappe hier in St. Moritz. Und da sind sie, die nächsten beiden. Once again Denmark, Christopher Johansen, Andreas Völker Johansen, Tilke, Team Roscoe Mountainbike 1. South Africa at the finish line with Clinton Haley and Grant Hall, the team Jack Rabbit 4.0. Die nächsten beiden Teams auf dem Weg aus der Schweiz, doppeltes Schweizer Duo mit Remo Mansa, Beat Graf, Giallo, Pizza Schweiz und Naturstrom, Ralf Hutter und Hans-Peter Steiger. Schweizer Stunde an der Finishline hier, das Team möchte gern, Marc Bühler und Raphael Banz. Die Bikeschule Smith mit Bea Graber und Norbert Eaton. Und schaut euch das an hier. Oh, man sieht, die Etappe war nicht heute. From Great Britain, Ogren Imb, Adam Crotier and Jack Sutcliffe and Isla Stowe and Kylie Hanekom coming through in the UCI women, the legend Isla Stowe. Das nächste Duo auf dem Weg from Great Britain and Colombia. Camilo Lopez and Gregory Smith, the Pangolins. Pangolins, that is, says the South African, and he knows.
Pangolins are borderline extinct, but they've done it. Made it to the finish line, and we have two more riders on the way. Well done to you, 81 kilometers, 2,350 meters, and stage 2 is done. Congratulations. Team New Kit, or New Kit.
Jody Hall and Nathan Kinch.
Squirrel. It's a squirrel. It's an Airbus Helicopters H-125. Americans call it an A-Star. French call it an Écureuil. We call it a squirrel. Yes, I'm a complete av-geek. I'm sorry. Here they are. Well done and welcome, Alpine riders. Well, to welcome riders Brad Hughes and Ben Ward. Congratulations. I told you it was a raindrop, Gemma. And by the way, as you feel these raindrops, why don't you get yourself some awesome cycling gear from Tschividains? Gemma's rushing there to man the tills. Any 2 pieces of core cycling gear, and you get a free tracker cap to the value of €25 from Tschividains, official merchandise of the Epic Series Global Mountain Bike.
Was Paul gerade gesagt hat, auch heute gibt es natürlich wieder bei unserem offiziellen Merchandise-Partner Tschividains ein ganz besonderes Special. Heute zählt 2 Items aus der Radkollektion kaufen und es gibt die hochwertige Tschividains Mütze im Wert von €25 gratis mit dazu. Schaut also vorbei am Merchandise Store bei unseren Freunden von Tschividains.
Who we got next? Welcome to lunchtime. I'm good. That's what we say as you roll your way down the finish line. And it's a massive welcome to our team 8300 from Belgium. Wat een Michael Paulus en Louis Diers. Heel goed gedaan en gefeliciteerd, Owens.
The finish duo of Johannes Kuitunen and Väinö Ilinen, the brothers in law, made it.
Are they lawyers or are they related through their wives? And by the way, with that orange helmet, I wasn't looking at my phone, but I just checked. I got a text message from the International Space Station to say there's a rider on the way to the finish. I got a funny feeling we've got a bit of a mixed team on the way. It's not mixed emotions. It's a man and a woman, the black and white rolling to the finish line. Afuera del planeta, Jose Ramirez and Ane Ulloa Miranda, who celebrated her birthday on the stage 1. Muchas felicidades and buen trabajo. Good job to you both. And as you get ready for your lunch, we say bon provit or bon provecho. Our lunch today looks like a pasta bolognese of sorts.
Do you think it's made of ibex?
Probably ibex bolognese, yeah. Ibex is the local legendary goat, and the goat is, of course, the greatest of all time. And that's why riders that have done at least 3 Swiss epics, they become an ibex. And we've got a couple of last ibex. Those riders who've done every single edition, similar to the last Lions that we have at the Upper Cape Epic, of whom we have one racing here in the form of Mike Nixon, every single centimetre of every metre of every kilometre of every edition of the Alps Cape Epic for Mike Nixon. Can you imagine how many metres he has climbed? Venga, 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 come on, come on. 2 more teams, 4 more riders. And remember, if you're not smiling, you're not allowed down the finish line. The excitement is real. Welcome Nicola Brizzotto and Noemi Pilat, and double Danes, Casper Callison and Kenneth Volson. Toluca Casper, Toluca Kenneth, and brava Nicola, brava Noemi. Or bravo, should I say. Well into the 2 of them. Our mixed team representing Italy. Ciclo Meccanico Miane bike team. Just behind another one of our mixed teams, the Afuera del Planeta. So that's 13 mixed teams over the finish line so far with the Masters men and another gaggle of riders.
Und Vollgas-Finish bei unseren nächsten 3 Teams mit Rees Krenebühl und Werner Hollenstein, Daniel Dester, Cornel Fuhrer, GKP Epicologen Marlansen from Denmark, Henrik Marsen and Carsten Lumby Thompson, Rolsko Mountain Bike Team 2.
Well, I'll tell you something, some phenomenal racing we're watching here. And we're getting a lot of good energy from the riders. If you look at the body language, when they come down the finish line, these are happy riders. They've enjoyed themselves. I didn't see a lot of that body language among some of these. I mean, if you look at how Rolsko MTB Team 2 from Denmark, Henrik and Carsten did, I mean, they've done incredibly well today. 11th in the Grand Masters. They ride up there in probably the top 30% of finishers here today, having a superb day.
Lots of smiles at the finish line. But here's the thing I don't understand. There's 4 Danish teams in the last 20 teams that came in. So you've been plenty to Denmark. I used to live there. When the coach sent me out and said, do a long ride with as much climbing as possible, I came home with like 150 meters of climbing after 200 kilometers.
Well, I did a ride in Denmark the other day. I was there for Ironman 70.3 Elsinore. And I went for a ride. I only did 57 kilometers. But I did come up with 322 meters of gain.
Did you pick a bridge and ride it up and down all day long?
I found the only hill in all of Denmark.
Yeah, Dane was just saying, I think Paul was just riding in the flats and kept throwing his wahoo up in the air while he was riding along.
No, that's what you use a drone for. Riders on the way to the finish line in a little bit of rain, which means we'll be able to save a lot of money on showers this afternoon. Are we smiling? Are we smiling? We are smiling. In the amateur leaders' jerseys with screams of delight, Linda and Julika. South Africa and Namibia teaming up. The Zurich Sweden team, leaders in the amateur women's category, and a scream of delight from Linda and Julika. Mooi julle twee.
Und das nächste Schweizer Duo mit Ruschmik und Kurt Züllig. Das Team Fair Velos Schweiz. Die Schweiz hat natürlich die stärkste Nation am heutigen Tag. Südafrika, zweitstärkste Nation. Und die Deutschen, drittstärkste Nation dieses Jahr beim SPAR Swiss Epic.
And the next team on the way as well, the team Rocket Men. Representing Switzerland, Sergei Yakubanets and Dan Bronstein. These are 2 of our Ibexes, the Rocket Men in the Masters category. Well done, Sergei. Well done, Dan. Four more riders, 2 more teams, a massive welcome and a congratulations. Another one of our mixed teams looking good. They didn't even get dirty today. Look at that. Mark and Meline, the Marguerite Faton team, and Forestier Rosti, our great grandmasters from France and Italy. René Valli with Riccardo Giulia Acuto. Félicitations, complimenti, Forestier Rosti, our great grandmasters.
Und der Cube Store Kur ist wieder auf dem Weg mit der Swiss Epic-Legende Markus Hensler und der Epic-Legende Björn Terschnitt. Die nächsten beiden Schweizer, die den Tag hier mit ein bisschen Nieselregen erfolgreich zu Ende bringen. Das Schöne ist an diesem bisschen Regen, dass wir jetzt hier draußen haben. Das gibt ordentlich Grip auf der Strecke für die Teams, die noch draußen unterwegs sind. Insgesamt noch 240 Rider, also noch knapp 120 Teams auf der Strecke unterwegs. Team Cycle Magazine from Sweden, Daniel Brecker and Ulrika Eriksson. And happy birthday an Stefan Gutknecht, Bike to Help Gugu, zusammen mit Gerald Kubler.
Welcome to Daniel Hanig and Carlos Enrique Barrios, our team Cadejos. Muchas felicidades, gratuliere.
Sie bringt den Regner ins Ziel. Die nächsten beiden. Dead Cow from Israel, Asaf Baldaf, and Dan Cohen. Well done.
Mazel tov to the two of you. I've got a funny feeling, Till, that the rain has encouraged a couple of riders to add a little bit of pace to their pedaling, to get to the finish line a little bit quicker.
What rain?
It's not rain, it's a free shower. And trust me, where I come from Africa, the rain is a blessing.
Das Team Rosatz aus Österreich mit Walter Hatz und Dominik Rossmann. Und die nächsten Südafrikaner.
Representing South Africa, come on, Brad Dixon and Christopher Geyer. Blood, sweat and gears. As we get ready to a double Swiss combination. Florian und David. Our team Tezag Uvex. Florian Prelaz and David Marti.
Okay, Paul, ich weiß, es regnet ein bisschen, aber wenn wir da hinten unsere lokalen Touristen, der Schauer, den er angemacht hat, aber ich glaube, Die Lampe, so dunkel ist es dann doch noch nicht.
2 times España, Samuel García, Sedaberra and Anselmo Perez. Well, to the two of you, muchas felicidades. Samuel is on the verge of becoming an epic legend. To be an epic legend, you need to do the Cape Epic, and ideally the Swiss Epic, and one other epic series event. If you do all 3, you become an epic legend.
But does it have to be 3 different ones?
Yes, because if you do 3 Cape Epics, you become an Amobabezi, which means the pride. It's a pride of lions, the Amobabezi. So you become part of the pride. But if you do 3 Cape Epics, it doesn't make you a legend. You need to do 3 epic series events. So, for example, if you do Cape Epic, SPAR Swiss Epic, and Andorra Epic, you become a legend.
So I'm only missing 1?
You're missing 1, Cenk.
Und unser nächstes Team im Team, das Team Biltong.
Michael van Woudenberg and Paul van Woudenberg. They both South African, but one of them is living in the Netherlands now. He's taking advantage of his Dutch passport because it's much easier to travel with a European passport than the Green Mamba.
And it's probably because they haven't had lunch yet, but just reading the team name, I wouldn't mind a good piece of South African biltong right now.
Oh my goodness. And you know what? If they wouldn't confiscate it at the airports, I would travel with biltong. Biltong is a very, very, very good version of beef jerky. Beef jerky is too sweet. Biltong is lekker.
Have you ever tried the European alternative to biltong?
Once and never ever again.
It's terrible. It's like sending a Swiss mountain biker to a mountain bike race in the Netherlands.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense.
And it's usually made of horse. Right, back to the racing and back to our riders. Juan Larissa and Melanie. Giordana Bikerina Termat. Larissa Rosner and Melanie Eichmann. What a great race from the 2 of you.
The next team with the new next 2 epic legends from Spain, Jose Luis Pollo and Jose Rivas Ferrer, the Cycling Academy.
Talk about Spanish legends. In and amongst the epic series partners, Mitsubishi, they are Spanish legends. Catalonian legends from beautiful Catalonia near Barcelona. Jordi and his team, all in red. Mitsubishi means more than the bike, and they do bike mechanical services, transport services, they provide massages, etc. And talk about Spain, the visual energy bar here is 2 to 6er, and 2 to 6er is also a Spanish brand, as we welcome 2 Swiss legends, Reto Nigli and Fabian Zürcher. It is the TS Racing Team. we're looking for our second and third place of the Masters Women category Stolbach's twins, Lea and Petra, and the Madshus, Susanna Tanner and Margit Abergili. Can you please come to the podium? We want to do our Masters Women as we welcome our SPAR special team riders, Carlo and Freddie. Well done to the both of you. Quite a few teams are on the way to the finish line now. Quite a few teams on the way to lunchtime in St. Moritz. And we are shortly going to do the podium presentation for our Masters Women. Let's bring these teams to the finish. One, two, three, four, five, 6 teams. Bike Club, Kandersteg, Nils Carl and Sebastian. Well done. Nick Kershaw's in the house. Our crazy cousins. Well done, Carl. Well done, Nick. And Rodrigo Herrera with Daniela Chaveri, CBZ cycling team. And from Slovenia, beautiful country. What a place to ride a bike. Bojan Krivec and Urban Majchen. Well done to the two of you. Well, next two riders from the United Kingdom, James Shaw and Jack Wilson. Well done. We're looking for our third place Masters women, please. Suzanne Tanner and Margit Abergili, please come to the podium. Well done to our next teams over the finish line. Bravo, Karina. And well done to Nina, both of them representing Germany. Karina's done 2 Swiss Epics already. Nina is a newbie. What a wonderful way to not be a newbie at the Swiss Epics, to ride with an experienced and talented rider. right, DJ Daly, we are ready now to celebrate our Masters woman. At the end of stage 2, Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, we bring up our top 3 teams in our Masters Women category. Your third position today, from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, 81 kilometers, 2,350 meters of climbing. It is the team Madhus, Susanna Tanner, and Margriet Abechli. Congratulations to third, and taking second, it is the Stoll Bikes twins, Double Trouble, Leah and Petra Turing. And winning stage 2 today, all Swiss podium, it is Stoll Bikes women, Simona Stoll and Nina Brenn. Great racing amongst the Masters women, and racing for their blue jersey. Simona and Nina have the blue Masters jerseys. Well done, Mantus. Well done, Stoll Bikes twins. And Stoll Bikes women, Simona Stoll and Nina Brenn. Oh, just Jenny Terry, Kleinans, in the colours of SPAR has just come down the finish line. Says the Albula Pass today was amazing. He's got a huge smile on his face. What a pleasurable day for the riders. Stage 2, a big stage, a long stage, but lots of smiles, lots of reward for the 2,350 meters of climb. And congratulations to the teams that have finished just a while ago. Our CBC cycling team, the SEP Solo, Team Slovenia, Bojan and Urban, James Shaw and Jack Wilson, Marcel Gomola, Martin Matushka, Karina Moore and Nina Hartley finished a moment ago as well. The Endless Summer team of David Barr and Catherine Wood, Peter Skala from the Czech Republic, Peter Ladislav, the Cyclist Service Peter team, the Sono-Swiss South African combination of Johan Kritzinger with Eric Kleinans, Peter Brunner and Meinrad Wils, and Bruno Muralt and Daniel Delfos. All of them having finished whilst we were doing our Women's Masters podium presentations. And more riders who are unstoppable, more riders who've enjoyed Albula Pass, more riders who are back at home base for the next 2 nights. A huge welcome to our next team with smiles on the finish. Look at you two. Well done to Kove Breckman and Vannes Bosman, to our brilliant Belgians. 2 more teams en route, 3 more teams en route. Welcome to the magic finish line on your stage 2. Second day, Kenneth and Thomas. Well done, Jesper and Per. Well done to the 2 Swiss and the 2 Danes. Gratuleer to Luge. And also on the finish line, another one of our phenomenal mixed pairings. And look at those smiles. Anna Picard and Jan Jusch, the give gas to Ivan's Velosport team. Look at those smiles. Yeah, those smiles are well earned. Congratulations, you 2 rock stars, you heroes. Lovely to have you back in St. Moritz. Lovely to have you on the finish line. From Argentina, Sergio Anibal. And the Grandmasters men, the medicos. So they've got to be in the medical field. Maybe they're both doctors. More riders just behind them. Lots of teams arriving now. Circular cycling, Matthijs and Eric from the Netherlands, goed gedaan. En zweimal Deutschland, Thomas Liga und Stefan Eck. Wie geht's euch? And a mixed team, look at those smiles. Congratulations to another one of our mixed teams. So many mixed teams. Danny Schneider, Radsport Crazy. That's actually all women's team. Jolanda Lutzer and Cornelia Schwarzentruber. They're in our amateur women category, and it looks like they're second. Well done, Jolanda. Well done, Cornelia. Zweite Platz heute auf dieser Etappe. How on earth you keep your white jerseys so clean, I don't know. On the back wheel, fastest spine, Antonio Foundes and Alexandre Chesney. One up to the 2 Super Swiss in our amateur men category. Antonio is one of our epic legends. How you doing? You're doing great because you're on the finish line. Look at those smiles. The mixed team smiles of Metz, Davos, Rahel and Stefan. 2 more riders.
Das nächste Duo auf den letzten Metern hier in Richtung Ziel. Die wunderschöne Finishline in St. Moritz. Das nächste Duo, das es geschafft hat. Und mittlerweile nicht mal mehr 100 Teams, weniger als 200 Rider noch draußen auf der Strecke unterwegs, um die zweite Etappe hier zu Ende zu bringen. Ich war gerade noch mal hinter diesem Tennisvereinsheim, wo die Teams durch den Wald dann hier auf den offenen Trail kommen. Wunderschöne Stimmung da draußen auch mit den Zuschauern auf den letzten Kilometer in Richtung Ziel. Beautiful finish here in the Grandmasters man by Team Fairtree. Gary Kirsten, Jeremy Thompson. Job well done on a beautiful day here in Graubünden. Und wir freuen uns mit dem nächsten Team in den SPAR Trikots. SPAR Swiss Epic jerseys on the way to the finish line. Das südafrikanisch-deutsche Duo Rudergötter AT mit Andreas Diakon und Axel Tornau. Und unsere nächsten beiden Teams und einer unserer Fahrer. Die Freude war groß gestern im Ziel und auch heute hier die Celebration an der Finishline Stage 2. Und das nächste Frauenduo ebenfalls im Ziel angekommen. Diese zweite Etappe von Lenzerheide nach St. Moritz. Glücklich und zufrieden ins Ziel gebracht. Daumen hoch und die Freude bei den Vredenburg Scullies from South Africa, Pierre Evert and Dennis van der Westhuizen. And of course, great to see our two Aussie mums across the line here as well. Elizabeth Taylor and Natalie Saunders, our mums on holiday. Time to put the feet up in the air. Enjoy this beautiful vacation day here in St. Moritz. You know, a little morning activity. And now, time to soak in this holiday for our mums on holiday. Und das Team Willemark CSK, Herbert Herger und Sergei Guremkin. Hier kommt unser nächstes Team wieder bei strahlendem Sonnenschein in St. Moritz in Richtung Ziel. Wir freuen uns mit unserem nächsten Duo. Congratulations from Australia, Team Froth, Larissa Roth and David Francis. Und hier das nächste Duo, glücklich im Ziel. Kurzes High-Five für unsere beiden Schweizer. Die Epic-Legende Bernhard Ebli und Daniel Vogler, das Kalender Racing Team. Und wir werfen einen kurzen Blick auf das, was uns morgen erwartet, während wir auf die nächsten Teams warten. Am morgigen Tag dann die dritte Etappe. Das meiste Klettern für dieses Jahr beim SPAR Swiss Epic. 2400 Meter über gerade mal 68 Kilometer geht's hier die Berge in St. Moritz rauf. Auf der Jagd nach dem Etappensieg und den Platzierungen auf der dritten Etappe des SPAR Swiss Epic. The next team from Great Britain. Well, guess what? It was Jack's idea. Henry Marks and Jamie Chalmers. And hey, we finally, Henry and Jamie, we gotta learn who Jack is. Since it's his fault, did you get to enjoy this beautiful race and this beautiful finish line here in St. Moritz? Und unser nächstes Team hat's geschafft. Team Last Minute. Florin Durst und Nathaniel made it across the finish line. Well done in the amateurs, man, today. The maximum stage time today, 10 hours and 10 minutes, as we got the next two teams coming down the finish chute. Ben Lieversen with Billy van der Ende and Luc van den Weidenberg. We got craft beer, Martin van Kooi, and the other craft beer rider, Rob van der Weidenberg. Tough day for the both yesterday. So one riding as a blue board rider today, Martin van Kooi, after missing the cutoff yesterday. 10 Stunden und 10 Minuten unsere Maximum Stage Time heute für unsere Teams da draußen. Losgegangen ist es heute Morgen zwischen 9 Uhr bis 9:30 Uhr im wunderschönen Lenzerheide. Mit der Sonne, die über die Berggipfel gekommen ist. Der perfekte Start und dann eine traumhafte Route mit 2350 Höhenmeter über die 81 Kilometer hier nach St. Moritz. Das heißt, offiziell müssen die letzten gegen 18:30 Uhr im Ziel sein. Geschafft hat es jetzt unser nächstes Team. Wir gratulieren. Das nächste Duo, das es hier bei feinstem Sonnenschein ins Ziel geschafft hat. The Swiss Weasels, Andreas Jod und Stavros Antifakos. Und die nächsten glücklichen Finisher hier in St. Moritz aus der Schweiz. Das Schweizer Duo Gibbons mit Jan Ramsey und Alessandro Lanfranchi. knapp unter 300 Teams, die heute Morgen um 8 Uhr bis 8:30 Uhr an den Start gegangen sind. Im wunderschönen Lenzerheide auf der Jagd nach dem Finish hier in St. Moritz. Und mittlerweile viele Teams schon im Ziel. Nur noch knapp 70 Teams draußen auf der Strecke unterwegs. Unsere gemütlichsten Rider bei Kilometer 51 gehen sie gleich über die Zeitnahme und dann noch 31 Kilometer hier in Richtung Ziel.
We are paging our amateur women and the great grandmasters men. Amateur women, Team Zurich, Sweden, and Danny Schneider-Radsport Crazy. And the great grandmasters men, Forestier Rosti and the RV Hexen 260s. We'd like to do your presentations for the podium, please. Our amateur women and our great grandmasters men.
But first up at the finish line, the Belgium duo in the mix of Tom Rosen and Flora Engels. Kinderpraktik, low. Und sie genießen ganz gemütlich die letzten Meter. Unser nächstes Team. Jetzt noch einmal lächeln für die Zielkamera aus der Schweiz. Stefan Julia und Nathalie Stellieu. The VCC Julia Cycles.
So we're paging again our top two women's teams in the amateur women. Zurich, Sweden, which is Linda and Julika. Danny Schneider-Radsport Crazy, Yolanda and Cornelia. As well as our great grandmasters men, Forestier Rostis, René and Ricardo. And the RV Hexen 260s, Bruno and Danielle. We'd like to do your podium presentations. All right, DJ Daly, we are ready for the great grandmasters. at the end of stage 2, day 2 of the 2023 SPAR Swiss Epic. Beautiful Lenzerheide to stunning St. Moritz. It's our great Grandmasters men. Stage winners and overall leaders, Forestier Rosti, René Valli and Riccardo Giulio Acuto. Grande félicitations. Congratulations, Forestier Rosti, our great Grandmasters. Félicitations, René. Complimenti, Riccardo.
Unser nächstes Team aus Österreich. Birgit Lahmeier und Kurt Barth, das Team B und K. Und unser nächstes Team im Trikot der SPAR Swiss Epic, die Motherfuckers from Belgium, Jaap van der Maas and Manu van Lieshout.
What did you say?
Jaap van der Maas is what I said.
Sorry, what was that, the team name?
The MODDERFOCUS.
The Motherfuckers.
The Motherfuckers. The Weekend Warriors coming across the finish line midweek here from Great Britain, Chris Benson and Robert Benson. The next South African duo, the So Not Pros, racing like semi-pros here today. Lucien Davies and Richard Hall.
I know what they are pro at. They're pro at hitting the beer truck. What up, boys? Good job. You've earned those beers. Where's Team South Africa? You two have been very quiet. It's not time to up your Insta game. The two South Africans just finished and they didn't hear you. Yep.
But
unacceptable.
Paul, is it really something special if you're good at hitting the beer truck in South Africa? Isn't that just a birthright?
Look, you know, there's some countries in Europe that have more of a reputation for their alcohol consumption than South Africans. One of our mutual colleagues comes from one of those countries.
Are we waiting for a finish team at the finish line?
Talk about finishing, we've got another team all the way to the finish. Bright red tops, black shorts, and big smiles. A little bit of tailwind down the finish line straight. Oh, they put their head down, and it's a sprint for the cameras. Look at you go!
The Fanland Warriors, Paul Fiore and Andrew Croft-Taylor.
And I got to tell you, we got more teams on the way, more heroes on the way to that finish line. Chili con carne is your lunch today. The beers are cold, the coffee's hot. The smiles are real, the applause is yours. Herzlich willkommen and a massive welcome. Here you are, stage 2, day 2. Come on. Moyaku, Moyela, nog steeds Afrikaners. Look at the Stappers rocking the finish line with a couple of Brits in the mix.
It's the old men, Charles and Jaco, the old toppies. Longevity, Michael and Mark, and Rittersport, Mark and Sam Highland.
Helicopter. Welcome and well done. Stage 2 done and dusted. 3 stages and you would have conquered the Alps. Muchas felicidades.
The capitals, Jorge and Ricardo from Portugal and Spain. Paul, look what you made them do. They're so embarrassed that they got back on their feet
No.
now.
They weren't doing Insta, they were tracking. And the boys are close, so they're on the barrier because no diamond rings if you don't applaud.
Yeah, but I think...
I want to know, do you have the same... Because I know this Cape Epic rider. He had a deal with his wife. He wanted a new bike. And she said, yes, you buy me a ring to the value of the bike. He lied. He told it was only 100,000 Rand. Okay? Bought her a ring. Then he was away on business and the bike needed to go for a service or some warranty. She said, won't you quickly take it to the shop for me? She said, sure. And then she found out the real value of the ring. She made him sell it and buy a 100,000 Rand bike, but he had to buy her a ring to the value of what the bike was. True story, I promise you. You're going to Italy. Oh, shame. so terrible. The food is horrible. The people are horrible. The place is terrible. I feel so sorry for you.
Paul, do you think they're having a really bad moment right now? Because they got a phone in their hand, but no beer. So I don't think they're tracking riders. I think they were tracking the nearest beer.
I think they're taking stage 2 really, really seriously, because we've got 2 teams on the way. Well done, you rock stars and you legends. Here you are, the final meters after 81 kilometers. Congrats!
Team Kingshill, the Dutch-German duo mit Schiel Schneider und Meinert van der Heuvel und Matt Extreme, Manuel Alemani Sanchez und Cristobal Catalan Andres.
From 45 countries. They have come from around the world, racing the world. They are at our SPAR Swiss Epic. Talk about race the world. I'm wearing one of those race the world shirts from the team at Tschividains. Tschividains are running a special at the moment. Any 2 pieces of bike gear and you get a free trucker cap valued at €25. Which is about 26 francs 50.
With the slight difference being, you would never get a trucker cap for 26 franc 50 in Switzerland.
So it's a bargain all round. You get awesome cycling gear, and you get a great trucker for a huge bargain, huge discount. It's free of charge. And the welcome ceremony is ready. Final approach for the next teams. A little bit of a tailwind speeding up the finish line approach and making those smiles even bigger. Pi squared. It is the the Belgian with the German. Peter Jan Kindermans with Pia Sophie Arras. Pi squared. Well done.
Und das nächste Team direkt hinten dran. Maggie and Todd Abbeck, Daniel Wittgenstein and Margot Kelly from the United States.
So I have a question for you, Till. In German, it's Wittgenstein, oder? Daniel.
Yeah.
How would you think an American would pronounce it in America? Definitely not Wittgenstein.
You think it's Wittgenstein?
It's probably Wittgenstein?
Wittgenstein.
Shall I find out?
Find out, but I never get to that point because they're called Maggi and Todd. And as a German, that's very confusing to me because Maggi is what my grandma used. It's like a black, very, very salty sauce.
Oh, so you're half Swiss?
Ah, it's Wittgenstein.
So do you say Wittgenstein? But they don't say that to you in America. What do they call you? Yeah, Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein. Well done and lovely to have you here. I hope you had a good time. Another team on the finish line. Well done.
United States again. Robert Jones, Chris Clyde, Team Greybeard.
And remember, if you're not smiling, you're going to do the Albula Pass again. They are smiling. That's what we want to see. More brilliant Belgians. Welkom terug. Goed gedaan.
Yeah, but you don't need to remember them. They're just two ordinary Belgian guys, they say about themselves. Karel Breda and Gies Albrecht.
There's nothing ordinary about you if you're doing an epic series mountain bike event. Nothing ordinary at all. So please put your shirt on, you're scaring the children. That SPAR balloon, immer für dich da, always there for you. That is the line for the team at SPAR, immer für dich da, always there for you. Und gleich dieser Luftballon, I think soon it's going to be on the ground without having to be retracted. Wir haben jetzt ein bisschen Wind.
You give it a little more wind, it's going to have a head start towards Davos. Destination of our final stage and the transfer stage on Thursday. On Friday, of course, that is.
So tomorrow is slightly shortened stage, shortened to 55 Ks. Shortened stage tomorrow, which means a lovely recovery before the Queen stage, when we transfer St. Moritz Richtung Davos.
Recovery auch gleich für unser nächstes Team, das auf dem Weg in Richtung Ziel ist. Das Schweizer Duo, Stefan Monnier, Etienne Caillebois. Here they are. Paul, guess what team that is?
Les Titis. Aha, one of our favorite team names. Well done.
Und mit ordentlicher Rückenwind in Richtung Ziel. Using the tailwind to the finish line here, Team USWE. Kelly Jones from Great Britain with a partner Austin Buchwald Arnett from the United States.
You got to check out her YouTube channel. Jenny's got a fantastic YouTube channel showcasing a two-time national champion living in the US. So Laura Siddle actually tagged me in her message of good luck to them.
But your team partner, again, one of those German names in America. Buchwald, very German.
Well, if you think about it, I mean, Lee, what's your heritage? Strawbridge. English? Yes? for the horses, exactly. Yeah. So he's full of that stuff that was on the bridge, but he's a nice guy otherwise. But I mean, if you think about it, the USA is very similar to South Africa, to Australia, to New Zealand. We all came from Europe, basically. You know what I mean?
Oh, that makes sense. But is it Buchwald or do the Americans say Buckwald?
So that's the funny thing. So, you know, Chris Leiferman, I mean, it's Leiferman if you pronounce it properly, because in German it's always the second vowel. If it's the E, it's Leiferman. If it's second, if it's I, it's Leiferman. But in the US, they call him something else. I mean, Josh Amberger, you know, there are a couple others. Sky, she calls us Sky March. She says to me, it's just like launch. I say Sky, I don't say launch, I say launch. So, and it's an OE, which is the O umlaut, which is Munch, Sky Munch. And then I get all the Americans going, it's not Sky Munch. Well, yes, I have German heritage, it is. I know a lot of guys that get stuck at 69 kilometers. Lee, do you know what you're drinking? So that is a very, very famous Swiss drink. It's called Rivella, and it's made from cow serum.
I'm still trying to figure out what cow syrup is.
No, but seriously, if you Google Rivella, it's a huge drink available only in Switzerland. Bokkies, waar is julle mannen? Wat vat so lang? Stuck at 69. I could tell you a joke about Miss Piggy and Kermit the Frog, but I'd get fired. Dude, wasn't it a couple of Swiss epics ago I gave you these fancy... You had pneumonia, basically. I gave you that. When it's illegal, I can't tell everybody what I gave him because he'd be banned for... You finished with a little help from your friends. And it wasn't a product from Girona. I bought it at the local pharmacy from Dr. Ferrari. With a bit of a tailwind into those final meters. Welcome to your finish line. Welcome and congratulations on stage 2 done and not so dusty. So it wasn't dusted, but you're smiling and that's what matters. Bienvenidos, Pepa. Hola, amigos. Muy bien, buen trabajo. Welcome to a great Brit and a Finn. So it was a flying Finn who's very finished and a Brit.
Team Sunny Scunny with Ville Titola and Tim Higgins.
Lee, did you see my socks? Snap. You could borrow mine, but I'm not going to work barefoot. The finish line is ready for the next two riders. Our next team on the way. Nur ein paar Meter noch. Ihr habt's geschafft. You did it. Welcome and well done, y'all. 2 times South Africa. Lekker julle. Mooi gerad.
You see, and now it makes sense why they were so fast. It's Team Hillbokkies.
The Hillbokkies. One of them's a bookie. The other one is book for anything. So well done to Gerard and well done Jonita. Congratulations to the careers. If we have a top 3 amateur women's teams, we'd love to do your prize giving. We just need Candice to be ready, but Sie mussten vielleicht wieder schnell zum Race-Offs gehen und sicher machen, dass das passiert. Trying to do my best, a little bit of German. The only switch Dutch I know is ein Gute. Ein Gute, when you say, Guten Appetit! And they'll have an appetite now as they come to the finish line. We welcome the next team. Yeah, boom indeed. Congratulations to the two of you. Happiness is the finish line. Patrick Murphy and Andrew McQuaid. Our Branding Sports CC team. Yes, Dane, DJ Danley, how did you guess that they were from Ireland? I suppose you know Murphy as well, Joanne Murphy. From Galway. She's a Galway girl. DJ Dan Lee, all the way from the friendly city, Nelson Mandela Bay. On the beautiful east coast of South Africa is our Epic Series DJ at Wines to Wales, the Upper Cape Epic, Andorra Epic, Swiss Epic, and these are epic smiles on the faces of our next two heroes. Well, Carolina Vincente, La Infinita Locura. Brava Carolina, bravo Vincente. And 2 more riders about to arrive. Happiness is the finish line, is it not? Here you are. Gianna Meyer and Lea Ritz. Well done to Gianna, well done Lea. a small gruppetto of riders racing to the finish line for a bit of chili con carne, a vertical coffee, and a lovely beer. Oh, they enjoyed that little water splash, aimed especially for the puddle, you can tell. It's all part of the fun. Welcome, congratulations. Here you are, 2-time Sappers on the finish line. Well done to Tommy Davies and Gareth Dewey. Congratulations, gents. Nice one, Tom. Nice one, Gareth. And the SA Adventurers, Eugene Burta with USTA Burta. Moriella and Tara Eckstein with Rola Degli. A really good team. You've done really, really well. Mention about that list. And there we go, the next team. Look at you getting it done. Bravo! Awesome. Bordeaux Blend, Per Anton Velba with Murray Davidson. Welcome to our legends. Muchas gracias. Merci vielmals. So, Tilshing, did you bring long pants with you?
I did, but I left him in the car.
Oh, shame.
Oh, shame.
We'd like to do the podium ceremony for our amateur women. So we're looking for Team Zurex Sweden, the South African and the Namibian team, as well as the Danish Nida Rajput Crazy Ladies and Maggie and Todd. We need Danielle and Margot. I think they are here. Yes, you two are here. That's good. But I think we're looking for Linda and Yulika. We'd like you for the final podium presentation of the day, which is our amateur women.
And while Paul's getting ready, we send hey to Team Boschies. Chantal Bosch and Rudy Bosch from South Africa.
Nice, you two. Well done. Looking good. Congrats on another day. Chantal, that smile of yours is the best smile I've seen all day. And I love your shirts. Yes, see, those are lekker. Helicopter. We're looking for the winning amateur woman, Zurich, Sweden, Linda and Julika. Please can you join us for the presentation? There we go, the white jerseys have finally returned. We want to do your podium presentation. Hop, hop, hop.
Waiting for the white jerseys, but not waiting for our next team anymore. The Colorado Rogues, United States, Johanna Neuber and Krista Silvers.
All right, DJ Daly, we are ready now for the final award ceremony for stage 2. We're going to do this like the Olympics. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to St. Moritz. At the end of stage 2, Lenzerheide to St. Moritz, 81 kilometers, 2,350 meters of climbing for the podium presentation for the top 3 women's teams in our amateur women's category. In third position today, at the end of stage 2, representing the United States of America, Team Maggie and Todd, Danielle Wegenstein and Margot Kelly. In second position, the team Danny Schneider-Rachsport, Crazy Ladies, Yolanda Letscher and Cornelia Schwarzentrieber. And time for your stage winners at the end of stage 2, as well as your overall leaders in the amateur women's category for the SPAR Swiss Epic 2023. The team Zurich, Sweden, Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. And congratulations to these 3 incredible teams, these 6 women. Team Maggie and Todd, third. Danish Niederachsport, Crazy Ladies, second. And your winners and your overall leaders, Zurich, Sweden, Linda Dietering and Julika Pahl. Tulshank, I think that tablecloth needs to go, brother.
Well, give it 2 or 3 more minutes and it's gone with the wind. making good use. Making good use of the tailwind here. Our next team from Belgium. Bram Koesma and Bart van der Weijen Motors RC in the Masters Man. And from South Africa, Craig McIntosh, Jeremy McIntosh, the Mad Max. Fist bump at the finish line for our next team. Job well done. Mission accomplished. Before the weather is coming in. Leo Channel, Thorsten Fisker und Thorsten Schwingmann. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. And our next mixed team to cross the finish line. Welcome to San Moritz. Das deutsch-spanische Duo mit Javi Valero Jimenez and Tessa Wiese, the Montes. Flashing the jerseys of the SPAR Swiss Epic from Belgium and the Netherlands, David Allwood, Alexander Oberink. The Battle of Waterloo continues in San Moritz. Enjoy the final meters to the finish line. Job well done, mission accomplished here today. Krekkels Bouwservice, Carlo Krekkels and Veras Boedeke from the Netherlands. just in time. Looking good. Out to medics coming across the line here. Thanks for your service today. Here we go with our next fantastic mixed team today. Charlie and Lola from South Africa, Sally Ferguson and Nick Ferguson. Und unser nächster Individual Finisher von den Grand Fun Masters aus der Schweiz, Adrian Müller.
A massive welcome to Alejandro and Julian. Alex Bicycle Pro Shop, Alejandro Gallanigo and Julian Duque. We're getting ready for the teams for the Philippines now. Marika Benedict Tan and Dennis Manuel Siangyo. Welcome to our team for the Philippines. Congratulations in the mixed category.
Congratulations and welcome, Team TNT, United States, Travis Spencer Coe, and South Africa, Timothy Scherer.
So back in the day when Billy Ocean launched this song in South Africa, it was called African Queen. But to the rest of the world, it was called Caribbean Queen. A useless piece of information for your next pub quiz.
Congratulations. Here we go. Epic legend Toma Osha from Israel with Jill Sella, Team Snoopy. A beautiful fresh breeze and a shower for all our riders out on the course, saving them time tonight in the hotel. No need for an extra shower. Und da kommen sie auch schon, unsere nächsten Teams. Und wenn ich es richtig sehe, ein Individual Finisher. Die letzten Meter. Und gleich geschafft. Im Grandmasters Man, Willems and Wentholt. Harold Willems and Roland Wentholt, both Swiss legends. And individual finisher, Joren Hurdes, an epic legend, half of waffles and flowers. Aussie, 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 oi, oi, oi. Here we go, Grandmasters men, the Grunters from Australia, James Barber and Kirby Parsonage.
Riders on the way to the finish line. Team KT18, Stuart Croxford and Jaco van Gaas. Hier Gaas Boetie. Boy Jaco, well done Stu. Well done to the two of you. Good job. Welcome to your finish line. You won't need to take a shower. You've just enjoyed one for the last 15 minutes.
There are somewhere between 7.
Hello and welcome, Namibia, Axel and Stefan, the NAM Masters, the Masters of Disasters. Well on to the two Namibians, Axel and Stefan. Although being Namibian, it's Stefan. But also the Namibians have a bit of German heritage, so it's Stefan. So it's Stefan and Stefan. And I'm not stuttering. So good news. Two things coming up. 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 So, do you want a tent joke?
Yes, please.
So, are you a wigwam or a teepee? You're just two tents. Old dad joke, that. A double play of Annie Lennox. Right then. But Annie from the Eurythmics. Sweet dreams are made of this. What a massive track, still massive. I remember I was in Portobello Road in London with my wife. Gosh, we just met. We weren't husband and wife yet. It was 2009 as we welcome our next team, Pretty in Pink. Hop Schweetz, Marco Bruin and Olivier Landholt. Team Olma. And we're sitting having a drink outside a pub. And this woman walks past and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is Annie Lennox. It was so cool.
So what you're saying is Kelly is lucky you still married her?
Correct. True story, Lee. Annie Lennox walked right past me. Right in front of me. It's my musical claim to fame.
And here we go with our next fantastic team. Another one of our mixed heroes on the way.
The Woolly Jumpers. Nicky Boyston with Mark Smith. How you doing, Nick? All good? Nicky's nodding her head up and down. And I bet you she's saying, dit was flippin' lekker.
And you can see Lee over there packing his bags. You know, you can feel the cold and the wet creeping up in his old bones. Thumbs up and hang loose for our next team. Well done, chaps. Team, oh my. Paul, you got to announce them. I'm going to slaughter the team name.
A massive welcome to Mordo, Johannes Pinaar en Heinrich Huishammer. Julle twee, baie goed gedaan vandag. Trots op julle. Tyd nou vir 'n bier en 'n bietjie ete. Geniet dit. We have a Swiss Epic dog and family on the finish line.
Did you see the very stylish way of wearing the helmet? Very hipster, leaning to the side.
In my opinion, if you wear a helmet like a yarmulke or like a fez, you're looking for trouble. I know it's August, but do you remember? Helicopter. I have to look. What is it? What is it? What is it? It's probably an Airbus.
It's not a squirrel, I can hear that.
Oh no, that actually looks like a Dauphine or an H155 or an AW. Yeah, anyway.
Did you just say there's a dolphin in the sky?
A Dauphine, a dolphin, yeah. But so it's got retractable gear, very sleek, very fast. Could also be a Sikorsky S76, not that anybody cares, but I do. Only thing that got me out of the tent into the rain. And well done to our next phenomenal team over the finish line. Zweimal Rot-Weiß-Rot aus Österreich. Team Röbis, Tobias und Thomas. Gratuliere ihr zwei. Jetzt schnell ein kaltes Bier, aber sofort 2 großes Bier bitte für die 2 Österreicher. Who can it be now? It's our next legendary team. You've done it 81 kilometers, stage 2, Peter and Ryan. Welcome, Team Midi. Peter and Ryan Middlemiss. Enjoying slightly English weather today. British weather, should we say. And this song for the Australians. A little bit of Men at Work. What a band. What a song. I can tell you that it's another team to the finish line. Who can that be? We'll give you their names now. Well, we can see the smiles. The smile is of victory en route to conquering the Alps, Amelia and Sebastian Dipperink. Hello to the Dipperinks. Well, and Amelia, keep smiling all the way over that finish line. And Sebastian, what a good name. It means to be honored and to be revered, by the way. Just in case you're wondering what the name Sebastian means. What a feeling to come down that finish line. What a feeling for the team True North. Mike Griffin and Scott Plum, you've got it done. So Tilshek, you are the master of all information with regards to mountain biking. How many riders still out on the course?
Not many. That's the good news.
Okay, so that's, you said that way because you know I'm not good with numbers. But I'd like a number, please.
34 riders left on the route.
Righty. And approximately all 34 riders in the final 10 kilometers?
That's correct.
That's good news.
So everybody's past the 69-kilometer mark. I know the 74 doesn't pick up, so they're somewhere in the last 10 kilometers, but they might actually be a lot closer already.
Good news. And I would imagine a lot of them are our double 6-7 team from Singapore. And possibly one or two South Africans. Possibly, just judging by the pace at which you are moving towards the finish line barriers. odd to have a South African spectator move to the finish line without a beer glass in their hand. Oh, you've had enough. But I bet you if it was a nicely chilled Sauvignon Blanc, that would be a bit different, wouldn't it?
Something I thought I'd never witness in my life is a South African use the words beer and enough in the same sentence.
Come on, we are people of moderation. We are sophisticated, classy nation with moderation, except on a Friday and Saturday night. If I'm not mistaken, it's Billy Joel, isn't it? The song? Yeah, Billy.
Und unser nächstes Team macht sich an, hier schickt sich an in Richtung Ziel. Mittlerweile vor wieder bei fast schönstem Sonnenschein.
Beautiful. The sun's out for the next team to the finish line. And remember, if you're not smiling, you're going to go do the last climb again. In the colours of Extra, it is our Mud Munchers, Garth Peterson and Andy Wright. What a Garth. Well done, Andy. Good job, gents. I see two more riders on the way. You said 34 a moment ago. So make that 32. Now we're down to 30 riders still on the course.
The math is on point.
Except, I'm probably wrong.
Die Sonne ist zurück in St. Moritz für das Finish der finalen Teams, die hier ja, so in der nächsten Stunde wahrscheinlich alle ins Ziel eingerollt sind. Und dann heißt es Füße hoch, vorbereiten auf die Etappe morgen, Etappe 3.
Make it 28 more riders on the way to the finish line. How's it, chaps? And the colours of AMSA, part of Team AMSA, part of the pride. Good job to Bez and David. Jan Bezijnout and David Waddy. Well done, chaps.
Und jetzt geht's hier fast Schlag auf Schlag. Die nächsten beiden Teams auch schon auf dem Weg in Richtung Ziel. Der Wind wieder etwas ruhiger geworden und die letzten Meter schön bergab hier in St. Moritz. Die letzte Kurve genießen.
Yes, please. Come on home. Also representing the beautiful Rainbow Nation, Jan Borchert and Gerard Spruit. Team Machuba, mooi julle.
Und das nächste Team gleich hinterher. Congratulations. Well done from Australia, Lonnie Toya and Keith Louis, Infinite Nutrition Australia.
28 is 100% correct. Yeah, 26 riders left. So that is plus minus 13 teams, but they're not all teams. There are some individual riders in that mix. Looks like our medics, some of the Zermatt medics on the enduro bikes are about to leave the route. That means there are not that many riders still out of the course. According to Tschividains, 26 still out there. And can you think, if you like enduro bikes, this is probably the best job in the world. If you're a medic and you like enduro bikes, you get to ride your motorbike where nobody's ever allowed to ride. So thank you to the medics.
Yeah, and one of them is from Freiburg, from my hometown.
Wow. Is that Free Castle?
Yeah, exactly.
So, Till, do you know that this Michael Jackson song, Beat It, is actually about breakfast?
Scrambled eggs?
Yeah, just take an egg and beat it. We can see more riders. Another team of two. That's what they're doing. They're beating it. Beating the maximum stage time. And getting ready to conquer the Alps one day, one stage at a time. That means there are 24 riders left in the final 10 kilometers. So hopefully fewer. I think, Till, your eyesight is better than mine. You are guessing it's one of our teams from Singapore.
I think it's going to be our first 667 team. Yes, it is. 667, Team 6 from Singapore. Joshua Chia and Justin Ho winning the internal Singapore category today. It must be amazing right now, riding your bike on the trails outside Singapore, because there's nobody there. Everybody's here.
Everybody in Singapore that rides a mountain bike is currently in Graubünden, participating in the SPAR Swiss Epic. Do you know that for a very long time, it was illegal to chew gum in Singapore? It's not a Paul K fact, it's a fact.
No, I was literally just hesitating because I wasn't sure which important information in my head I should delete to try and remember this.
You really should, you can delete your soon-to-be wife's parents' names to keep space for that special fact.
I might have forgotten by tomorrow how to tie my shoes, but I know that it was illegal to chew gum in Singapore and that Michael Jackson's Beat It was about breakfast.
So do you know why? Because it was a terrible form of litter. It gets stuck on the pavement when you spit it out and under your shoe, and it's just messy. So they made it illegal. How to make sure that there's no gum lying around, just make it illegal.
So there's a business idea.
So that's why nobody plays baseball or any American sport or football in Singapore, because what do the coaches do? Chew gum all the time with their mouth open. So disgusting. Brothers in arms, do you know?
I cannot wait for this fact.
No, do you know who the backing vocalist is in this? I'll give you a chance. That's the way you do it. Click for nothing, chicks for free. Listen to the voice of the backing singer. So I can tell you, in the one live concert with Dire Straits, Mark Knopfler and the boys, performed this: Eric Clapton on guitar, Phil Collins on drums, Sting on backing vocals.
So everything you've just taught me makes me realize you're really old.
I am. I'm from the 60s, my friend. I'm a 69. Do you know how Sting got his nickname? When they did the live concert, yeah, Mark Knopfler is the lead guitarist, but on the live performance, Eric Clapton joined on guitar, Phil Collins on drums, Sting on backing vocals. So, do you know how Sting got his nickname? Because his real name is Gordon Sumner.
Just give me 1 second. I'll quickly delete some information. Yeah, got space. Tell me.
So, when he first started performing, he always wore a black and yellow jumper. And he looked like a bumblebee.
He
so they
looked
called
like
him
Lena
Sting.
Maya. They should have called him Maya.
And when Sting was interviewed, and they said, when did you know you were famous? He said, I was lying on my hotel bed in this huge hotel, and the window cleaner outside the window was whistling Roxanne. That's when I knew I was famous.
A fun hour of music trivia down here at the finish line as we're waiting for our next finishers, the final ones of day 2 at the SPAR Swiss Epic 2023.
What was Sting's profession before he gave up and became a full-time professional musician?
I guess not window cleaner.
No, teacher. He taught English. That's why he writes such beautiful lyrics.
Do you know what Phil Collins' profession was before he became a professional musician?
Probably a plumber.
I have no idea. I was just wondering if you know.
I also don't know. I haven't got a clue. No, don't Google it. So, you know, we were playing level 42, Lessons in Love, early on. Mark King, the lead vocalist, and also the bass player. But when he auditioned for the band, he was actually a drummer, but they had a drummer already. So he learned to play bass.
Do you see the gentleman over there? He's looking at us like he wants to be part of music trivia at the finish line today. And look at that.
In the very early days of the Absa Cape Epic, that's what the teams would do. They'd have a bungee cord attached from the rider in front to the rider at the back. True story.
Sorry, you were saying?
I've run out of music trivia. But Mark King, the bassist and lead singer from Level 42, was actually a drummer. But he auditioned for the band and they already had a drummer, so he learned to play bass.
I literally don't know who Level 42 is.
Wow! What a band! Yeah, Addicted to Love. No, Lessons in Love. Off the album called World Machine, on the cover, it was a loose screw that had fallen out of the earth.
Dane, do you have it? I need to listen to this. And the next team on the way to the finish line needs to listen to Level 42 as well.
That means we've got 22 riders left on the course.
Stop showing off with your numbers.
I'm so glad that I'm getting it right today. This is Level 42, Lessons in Love. A massive hit from the 80s. Wait for the bass. He used to carry the bass very high and flap the strings with his thumb. Yeah, we're still waiting for the bass, Hans. Well done, you two. You made it just in time for music trivia. From the United Kingdom, who we got there? Georgia and Kelly Marie.
Paul, when you say a massive hit of the 80s, what I was doing in the 80s is literally spent 3/4 of the day lying on my bed, staring at the roof, drooling a little bit, and every once in a while, pull a little chord to hear my bedtime music.
And then your mom would change your nappy and sing your lullaby in German.
Correct, and it was not Level 42 she was singing.
So, I'd started my first job live in radio, and my current wife had just started high school. riders left. There's 2 more. Get ready to join the finish line festivities. The crowds go crazy. And here they are, another one of our phenomenal, magical mixed teams, smiling to the finish line. Hello, you two. Good job.
It's the Sappers. Oh my, you got to pronounce that.
Davie de Villiers en Mia de Villiers. Mooi julle twee. Welkom thuis. Hoe was het? Het was lekker, né? Fantastisch, julle. Lessons in love.
So important for South Africans, you got to roll the R's, right?
You know what? When I was at school, even though I went to an English language school in South Africa, you had to learn both languages. It was compulsory. And my Afrikaans teacher, his name was Basi Olivier. The man was 6'4", weighed 140 kilograms, former rugby prop. He'd wear his safari suit and his long socks, and he always walked around with a cane. And when you had to do your mondeling, so when you had to do an Afrikaans oral, you had to stand next to his desk. And if you did not roll your R's, you got whacked on the back of your legs. Ja, meneer, dis Davie de Villiers, not de Villiers.
So back then in school, how would you have pronounced the team of Pirelli Villiers?
Pirelli Villiers. And if you were from Malmesbury, you had to pray. You said the R completely different. Never mind. I wonder if people are actually listening to us in the live stream, because I do apologize for the complete nonsense coming out of our mouths. Well, my mouth.
It's music trivia and now language hour. It's great. It's like back to school afternoon here in St. Moritz.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, my first day on radio was the 28th of April, 1990. I was 20 years old. The youngest person on commercial radio in the entire South Africa. Yeah, it's my only claim to fame. Favorite rock band ever? Coldplay.
You see, now finally something I know. Coldplay, heard of him.
A little bit more music trivia. Till, what was the first band, and it's a rock band, if we've spoken about them already in the last 30 minutes, first rock band to sell 1 million CDs?
We've literally only talked about Level 42 and Coldplay.
There was one other. Rock band. First rock band to sell 1 million CDs.
Just quickly, before we answer the question, what's a CD?
It's a device to listen to music properly with all the frequencies, not just certain frequencies. It sounds like real music, even though we've gone back to vinyl now. Dire Straits, first band to sell 1 million CDs. Gangster's Paradise. Gangster's Paradise, from a movie with Michelle Pfeiffer. That song was the first hip-hop song to break all the cultural and color barriers. Was the answer to your question, wasn't it? You said hip-hop. Oh no, please, nobody's going to talk about K-pop.
In 30 years, music trivia will be about K-pop.
And this band's name is REM, Rapid Eye Movement. You ever heard of the band called Steely Dan?
Has anybody?
An awesome West Coast rock band. As a matter of fact, the one Steely Dan CD to this day is still used by some of the best sound engineers in the world when they set up big stadium concerts to do the sound check on the speakers and set everything properly, by the way. And you know how the band got their name?
Obviously, I don't know because I don't know the band.
It was a very famous book, and the reference into the book, the Steely Dan, was a name of a...
So, but just to prove how young I still am and that I've got an excuse not to know all those bands, I'm telling you right now, all the
That's
way in
a team
the
from
distance,
Singapore, Team 667, I can see them as well.
One of our blue board riders, I'm sure.
So, Till, I wouldn't be able to see them if they were close, because I'm that old, but I can see them far away. All right, 3 riders on the way. End of music trivia. Back to the racing, back to the finish line. Back to the finish of stage 2. Day 2 of our SPAR Swiss Epic, stopping at the bridge for his partner, perhaps.
Excited to welcome our next finishers here at the beautiful finish line.
So 18 riders left, make that 17 left. All women's team. Warren Kristen, Warren Björg from Iceland, Team Midgård. Kristen Sveinsdottir and Björg Arna Döttir. Well to both of you.
And one of our friends from Singapore playing hide and seek with his teammate right now.
I think you're right. I think that's exactly what he's doing. He's hiding from his teammate. And he's going to come around the corner. He's going to go, supplies!
And I think we've got another team in the distance on the final straight coming down.
I hope they're all still coming. We had a deal yesterday. Everybody's coming, right? You've got until 6:10. 2
hours.
You're going to go back out again. You're a maniac.
Goodbye, then.
And the colours of Land Rover is going to be Mike and Mark. It is indeed. Come on, you two. Good job, gents.
You know you're having a good time if you're literally 20 meters away from the finish line and you go like, you know what? I'm just going to add a little extra. Heading back out.
I'm kind of regretting that I told him he's got until 6:10. I should have said, you got 5 minutes. Solo rider on the way. Our friend from Singapore's changed his mind. He's on his way back. and solo rider to the line. There you are. Well done with the team number 302. Congratulations and well done. Erik Hansen, Denmark, Teluga. And the artist who's made this song famous, Suzanne Vega, Tom's Diner. Welcome back, DJ Dan Lee. Scratching his head and the decks.
You see Team 667 show off, already changed, ready to welcome the teammates.
Massaged, lunch. So Corina and Stefan are trying to do the rider briefing, but they can't concentrate with all the nonsense we keep talking. So Warwick is on tape number 63. Three more riders. Three more heroes. That'll bring it down to the final 12 riders and probably the final 5 kilometers.
Schönes Lüftchen, das von hinten kommt. Der Rückenwind in Richtung Ziel für unser nächstes Team. Jetzt nochmal hier die letzten Meter genießen. Well done to our next team.
The Bermuda race heads, Dennis and Chris. They didn't go rogue on us. They made it to the finish line.
I'm not sure Team 667 is realizing the finish line is down here and not up there where they're stopping. Boys, you still got 50 meters to go.
Isn't this a little bit of snap? Or is this alternate? Sorry, a little bit of Romanesque. Well done, Singapore. You're waiting for the whole team. And your partners, yes, we can see that your partner's not here yet. Either that or his name is Casper, the friendly ghost. I'm not sure, but yeah, all good. You got to show him some love. Massive dance floor hit from the 90s when you were in your teens.
I'm trying to figure out what I was dancing to in like the 90s. Like early 90s, I was super romantic. And it'll be things like Eternal Flame. That was our theme.
Give me a break.
That's how we started dating. Come on, that was the date song number 1. All right, two more riders on the final straight. 2 weitere auf dem Weg hier. Und ich glaube wieder die blauen Farben aus Singapur. Die Teamkollegen vom Team 667 aus Singapur.
RNA Cycle and Run, Gabriel Jordan and Willy Serpentine. Good job, Gabe, but well done, Willy. Welcome to your finish line. The beer is cold and it tastes delicious. Not that I would know, but nobody's got me to one yet. It might be the new kid on the block, Tilsheng's job at 5 o'clock.
So we've got 11 riders left on the course. 2 of them literally just hanging out here in front of the finish line. So literally 9 athletes still riding. And that might be some of them maybe taking the turn.
I think your teammate is on the way to the finish line. He is flying. All right, we're going to have 4 Singapore riders over the finish line. 2 teams. 2 riders in orange and 2 in dark blue. And it's turning out to be a bit of a sprint to the finish line now. Alrighty, 2 more teams. Come on, gentlemen. All part of the 667 crew. Singapore. Finishing as one big team now. Well on, gents. Well on to Ray Young and Sam Shane. Davante and Eugene Lowe. How low can you go? DJ Dane Lee in the mix. The Nightcrawlers. Another massive dance floor filler from the 90s. You just gotta push it. You gotta push that feeling on. That's what the last 7 riders gotta do. They gotta keep pushing it to the finish line.
And here they come, our next fantastic team to cross the finish line from the United States. Greg Hamilton and Robert Lee, the Level Designs.
And the music always sounds better with you. A little bit of Daft Punk. So good.
And for the way it looks, we've got one regular team and 3 blue board riders left on the course in the regular team, and one blue board rider on the way towards the finish line already.
I can see it appears to be 4 riders en route to the finish line. Is that possible? We've got a team. Well, they'll be relieved. But they'll also be so happy. What an accomplishment to complete a big, big stage of our SPAR Swiss Epic 2023, our transfer stage from Lenzerheide to St. Moritz. A lovely tailwind pushing them to the finish line. Well done and welcome. What a day. Here you are, also the 667 crew from Singapore. Congratulations to Chester and Michael. And that was a bit of a false alarm there, Till. Yeah, where's individual rider on the way now?
The other 2 were just 2 fine folks on a casual mountain bike stroll here on this beautiful afternoon in St. Moritz. But our first of the 3 blue bot riders from Singapore. Here we go, 667.
Lee Hong Ki, well done Lee Hong Ki. You have conquered the stage despite the blue number board. Keep pushing on. Come on. 2 more riders. I think that is a medical behind. And here we go. You've done it. With a blue board. It's a black board, but a blue sticker. What a Ben. Good job, bro. And this is the broom. We are done. Our last rider over the finish line. Merci vielmals to the Besem. To our sweep, and that is it till stage 2, day 2, SPAR Swiss Epic, Lenzerheide to St. Moritz. Well done to all the riders today. Thank you to the crews, thank you to the volunteers, merci vielmals an all unsere freiwillige Hilfe für heute. Und wir sehen uns wieder morgen ab 7 Uhr, Start ab 8 Uhr. Genieß diesen schönen Tag. Enjoy this beautiful afternoon. Maybe a coffee, maybe a beer, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.